When I joined Parliament, I was one of only 16 women in Parliament. And now we are almost 100. But I want to tell the girls that when I came here, it was actually strange to see women in Parliament. But in my lifetime, I've seen that changing. And if we have reached this level, they can go beyond that. Whatever you want to be, you can be. It requires just hard work, commitment, and focus. There are a lot of people call me the bad girl. And a lot of people, young people, ask me why I'm called a bad girl. And I'll tell you why I'm called a bad girl. And you can also be a bad girl and a bad boy. I am bad because I do not conform to things that are retrogressive. I do not conform to culture that takes me backward. I do not conform to religious practices which are not even biblical, but which takes us backward. And I do not conform to peer pressure so that I can be called a good girl by my friends. So if you're listening here, whether you are a boy or a girl, do not conform to things that limit you and that will stop you from realizing your dreams. And the sky is the lower limit.
Millie Odhiambo is a Kenyan member of parliament. If you have ever seen her clips, please go online, search her, Millie Odhiambo. She is one feisty lady. And so when she says, I don't care if you call me a bad girl, that's your business. I'm not in the business of being a good girl or a bad girl. Starting us off on the talking point this morning. 11 after 9 o'clock. Welcome to the show. As always, it's a great pleasure to be in your company. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana, and I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. What can you expect coming up on the show? Well, it is that week where provinces are holding their State of the Province address. So today we're going to be bringing you more coverage of the State of Province's address. Yes, don't all jump up at once and give a round of applause. I'm saying this to those people that were sending WhatsApp messages yesterday. No, Kathy, go to the commission. The commission wasn't on. The commission only starts at 9:30. You know, you can't send messages to say, no, we're not interested in what these officials have to say. Ultimately, what they have to say affects what is going on around you every single day. So we've got to care. We can't say that we don't care. We can't say that we've stopped caring. Come on, you know. And I was just, I sort of understand where you're coming from, but I also don't. We can't say that we don't care what the plans of provinces are. We can't say that we don't care about what it is that they're going to be spending their money on. Is that a position that we can afford as patriotic, country-loving South Africans who want to exercise agency, who want to be involved, who want to have a say over how the affairs of their lives are governed? Is that a position really that we can afford? I don't think so. So today, we're going to be bringing coverage of the State of the Province address out of the Eastern Cape. Lebo's laughing. I don't know why. Lebo, why are you laughing? I don't know why Lebo's laughing. Lebo, please go away so that you're not in my view and you don't distract me from doing my job. So we're going to bring you coverage of the Eastern Cape State of the Province address. Which was delivered yesterday, and it outlined some of the priorities for the province. We're going to be joined by the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in that province, who is Zolile Williams. We'll be bringing you that interview shortly, and of course, it is an interview that is brought to you by the Eastern Cape provincial government. And then at 9:30, we're going to go to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, and this is where Linda Xasheka is going to continue her evidence before the commission and respond to questions surrounding allegations of corruption and misconduct within the Ekurhuleni municipality. She started off with her evidence yesterday, and she detailed what she described as significant administrative failures which she inherited as an acting HOD, and what she did to try and bring the administration of that city, particularly from a human resources point of view, back on track. So we're going to be hearing more from her later on this morning. I guess on that note, of course, you see, you guys are putting me in trouble. Huh? What voice message coming in? Kathy, we don't care what they say the whole day. We already know where our vote goes. Now I must switch radio stations again because I don't want to listen to those fools. Really? 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 No, guys. No. This is not the culture. This is not the culture that we've created for ourselves on this platform. Or am I the one that's in the wrong? Am I the one that is in the wrong? And if you're saying that you don't care, at least tell me why you don't care. Send me voice notes. Send me voice notes to tell me why you don't care, why you think we should not be speaking to these officials, why you think we should not be airing what is coming out of those State of the Province addresses. Send me those voice notes. I want to hear from you. 086 000 2032 is the number you can use, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. On X, it's at SAfmRadio, the hashtag there, SAfm Talking Point. We're going to take a quick break, and I'm back with more.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam. Don't you change someone by night. Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to the soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Standing on his own.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to the Talking Point, 18 after 9 o'clock. So as I said, this conversation has been brought to you by the Eastern Cape Provincial Government. The Premier of the Eastern Cape, Oscar Mabuyane, delivered his province's State of the Province address yesterday, outlining his government's strategic priorities to accelerate economic growth, strengthen service delivery, and improve the livelihoods of citizens across the province. While to reflect on the State of the Province address, we're joined by Zolile Williams, the MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the Eastern Cape. Mr. Williams, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners of SAfm.
Mr. Williams, you know, this morning and yesterday, because we have been doing coverage of the State of the Province addresses in different regions of the country, but it's been a hard sell with our listeners. Our listeners say that, you know, they don't care about, at least some of them, they don't care about what officials have to say because they don't think it matters at all. I mean, what do you have to say to that?
Well, Kathy, let me appreciate the opportunity you have provided us with to talk about the State of the Province address. I don't take that lightly. And secondly, Kathy, in responding to your question, you know, sometimes the people are justified to have serious and deep concerns about us as public officials, whether we're capable of addressing their concerns or not. Sometimes I really agree with them that they are justified. But in other respects, you'll find that it becomes impractical to do everything in a financial year to resolve all the multiplicity of problems that our people confront on a daily basis. But what is critical is our capability to communicate with them when we are unable to do those things they expect us to do. Because once you take them on board with proper information, then that resentment begins to be managed because people understand where you are going. So sometimes it's justified, but sometimes are the expectations that cannot be meshed with the funding that is available for us to perform what is expected of us to perform. So I'm saying it's a matter of us doing all we can as public officials, not to fail our people on matters that we should not fail them on. And I'm saying those things makes me to understand a bit when they resent us sometimes, because we are not humble enough to understand that our people cannot be taken for granted. That's why people will run away from us and not want to listen to us. And you know what Francis Fukuyama says is that public service is a thankless job. And we are expected here to operate without having these passions of corruption, passions of nepotism, because he says, you know, a public official must to a certain extent operate like a Roman Catholic priest who's got no much disconnections with the family, but is focusing on the task at hand to change the lives of the people emotionally and take them through the grace in order for those people to be healed in the process. So as public officials, we're doing some complex job where sometimes we would want to self-service and sometimes we would want to be corrupt, actually working against what the people have elected us to work for them on. And I'm saying, Katie, sometimes our people get so frustrated because we seem not to care. But in this instance, I've got a package of activities, decisions that we've taken as the provincial government that I would like to tabulate to the communities of our province to say, but our government is not that the one that does not care about our people's lives.
Okay.
And so those many issues, I would like to talk to our people about them, and then we see how we can improve where we fail and take our people forward.
As you do that, Mr. Williams, I'm going to play these two voice notes for you because they are in particular on the Eastern Cape, and I want you to bear them in mind as you run us through the reasons why you say people should not lose hope in the work that you are doing as the Eastern Cape provincial government.
Sure.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Hi, Katie. This is Pity from Tebega. With regards to the State of the Province address and the don't care attitude, I'm sorry to say, yes, we do not care. Or I speak for myself, I don't care. These guys are just promising and lying. So I do understand where you're coming from, and right now as things goes, I don't care. I really don't care. Give me rather Madlanga, man. Let me see what these crooks are up to.
Good morning, SAFM and the listeners. Katie, good morning. The fact is, Oscar is lying, man. We're not interested in listening to him. This guy is lying since he took office. Since he took office. You remember, he was talking about the factories in Dimbaza. He gonna open the factories. This guy is lying, man. We don't want to listen to him. Thank you. Take us to the commission, please. It's Matiwa speaking here in King Williamstown.
All right. So, Mr. Zolile, those are people from your province, and these are the people that you are convinced that the State of the Province address was speaking to some of the issues that they have raised, and that they should believe and take whatever commitments that you are making for this financial year seriously.
No, indeed, I agree, Kathy. And sometimes the messages are based on, previous experiences that we may not understand. But as I understand, the second person is more about employment creations and job opportunities, which is something we have that the Premier has spoken about in the State of the Province address. And a package of those things are part of what we're going to talk about as we unleash the State of the Province address. But others are generalized statements which reflect frustration that I've spoken about. And people experience government in one way or the other. One may have been frustrated by home affairs, one may be frustrated by a municipality and health or so. So I'm saying it's a broad range of issues that we will have to talk to in order to address.
So then give us the highlights of your State of the Province address, sir.
Well, thank you, Kathy. One of the critical highlights is that I think we are getting better and better in terms of our performance acumen as it relates to education. It's not a small thing, Kathy, that we are the third province to produce bachelor passes, whilst we have maintained the 84% pass rate that we have achieved. And all our districts now, in terms of education, have achieved about 80% pass rate. And this says our building blocks towards the education sector, working together with unions, have actually made us to be where we are, working with parents, traditional leaders, and everyone within the sector. So we're proud of that, but the problem, as you know, Kathy, is that now that we are one of the provinces that have produced a huge number of bachelor passes, now the capacity of universities to absorb our kids is now constrained. And so it's a bit worrying that our Department of Higher Education has to create some short-term mechanisms to ensure that we absorb these learners so that we don't lose people that have passed so well. And another highlight, Kathy, is on the Department of Health. You know, Kathy, one is to 6 couples of our country are unable to give birth. And our government has last month launched an in vitro fertilization unit in deep rural OR Tando, where our people who can't conceive children have now an opportunity to experience having a child, where they will be fertilized. You know how expensive is that process, Katie? And it is only accessible to those that are having medical aid and all that. And so our government is saying there was this need, and we have made sure that it is launched, it is working. Another issue that is a highlight is the specialist services that were decentralized to Umtata Academic Hospital. Such services are like the renal dialysis unit that has been established at St. Elizabeth Hospital in Muanazi. Our people would have to travel to Port Elizabeth or East London or Mthatha to get the service of dialysis. And now it is in good rural areas of our province. And to me, it's a big highlight because our people, when you've got renal failure, you've got challenges that you don't want to even travel long distances. So we're trying hard to try and bring these services closer to our people.
Okay.
And I'm saying those things, Kathy, not everyone will see the benefit out of them because you are not having renal failure. But to those that are in need of such services, they would really appreciate the accessibility of such services. Sometimes you would even have to travel to KwaZulu-Natal to get renal services. But we're trying hard as the Eastern Cape government to have these services closer to our communities.
Okay.
And we are convinced that at some point our people will see the change.
Mr. Williams, that's all we have time for this morning. Thank you for coming on to the show. Zulile Williams is the MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the Eastern Cape. It's now time for your latest news headlines. And on the other side of this, we'll take you to the Madlanga Commission.
Good morning. In the headlines, 5 officials of the Social Security Agency, SASSA, have been fired for fraud and corruption. The action follows disciplinary processes during which 8 officials were arrested last year. 3 cases are still pending. The EFF will this morning lay criminal charges against private investigator Paul O'Sullivan. The party says this follows his conduct during the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee's hearings yesterday. And suspended Ekurhuleni Human Resources Head Linda Xasheka is expected to continue to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry shortly. Yesterday, she denied allegations that she had failed to resolve a disciplinary issue against 6 officers from the Ekurhuleni Drug Enforcement Unit. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
This February, love lives on S3. From searching for love to racing across the world to stories that inspire, move and thrill. Whether it's drama, adventure, talent or truth, there's something to fall in love with every day. February on S3. Love what you watch. Only on S3. Open up. S3. This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay's Future Food Stars, Wednesdays 6 p.m. Only on S3. Open up. S3. This February, love the shows that keep you guessing. Every case tells a story. Every clue brings you closer to the truth. From shocking twists to unforgettable investigations, Homicide returns with seasons 3 and 4, where justice is hard-won and nothing is ever simple. Because loving what you watch sometimes means leaning into the darkness. Homicide seasons 3 and 4, weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
In 2025, Liberty paid out 48 million rand in education cover claims to 755 families, meaning...
So many kids still went to school?
Correct.
Even when the dog ate their homework?
Yep.
What if it rained so hard that even fish needed raincoats?
School's still on.
But why?
Because there's no negotiation when it comes to protecting your child's tomorrow. Even if you become disabled or pass away, Liberty, in it with you. Liberty Group Limited, a licensed life insurer and authorized FSP and part of the Standard Bank Group. T's and C's, risks and limitations apply.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open keeping up.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Kathy. I'm listening from Katlehong. I'm in Sluma. My name is Max. I'm from Eastern Cape, but obviously I'm staying in Gauteng because of jobs and whatsoever. I'm a very young man. I grew up from Eastern Cape, and Eastern Cape is still the same, is still the same. So we don't have time listening to these people about finances of Eastern Cape as if there's really a progress, there's something they are doing. This is all part of just part of the process. They are just playing by book in front of us. It's like pulling wool over our eyes. We are interested in Madlanga commissions and ad hoc commissions. This guy is wasting time. He's wasting time, really. Thank you very much, Kathy.
Good morning, Kathy. This is here from the Eastern Cape. I'm part of the people that do not care at all, especially when it comes to the Eastern Cape. We grew up in that province and nothing has been progressing it anymore. Service delivery is nowhere to be seen. I can take you to two cities, actually, rural areas in Ngamako, under the Ngoma local municipality. We do not have water. It's been years and years. There hasn't been water. And I moved to Queenstown and under the local municipality called Enakumgijima. What's worse is that there are water cuts. Sometimes they will give you water as and when they wish, and they will never tell you the reason why. And at the end of the day of the month, they will bill you for water that you haven't been receiving at all. So it's like I really don't care. I really don't care. Don't give them airtime for this thing.
Hi, good morning. Kathy Nora here in Heidelberg. I am from the Eastern Cape in Ngaleni, Kunomadolo village, and that village hasn't had water in years. There was water and then it was switched off, and they haven't had water in years. I mean, people are back into going to the river to collect water. The elderly have to take that little bit of pension they have to hire people to go get water for them. What will they do about the village of Unomatolo to have water there? We're actually trying to build our mother's house, and it is a nightmare because you also have to pay people to bring water for you. If the Eastern Cape is failing under these people.
Good morning, Kathy and SAFM listeners. Kathy, you can care or pay attention as to what is going on our municipalities and government as a whole. But Kathy, what I realize is that we torturing ourselves by caring or keeping in check of what these politicians are doing. Now I've decided that I have to just focus on myself, do what I have to do for the day, not worrying about these politicians who are constantly lying onto us. I was listening to Oscar Mabuyane yesterday. He was actually lying from the first minute up until the end. So why should we care about those kind of people? Those were kept down.
Morning, Kathy. Morning, South Africa. I just want to weigh in on what is going on the ad hoc committee in relation to O'Sullivan. He has touched the nerve. O'Sullivan has touched the nerve by talking about Zuma, its infidelity, and as a criminal. That's why the MK party is fighting O'Sullivan left, right, and center. And without ethics, without rationality, they're behaving like thugs, turning the ad hoc committee into a kangaroo court. He's right. They don't even know how to subpoena a person. A subpoena is something that it's a last resort if somebody doesn't comply to appear in whatever, whether in court, in a commission, last resort to compel So then they're talking about a subpoena without inviting him back, putting the cart before the horse. This is the leadership we have. Major from Guatemala.
Hashtag SAFM Talking Point.
All right, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes that you've been sending through to the show. Sure, I mean, yeah, it's a lot to try and process, and I guess it's just because of the levels of frustration that people have experienced throughout the years. Just to confirm, the Madlanga Commission has not started yet. So when it does start, we will take you live there. We have Zolila Williams, who's the MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the Eastern Cape, back on the line, because we really felt it would be appropriate to give them the opportunity to respond to the messages that that you have been sending through. Mr. Williams, good morning again. And look, I mean, it's tough for me to sit and to listen to just the responses that people have to the short conversation we had just before we went to the news break. And I want to hear from you, Mr. Williams. How do you respond to what people are saying, and just the anger and the frustration that is visibly there? And what's interesting is that it's from people that are in your province.
Well, Kathy, I may not have a privilege of those messages that you have, except for the two that you have shared with us. And so it's difficult to respond to an unknown somewhat. Now, you know, I was thinking that we are going to have an hour's show because that's what I was informed about by the Premier's office. I was shocked when you said we are ending the show at that time, because we wanted to give the people time to talk to us, because we can only resolve problems that we know, and when people talk about their concerns, so that as a responsive government, we can attend to such challenges.
Sure. And of course, in terms of the duration of the conversation, an hour is certainly a conversation that we can have, but you'd be aware of the coverage that we've been doing of the Madlanga Commission on a day-to-day basis. So that would have to be when we don't have the commission sitting. So we'd absolutely still invite you, in fact, to come back for that hour, because I think there's a lot that people in your province would actually want to have you address and try and respond to, because even this morning the calls that we're getting are mostly from people who are in the Eastern Cape. Speaking of which, Mr. Williams, which is why I wanted to get you back on the line, so that you don't feel disadvantaged by not having the opportunity to respond to what it is that our listeners are saying. Tando is on the line. He's in the Eastern Cape. Tando, good morning to you.
Paul Simon, which is one of my favorite musicians. It's still crazy after all these years, but that's why I love that. Now the Eastern Cape people keep voting these people into power. They are totally organized. They're crazy. These people are cheaters. I don't know, but you know, in the western part of the Eastern Cape, we wish we could be, separated from the East, because the whole of the Eastern Cape is an extension of the Transkei, and it's so galling because these people, they came into being comrades after 1994, and we in the part of this Eastern Cape, we have borne the brunt of being, in the cold face of what apartheid meted out. And these people come in, like Johnny lately, they render our province and also ran, if not a disaster. They are on to themselves, paying themselves huge amounts of money. The only thing they're good at is mega funerals and passing parades and looking important, self-aggrandizing. It's so galling. It is And some people died for this. They died for this nonsense. For this nonsense. They died. I nearly died. The Knights of Nivell to wake you up and go and beat you up. They beat me. I was 17 years old. Beat me black and blue. Solitary confinement. And those journalists will come lately who are opportunists, taking over everything and stealing and killing and doing all sorts and pretending that is governance. Look at it, they come here in this Nelson Mandela Bay. It's all them, taking over everything. And we don't matter much for nothing. Actually, if the Western Cape can take this western part of the Eastern Cape, we will join it. If it wants to be a federation or another country.
Sure. Tando, the MEC is on the line. Let me give him an opportunity to engage with you. Mr. Williams?
Well, Kathy, I understand Tando, and greetings to him this morning. I understand the frustrations that Tando is having, but unfortunately, the Eastern Cape is a province with serious backlogs, where both the former South African Republic and the TBVC states are integrated into one, with serious backlogs if you look at what we're dealing with. And therefore, if Tando, as a person who has been involved in the struggle, as he says, it will be difficult. We have fought, some maybe journeys come lately and so on, but I don't think that's reference to me, at least. And I would like to say that our struggle was against this federalist system that Tando is talking about. If Tando has now changed that approach, he wants a federalized South Africa, and he does not understand that it's critical that the former TBVC states are integrated well into South Africa, and we share the resources together to improve the lives of people from the former Transkei and the former Ciskei. But our transformation does not mean that you need to deteriorate services in the former areas where they were in the old South Africa. It means balancing, maintaining and improving those services, but at the same time improving those who did not have anything. And I'm saying that's how we understood the struggle. That's how we understood government when we came in, to say you have to balance between the two so that you can improve the lives of everyone without disadvantaging the other. That's the challenge we're dealing with currently, Kathy. And I'm saying the frustrations are understood, but sometimes we must understand where we're coming from as a background to South Africa and how South Africa was constructed.
All right. Let me go to Thomas. Thomas, you're in Mthatha. Good morning.
Good morning, Casey. Thank you very much for taking my call. And also thank you very much also to Mr. Williams. For original case, I'm from Stegspruit, in a village which is called in Transkei, former Transkei, Eastern Cape, which is called Mulambi. Casey, I'm just shocked by these utterances and the defensive mechanism that is put forward by Minister. Then in terms of service delivery. In Stegspruit, there is a tar road which was started in Stegspruit town to Mlambi Hospital. And from 2018 case up to today, nothing has happened. They disrupted. We cannot drive in that road. There is no detour. And from that day, there were three actually service providers or the contractors that were established in order to deal with that. But up to this moment, there's nothing that is happening. I'm not talking about the water, I'm not talking about, but the road conditions of the Eastern Cape, particularly in the far rural areas and the far remote areas of the state trade. There's nothing that is happening. More or less, then we can sum up, then we say that maybe then we are having a kind of a government that we can call is a taxocracy. And by Professor John Lumumba, taxocracy is a system of a government where the worst and the least qualified, the most unethical people are in power. Then the former president of Liberia also once said that we put our power in the state in the hands of the idiot. And what do we expect to gain out of that? Maybe we'll respond to that. Even the premier also mentioned in the last state of the province that tar road will be settled and will be finalized. There's a hospital there, then if the patient cannot travel and move, there are no doctors because they fear the road, they cannot travel in that. Last week I was at home, then my mother was actually broken a leg, but you cannot actually drive in that bad road. That's the state that we are in. They are fortunate because that's a government official, public official. They can drive with big cars, they can move with helicopters. Then we cannot talk about the issues that were as from 1994 up to this moment. Then we say we have the backlogs. That's utterly nonsense. Thanks, Casey.
All right, Thomas Enemtata, thanks for that contribution. Deborah, you're also in the Eastern Cape. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy and the listeners. I will just want to find out what does it take for the public representative to be responsive to public. I believe MECs are given public official numbers. And maybe I want to challenge the MEC and say, can he give us publicly his number and commit that when we correspond and communicate with him, he's going to be responsive. You write to them, even using those public numbers, you're not even an acknowledgement of communication. So we don't know how as public we're supposed to communicate with them, let alone their officials. But now politicians, public reps, not being responsive. We don't know what to do, how to communicate with them. Maybe if he can narrate and give us a public number where he's accessible and will be responsive. Thank you, Katie.
All right, Deborah. Let me go to Pasika. You're in Engeleni. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. Good morning.
Morning, Teknijan.
Yeah, Peel.
It's Engeleni. Yeah. I'm happy MEC is here, especially responsible for cooperative government. I think one of the things, Katie, first that maybe we must start with, if even you listen to the voice notes that are coming, is people that are residing in different provinces that are not in Eastern Cape in terms of residing, but they go to Otisem. And now it's so unfortunate and mischievous that you will compare Gauteng, Cape Town, Durban, and what is happening in Cape. Then coming back to the issue at hand. Honestly, one of the things I think maybe they need to look at, there are municipalities where in terms of capacity you find that there is no capacity at all. The municipalities are existing because remember local government is the closest sphere of government that is close to delivering services to the people. And when they lack capacity, we are going to have these issues of service delivery not being delivered to people and all that. And now, and also looking at this, Katie, is we also need to understand on how government functions, especially on an administrative and political side of it. Because during time we were in university, we had what we called political and administrative dichotomy, where political office bearers, they can't interfere with an administrative work that needs to be done. But at the same time, you find the political office bearers in the likes of MECs, all the MPLs and the municipal level as well. They lack that oversight role that they are supposed to play. Because many of the services where administrative staff or people who are in an administrative role, you find they are sitting on desk doing nothing, responding service. The way that they respond to people is like we don't care when they respond to them, and they don't get responses on what is done, what needs to be done. And when a politician arrives in that particular area, you see them all in their feet running like headless chicken at some point because the political principal is around and they must be seen working. And I think some of those things, there was one time where we used to enjoy these things where themselves, MECs and even ministers, deputy ministers, they will come to areas unannounced and people didn't expect them coming. But now these days, because they must update social media that the MEC so-and-so is going to an area, then you'll find people being active and as if they are pretending as if they are working while they are not doing anything. So that side, the MEC, especially in local government, because that's where he is, both metro, district and local, they must build a special local government capacity to those people.
Okay.
And for example, speaking as an M&E practitioner myself, monitoring and evaluation does not exist in provinces and practically and municipalities. If they can strengthen that part of government, you would find progress and see things happening.
Okay,
Yeah.
Pasika, let's leave it there. Churchill, you'll be the last caller I take so that we give the MEC an opportunity to respond.
Good morning, Kathy. Kathy, I'm listening to people, and I understand the frustration, and I want to say to South Africans, especially to the residents in the Eastern Cape, we can make loud halabaloo brouhaha, but unfortunately, if we're talking about the ANC has run out of ideas. The ANC is corrupt to the core. In fact, it's been infiltrated. You can look at the commissions. It's accused number one. But what I want to say to South Africans, we must graduate from this idea of being loyal to political parties. If you're voting for the DA, you have sold out. If you're voting for the MK party, you have sold out. I'm just making examples of these parties. When political parties campaign and present their manifestos, they are actually asking for a job from us to employ them through our votes. It's not the other way around. Now, that has been our biggest problem, and then we monitor them. If they don't perform, we vote somebody else. It's simple as all that. Because this loyalty to the ANC, this is the same thing that has brought us to where we are. The only language that is being understood by our politicians, especially the ANC, is the language of violence. You block the roads, you burn tires, you destroy property. What kind of an organization is that?
Okay, Churchill.
It's really sad.
Let's leave it there. Mr. Williams?
Yes, Kathy, thank you very much. Kathy, as you may know, I'm coming from the same area as the first caller was raising, the X-Grade area. Now, I know exactly the road he's talking about, the Mlamli Road. And the Premier has indicated yesterday that the MEC for transport must then intervene and interfere with that process of procurement that seems to be so delayed. The problem there, Casey, in short, is that we appointed a service provider there to take over from a failing service provider. Once that service provider was to take oversight, unfortunately, he was liquidated and challenged in court, and that process had to be restarted again. That is what is frustrating in that road. But we want to do that road as soon as possible, and the Premier has raised that yesterday. And I can't let it loose because I know the impact of that road to doctors and to communities around where I come from. The next question is for the second caller, who was indicating what does it take to be a responsive government, to communicate better and all that. And I can't agree with him more, Kathy, that it is expected that we communicate with our communities when they raise issues with us. This approach of not caring is really, really destroying the image of our government and the reputation of our government. And this is what we have put in our non-negotiables, that if we communicate better, we can improve our people's concerns. Our people can be with us in attending to their concerns and problems and challenges. So I can't agree with the caller more on that. And I can share my number with you, Kathy, so that you can give it to them at the end of the show.
No, Mr. Williams, I think it will be better if there's a contact detail to share, if you share that with our listeners directly.
Okay, I will do that. Then about the Lenny unannounced visits and all that, if you look at us in local government, we have launched a program called the non-negotiables, whose aim is to attend quickly to potholes, to water pipe bursts that are unattended to refuse removal that is thrown all around our towns and cities, to refuse dumps that are unmanaged, uncontrolled, where people are allowed to be messing around the refuse dumps. And we're also working on unstable electricity. We have designed a composite of standards, Kathy, whose aim is to ensure that municipalities do not fail on what is basic in terms of pothole attendance, in terms of refuse collection, in terms of communicating with the people when water is not going to be available. We have decided to compile standards wherein every 24 hours, if you can't deliver water to the community, talk to them. That's what is frustrating, that our people are fighting, are engaging in protest action because they feel the government is not talking to them effectively so that they understand what they have to do. So we've compiled those standards. We're launching it. We've launched it in Nelson Mandela, and we've launched it in Jogabi district, and we're continuing to launch. And that includes the unannounced visits in terms of monitoring and evaluation, because I will be in my overalls getting to municipalities, because, Kathy, there's no reason for our towns and cities not to be clean. There's no reason for there to be no beautification of towns and cities. You know, when we talked better life, we talked a better life in line with an environment that is clean, where there's no sewer spillages.
Okay.
Now, what you find in municipalities is sewer spillages. Nobody cares about them, and our non-negotiables in terms of fixing local government, we're getting to those areas in all the 39 municipalities of our province.
All right.
Mr.
Williams, it is 10 o'clock and I have to go and take the latest news update. What I will ask you to do is to please maybe give us those contact details, because you haven't been able to share them yet, and we'll be able to read them out to the listeners. Unfortunately, now it's already after 10 o'clock. It's already 1.
That there was a request for a possible postponement. I don't know where we stand.
Ms. Magula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and commissioners, today we meant to proceed as arranged yesterday, but there's a bit of a predicament that we are facing. So I am requesting that, it's my humble request that the matter be rolled over until the 2nd of March, because there are documents which were received during midnight, and when we perused those documents, we found that we have to give a thorough attention to them before Ms. Kasheka can proceed, and they are voluminous. Hence, we request that the matter stand down. And also, there are documents that were received this morning, a document that was received this morning, and it is very crucial that we go through it thoroughly and consult through it before we can proceed. So that is my request.
What is the nature of the first documents? Regarding one set, we have been advised, in fact, the Commission's attorneys gave us copies of an arbitration award
yes,
involving Mr. Riverspice. That's the one type of document we are aware of, but you seem to be referring to two categories. What's the nature of one of those, the remaining category?
The first one
is the one that was received yesterday, mid or early hours of the morning.
What's the nature? What's the nature? That's my question.
The nature of it is it's tender documents, and they're in a very big volume. They have about, it's 411 pages, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that not the tender itself? Because if it's the tender itself, I don't know how Mr. Shaskal, I'm still going to ask him to respond. But if the voluminous document is the tender document itself,
yes.
I wonder if the commission would want to hear evidence on the contents of that document, paragraph by paragraph or clause by clause.
It's not, Commissioner, it's not only the
Yes.
tender documents.
Yes.
There are also transcripts of Dr. Mashazi in the very same volume of documents, and some spreadsheets in that document, of which it needs to be thoroughly, when I need to thoroughly go through them and thoroughly consult with my client and make sure that we have everything, we don't leave anything that is required from us to assist the commission in finalization of her testimony. So it's those documents and the other 3 emails that we received. This morning we received 1, and the other 2 were received late last night. Yes, Mr. Commissioner, those are the documents that I'm referring to. Okay. And in order for her to proceed, we need to go through, yes, we've consulted from yesterday, from the time that we were offered, we've consulted, but we are not yet finished due to the bulkiness of the documents. Mr. Commissioner, it is my humble submission that we are not willing to waste any time of the commission. We want to assist the commission as much, as soon as possible as we can, so that we can reach at least to the finality of of Ms. Qasheka's testimony. So, Mr. Chairman, on the last occasion when the matter was postponed, it came to my mind that we were given the dates, that is the 26th of yesterday, the 27th, and the 2nd. So my request is, can we fall off at least to the 2nd of March to proceed with the testimony so that we can expedite, because she has already started and we just need to sort this issue out, then we swiftly proceed with her evidence, if the commission can allow us that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Magula. Mr. Shaskelson?
Chair, we have a difficulty with this request. I think one needs to get clarity on what documents were provided when. The tender bundle was provided on a late Wednesday night. That was the document. That was the bundle of documents that I agreed not to ask questions on yesterday, and in respect of which we stopped early yesterday so that Ms. Asheka and her legal team could work through them. Those documents are not, well, they're not new in the sense that nothing has changed in relation to those documents since we agreed to start this morning. Yesterday, Commissioner Kumalo asked a question in relation to the evidence of Dr. Mashazi, and we said we would extract the relevant passages of the evidence of Dr. Mashazi and make them available so that the witness could look at them overnight. The transcripts of Dr. Mashazi have been there for weeks. They've always been in the possession of the witness. What we did yesterday is we specifically extracted 6 pages from a bundle of documents that has already been there for a long time and said, these are the 6 pages that are relevant to Commissioner Kumalo's question. There are 2 additional documents that are new documents. The first is a 2-page letter written by the witness herself that was emailed that relates to the rules in respect of the retirement fund and taking early retirement and medical benefits. That was made available to us after the hearing yesterday, and as soon as it was made available to us, we had it forwarded to our learned friends. This morning, we were given a copy of an arbitration award in the arbitration between Mr. Spiss and the municipality. The arbitration award itself is date stamped 23 February. I don't know, we received it from Mr. Spiss this morning. I don't know when he received it, but we received it this morning. We made it available. It's not a particularly voluminous document. The commissioners have seen it themselves. And there are a few short questions to be asked in relation to it. The award speaks for itself. This is not a matter that requires much answer. So we can't just roll over onto Monday. We have another witness scheduled for Monday. And we certainly would oppose this postponement. At best, from our side, if Ms. Kasheka and her legal team need a bit more time now, we would ask that they be given a little bit more time now. But we can't waste a day. And in relation to what is new, it's the arbitration award and a 2-page letter. And the arbitration award itself is, it's
14 pages long.
14 pages long, and the letter is 2 pages long. This is not something that takes a great deal of time to consult on.
Ms. Makula, do you agree with Mr. Shaskalson's description of the documents, even including the times of receipt, times/dates of receipt?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I agree with Mr. Shackleton with the time and the documents that have been received and the number of pages that of the evidence that has been received. Yes, I agree with him. I fully agree with him on that. But, Mr. Commissioner,
yes,
I would like to request that the Commission should at least take into consideration that it's not about only the documents that have been received that are that makes us to request for a postponement. In these documents, she has to answer on them. The client has, Ms. Kasheka has to answer on them. And for her to answer on them, there are annexures maybe that she will need that will support maybe her.
You say maybe.
Let me remove the maybe corrections. There are annexures that she may need to support her answer, and that will assist the Commission that is the request. That is the reason why we are requesting that we stand at least the matter down until Monday.
Ms. Magula, the only voluminous document is the tender document, on my understanding.
Yes.
And Mr. Shaskalson says that that's been with you and Mrs. Tasheka from Wednesday already.
Yes.
So, insofar as that document is concerned, I would not understand the request at all. In fact, I should not say I would not. I do not. I do not understand the request at all. So why would you not be ready if you've had the document from Wednesday already?
Not that we are not completely ready, Mr. Commissioner. We are partially.
Are you the completely? I don't understand.
Not that we are not completely ready. We are partially ready. If maybe we can then be afforded an opportunity that the matter stand down for at least some time, then...
Why are you not ready from Wednesday if you've had that document from Wednesday?
We started with the document. We consulted, as I've already explained to Mr. Chairperson, that to me, it was very crucial, and for my client, it was very, very crucial that we go through each and every item that is in the document.
You mean clause by clause? Go through that tender document clause by clause?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Let me just quickly, I'm still going to come back to you because I've not dealt with all the documents.
Thank you.
Mr. Shaskalson, are you proposing dealing with a tender document clause by clause? I would be surprised.
Not clause by clause, but I can provide a list of pages to which I will refer.
Perhaps, yeah, please do that. Then let's go on to the document, the transcript, pages of the transcript that were provided pursuant to a question by Commissioner Kumalo. That's only 6 pages long. Surely that cannot detain you.
No, it cannot.
So that's not an issue.
That's not an issue.
Okay. Then there's a 2-page letter by Mrs. Tasheka. That too.
That's not an issue.
All right. And then the arbitration award is only 14 pages long. That too, I think, should not detain you.
That won't be an issue.
So we are left with only the tender document.
Yes.
Mr. Shaskalson has offered to give you the relevant pages that you should focus on and on which he's going to be questioning Mrs. Tasheka.
If that is the case, Mr. Chairman, then we
are ready to start.
Yes, if that is the case, we can stand down a matter for a while. We will.
I propose that we start. Then what we will rather do, let us see during the tea break what we should do, whether we should extend the tea break or we'll decide.
Thank you.
Let us start now.
Thank you for
Is that in order?
It's fine. It's fine, Mr.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. There was an issue of my, there was a possibility that there would be a supplementary witness statement dealing with the emails in relation to the tender. Sorry, in relation to the issue of vetting of EMPD members, because there were emails that were relevant. Now, those emails have been provided to us, and I understand the request is that I take the witness through the emails. And can I just check that the commissioners have copies of those emails? Sorry, the commissioners won't have copies of those emails, but they're about to be handed up. And can I just see the patch pagination, if any? Okay. It's not paginated. Okay. One of 13. Chair, these documents rightly belong in the main annexure file because they are an annexure to the witness statement itself that ought to have been included. Can I suggest that we actually paginate them at the end of volume 6 so that they would start on page 2062? And if we start at page 2062 and just continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. We request the attorneys to do the pagination for us and appropriately marking the documents for us. You'll just identify the documents so that we are able to follow, Mr. Chancellor.
The problem is that they are sequenced in a way where it will be quite tricky to do that. Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
In view of the fact that we are... there's been a request for extra time. We're going to have to paginate before I can start this. Might I suggest that we stand down until tea time now, and then so we take the break now rather than at an extended tea time?
What time are you suggesting we come back?
11 o'clock, 11:15, whatever the Commission deems appropriate. But in that period, that time can be taken advantage of. I will give the list of the page references in the tender document. We'll get your documents paginated, and we'll move much more smoothly afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn.
So
and resume at 11.
Madlanga Commission. In fact, how things started off was the current witness was actually asking for a postponement of the matter based on this evidence and these tender documents that are going to form the subject of today's evidence. And so what we're going to do now is that we'll pause it there with the Commission. You heard they will be back at 11 o'clock. But there is another development unfolding. Gordon Hill-Lewis seems to be rising up to the moment. Let's take you to this media briefing by the Democratic Alliance, where he's expected to make a significant announcement.
For his leadership. He steadied us when we were faltering, and he took us to new heights. Let there be no doubt, the DA is much stronger today because of John's service. I would also like to say thank you very much to the many people, colleagues and friends who have reached out to me and expressed confidence these last few weeks. I do not take your words lightly. And so I stand before you today with some trepidation. I feel a strong sense of duty, a responsibility I cannot ignore. But most of all, I feel that same passionate energy and optimism that has guided our work here these last few years. And I feel that same passion and energy and that same sense of hope for our country and its future. I know, we know, that South Africa can work, and I want to help make it so. And that is why it is with a sense of pride and excitement that I today announce that I am standing to be the next leader of the Democratic Alliance. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a decision that I've considered carefully. I am under no illusions about the road ahead, should I be elected to this position. But with deep love for our country, I will work arm in arm with each of you to lead our country on the path to prosperity. This leadership election is an opportunity for our party to renew itself again, to reach for even greater heights. I'm excited to hear that many younger leaders will stand for leadership roles, and I know that in the years ahead, we will see many of them in positions to help make South Africa work and build a country of hope. I look forward to working shoulder to shoulder with them in building that country of hope. One of the things I love about the DA is that we don't appoint our leaders, we elect them. We don't have leaders who run their party like it's their personal fiefdom. Presidents for life. We don't have leaders who never even bother to have a Congress. In the DA, we have a simple and faithful institution. We hold a Congress every 3 years, and we choose our leadership ourselves. Our delegates expect candidates to be clear and unequivocal about what they offer. They want to know what each candidate stands for, who they stand for, and what they will do to build the party. And so when I go to Congress, when we all go to Congress on the 11th of April, I will be seeking a specific mandate. I will be asking for a mandate to build a stronger DA. Because if we are going to build a stronger South Africa, then we must have a stronger democratic alliance. Stronger DA, stronger SA. That is our mission. Over the next 3 years, we must do 4 things to strengthen our party. First, we must show that the DA governs well and improves people's lives. Where we govern, the basics are taken seriously, budgets are managed, competent people are appointed, institutions are protected and function, services are delivered. We must show that enterprise, allied with compassion, is the way to achieve growth and jobs without leaving anyone behind. We must demonstrate that the DA in government is the best guarantor of more opportunity for more people and more opportunity for more businesses so that our country can grow and flourish. Not everyone will always like us, friends. They may not always agree with us. But whether they like us or not, everyone should have to agree that we are the best in government. And not only are we the best in government, but we are the best in government for everyone. No one must ever be able to say that we cannot govern or that we govern only for a few. Under my leadership, we will show, as we have shown here in Cape Town, that the DA governs well and governs for everyone. Second, we must close the gap between ourselves and millions of South Africans who have never voted for us before. Many people know that the DA governs better than any other party in the country, but still they do not vote for us. We must be honest about why. Too often, people see us as distant. They feel a certain disconnect. Too often, they feel that we speak at them, not with them. Too often, they feel that we are quicker to point out what is broken rather than showing how we will fix it. If we are going to grow, we must change that. We must be there. We must listen. We must connect. We must remember that what all of our parents taught us is still true, that trust is earned, not freely given. And
On the news headlines, the Social Security Agency, SASSA, says it's determined to root out corruption in its entity. This after it confirmed the dismissal of 5 of its officials for fraud and corruption. The EFF has laid criminal charges against private investigator Paul O'Sullivan in Cape Town. The party says this follows his conduct during the Parliamentary Ad hoc Committee's hearing yesterday, and the legal team of suspended Ekurhuleni Human Resources head Linda Xasheka has asked the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry to postpone a testimony to next Monday. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lamban, and a full update follows at the top of the hour.
Taking a look at your markets this morning, the rand is currently trading at 15 rand 88 to the dollar, 21 rand 42 to the pound, and 18 rand 77 to the euro. Markets in Asia were mixed at the closing bell, the JSE higher during mid-morning trade. Markets in Europe also unchanged this hour. Gold is trading at $5,178. Can you believe that? Platinum $2,375 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $71.16 a barrel.
The Talking Point with Kathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
the people who voted for us. And this will never be.
The Magpies are bringing pace, intensity.
I know that it is genuinely difficult to walk the tightrope between competition on the one hand and cooperation on the other in a governing coalition. That is a real tightrope. And I know that it's hard to know when to compromise and when to draw a line. But we must make sure, and I will make sure, that under my leadership, the DA works every day to shape the direction of government. Because a genuine partnership to fix our country cannot be one-way traffic. It has to be a two-way street. We must see our values reflected in the work of government, because we know that it is only our values that can fix government. Fourth, we must lead with belief in South Africa. There is a dangerous strain in our politics today that thrives on decline, that says our country is finished, that nothing can be fixed. Let me make it clear, I reject that completely. I love this country deeply, and I know that everyone in the DA does too. We believe in South Africa's future. We believe that we can build a South Africa where government works, jobs are created, and people feel safe. If elected as leader of the Democratic Alliance, I will make it my mission to restore hope in our country. That is what we mean by building a country of hope. That's not the politics of blind optimism or feel-good slogans. I'm talking about the hope that comes when we genuinely adopt a can-do mindset, when we run towards our hardest problems instead of constantly ignoring them. I'm talking about the hope that comes from actually doing things, through rolling up our sleeves and fixing what is broken. I'm talking about the hope that will come when the DA wins more towns and cities later this year. The hope that will come. And I'm talking about the hope that will come when we emerge as the largest party in South Africa in 2029. If I am given the honor of the mandate to lead our party, I will dedicate myself to building a stronger DA. A DA that governs well for everyone. A DA that connects us more with the millions of South Africans who have never voted for us before. A DA that is strong in government, principled, courageous, and unafraid to draw a line when it matters. And a DA that leads with belief and love for our country, restoring hope through action, not words. My leadership will be about strengthening our party so that we can strengthen South Africa. A stronger DA for a stronger SA. Now let's go and build it together. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and build it together. A stronger DA for a stronger SA. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that then becomes the official announcement for Gordon Hill Lewis as he then throws his hat in the ring for the position of the party's leadership, and we know that that is going to be coming up soon, and basically he's saying he must be considered for federal leader candidacy. So I wonder then, what do you make of this news? He's young. He's certainly made a name for himself in Cape Town. Largely has enjoyed a relatively good reputation. Is he going to be the future of the party? Is he going to be the future of the party? Is the question. Does he have what it takes to steer the DA into this new path where they're able to break through the ceiling in as far as the number of voters that actually trust them with their vote? Can he get in more support for the Democratic Alliance? These are just some of the matters that he's going to grapple with. And as you heard, if he is voted into that position, is it a case of the writing is on the wall? Is it a done deal? Is it stamped? There just needs to be a conference held to stamp the decision. Do you think the decision is pretty much made? I don't know. Are there others who are going to be raising their hands? And who might those others be? I certainly, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see what happens next for the DA, but certainly a big announcement coming out of the Democratic Alliance this morning. So, I'd be happy to take some of your calls and your contributions on this announcement and just what you make of it in as far as what it means and what it potentially does to the DA and its standing within our political landscape. Of course, you can get in touch with us on 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. We can keep the conversation going until 11 o'clock when the Madlanga Commission comes back. I'll take your WhatsApp voice note on 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. For now, let's take a quick break.
The Magpies are bringing pace, intensity, and the electrifying home crowd in search of a win.
Jacob Ramsey has scored for Newcastle United for the first time. It's all going on.
On the other side, the Toffees are ready to elevate their game to rise to a much higher top half position.
Here he comes. Goal! Yes! Illuminati slots it in the bottom right-hand corner, and Everton lead at last by a goal to nil.
This is the Premier League. Newcastle United takes on Everton FC on Saturday, 28 February at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Get Spar Super Savings at every store, in every aisle, every day. Like 2-ply Spar toilet rolls, 18s for $94.99. Save 25 Rand. Or Huggies Dry Comfort Nappies or Nappy Pants, Jumbo Pack, including Gold Value Pack. Buy any two for 320 Rand. Save 64 Rand. Now that's super savings. Price is valid from the 23rd of February till 8 March. While stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
SAFM, in partnership with Symphony by the Water, taking place on the 7th of March at Midmar Dam is giving away 15 double tickets to see an incredible lineup of South African artists supported by the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra. To win tickets, send a WhatsApp voice note to 061 410 4107 telling us which artists will be performing on the day and sing a line from one of their songs. Winners must be based in KwaZulu-Natal and must be able to get themselves to the venue. Terms and conditions apply.
This February, fall in love with a blockbuster that defined a generation. Courage, survival, rebellion. The world of Panem returns. Every moment, every battle, every choice. Settle in for the ultimate movie night with The Hunger Games. Back on your screen where it belongs. The Hunger Games, Sundays at 7 p.m. only on S3. Open up. This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable, and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
When you train for results, you don't quit halfway. Earn up to 7.35% interest with a Nedbank Just Invest account. Access your money within 24 hours. Keep your money agile. Get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. We're licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
The Cottagers are confident they will control the tempo at home and move the ball with purpose.
And now it's a chance for Raul. Is that hand voice in the net? Raul Jimenez has done it again.
Meanwhile, the Hammers arrive with power, pace and extra edge to conquer the London derby.
Going ball in towards Sojek! It's Thomas Sojek for West Ham United, not long after half-time.
This is the Premier League. Be part of the derby that never disappoints. Fulham FC versus West Ham United on Wednesday, 4 March at 9 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
This February, fall in love with the shows that bring us together on Saturday nights. First, sparks, surprises, and second chances at romance. Farmer Wants a Wife US, where real love grows in the most unexpected places. Saturday at 8:30 p.m. And before the love story begins, the stage lights up with pure talent and big league dreams. America's Got Talent Fantasy League. The world's best acts battling for the ultimate bragging rights. Saturday at 7:30 p.m. 2 shows, one unforgettable Saturday. Only on S3. Open up.
What's with the camouflage, Dorf?
I'm going hunting. It is me, nature, and my most underrated off-roader, a rental car.
Hunting? You could fit that little car in your backpack, Dorf.
I sit in the driver's seat. Baggage at the back, chairs on the roof. The kudu is going to get in and strap its own seatbelt, Savvy.
Could do with more legroom, Dorf. Go hunt for a new 4x4 at We Buy Cars. They got great deals.
Oh, shot, Savvy.
Don't be Dorf, be savvy. We Buy Cars, geared for that big trip, geared for you.
The Magpies are bringing pace, intensity, and the electrifying home crowd in search of a win.
Jacob Ramsey has scored for Newcastle United for the first time
It's all going on.
On the other side, the Toffees are ready to elevate their game to rise to a much higher top half position.
Here he comes. Goal! Yes! Illuminati slots it in the bottom right-hand corner, and Everton lead at last by a goal to nil.
This is the Premier League. Newcastle United takes on Everton FC on Saturday, 28 February at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to SAFM listeners. Siswam, hayi, i-DA ngabakhatha bonke abanye abantu, but hayi, mna andikasithengi isikelem sayo. Just go kwaLanga, Nyanga, Philippi, Crossroads, Samora, Lloyd, Side C, Side B, Kaelicha, Harare, Makaza, and you see the true reflection. What I'm saying, people, the poor people in Western Cape are living like pigs. They can fool other people, not me.
Yeah, Katie, good morning. Abraham here from the Western Cape. Gordon Lewis, I think his name is already stamped because the DA can't elect the other leader than him because why? Of his color. If they elect the other person, then the whites will flag the DA to the FF plus. So that's my meaning. So yeah, let's wait and see. I think it will be Gordon Lewis take the top job there. So yeah, thank you very much for a good show.
Morning, Katie. Just a quick one. What has Jordan Lewis, Lewis done for black people in the Western Cape? So whether he takes over DA or whatever, I don't think it's going to matter or it's going to change any fortunes for the DA. See you from Kamalake.
Hi, Kathy and the listeners. Kathy, by now, it was basically supposed to be where each party that's in parliament was supposed to take a witness, at least each one, choose a witness that they feel is guilty and lay charges. Then at least we would have a couple guys now with charges. Now they only pick and choose with Paul Solomon. The other one I heard the other day also. I'm not sure who was it. It was Action SA that said they're gonna lay criminal charges. So I mean, we need to do things like this. They need to begin doing it and implementing it. Stop waiting for the president.
Morning, Kathy. Morning, South Africa. I just want to weigh in on what is going on the ad hoc committee in relation to O'Sullivan. He has touched the nerve. O'Sullivan has touched the nerve by talking about Zuma's infidelity and as a criminal. That's why the MK party is fighting O'Sullivan left, right, and center. And without ethics, without rationality, they're behaving like thugs, turning the ad hoc committee into a kangaroo court. He's right. They don't even know how to subpoena a person. A subpoena is something that it's a last resort if somebody doesn't comply to appear in whatever, whether in court, in a commission, last resort to compel. So then they're talking about a subpoena without inviting him back, putting the cart before the horse. This is the leadership we have. Major from Guatemala.
#SAFM Talking Point.
All right, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes that you've already started sending through, reacting to the announcement by Gordon Hill Lewis. Well, while that was taking place, right, and we found the announcement for that on the DA stream. It was in an auditorium with DA members. Siviwe Gwakube was, standing alongside Gordon Hill Lewis, and it was just a typical DA event. On the other side of the country, in the capital city, with the union buildings as his backdrop, Solim Simanga was also announcing that he's throwing his name in the hat, rather, for the position of DA Federal Chairperson. So, and you would know, he's the Gauteng DA leader and MPL, and he made that announcement a short while ago too, at a hotel in Pretoria, and we know that this position and this is breaking news, and I'm seeing it on our SABC news platform and also on News 24. It's running as breaking news that Solim Simanga and Gordon Hill Lewis will effectively be contesting for the position. The optics do look a bit strange, right? Why was one doing it, sort of within an official party vibe, and then the other one is, these are all questions that we can ask as we get into the rest of our day. Msimanga, and I'm quoting now News 24, said that he was humbled to accept the nomination, and he also said it's not for a prestige or for position, but it is because the DA intends to occupy the union buildings, making reference to the building that was behind him as he made the announcement. So I guess the race is on, the contest is on between Solim Simanga and Gordon Hill Lewis. Will there be anybody else that throws their name in the hat? I wonder. Pule, you're in Matosana. Good morning.
Morning, Casey. Morning. After a long time, yeah?
Yes, it's been a while.
It is, indeed. It is. It's been a while. Look, Casey, Simama just forget. The black people in the DA, they simply trust whiteness than blackness. So it's not gonna win. So, and the white in the DA, they're not going to vote anyone who's black unless they want to make him a puppet, like they did with Musima Imani. That you're a leader, but you take the instruction from the Federal Council. The chairperson of the Federal Council is the one who pulls strings. You don't pull strings as a leader. So if he wins, the gangster of white people at the Federal Council, they'll manipulate and control and send him message what he must think and what he must do, like they did with Musima Imani. No black person will succeed successfully using his mind by leading the TA. You'll be controlled by an old gogo, an old woman, by Helen Zille. There won't be any chairperson who will chair, a black person who will chair the Federal Council, as long as the white gangsters are there, because decisions are taken at the Federal Council. No leader decides.
Do you not think that it also comes down to the strength of the candidates that put their hands up for the position?
No, Casey. The one that is just brought now, except the black guy, and the white man will win unless Simanga is willing to be controlled and manipulated and to be given orders how to operate. You can check even in Johannesburg, Mashaba. Why Mashaba left? Because he couldn't take independent decisions. Helen Zille has to tell him, even if decisions that were working when the EFF said, let us do this for the betterment of the people of Johannesburg. But because of Helen Zille didn't want, then Mashaba left. They will come and prioritize their whiteness in the suburbs, where they are the majority. Look what's happening in Cape Town, where the majority of black people have been marginalized.
they're not getting service. Go to Langa. There's a spillage there. Sewer is running around the street. And then you are saying it's the best governed DA, it's a better devil than any other one. That is not true. Go to the black townships and see what is happening. It's not going to happen.
Okay.
And now it's an opportunity because Johannesburg is dilapidated. It's an opportunity to give whiteness tenders. That's an opportunity. LNG is going there with intention to enrich yourself, nothing else.
Okay, Pule, those are your reflections on the latest developments coming out of the DA. As you can hear, Pule very skeptical about what this decision by Gordon Hill Lewis will mean and the kind of change that it can bring to the party, if any. Anonymous, you are in Johannesburg. Good morning.
Katie, good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, Anonymous.
Good. I'm so grateful you just put me after this gentleman just spoke now.
Yes.
Katie, it has to do with safe delivery. Okay? So then I'm in a suburb, just the road here in Randek. I live there with my family. Service delivery, we are paying it, we're getting what we pay for. So go to the north of, one of the townships to the north, Northgate, going up, the township there. Water is not being paid for, electricity is not, it's a fact. Okay, so then you're going to say poor people are not looked after by the DA or whatever. But if you don't pay the service delivery, then what do you expect? Right? So go down to the Midval. Midval, people are paying their rates, like whatever that is expected of them. They get what they pay for. So then poverty is a choice. So if we pay our services, water, electricity, and have a right leader or a right councillor that does not steal the money, take the money, give it to the people because this is what they pay for, you're going to get a better, life, honestly.
Yeah, but can we really say that poverty is a choice, Anonymous?
It is a choice. Absolutely. You choose to be in poverty. You choose, I've rented a few, like I would say, units, just to do business up in this township I'm talking about. The owner tells me, we are not paying water here. We are not paying electricity here. Man, come on, geez. Where are you going to go? Who's paying for that? Because ESCOM needs money, City Power needs money. Who's paying for that? Somebody must pay for that.
Look, I don't see the link between somebody not paying their services and them also choosing to be poor. I don't see the correlation between the two.
No, there would be somewhere, somehow there is a link, Katie. I'm sorry, I might be talking rubbish this morning, but I'm telling you right now, if we decide we're going to pay we pay our services and we choose the right person locally, a right person that when the money comes in, it takes the money and send it where it's supposed to be.
Okay, all right, Anonymous. I'm going to leave it there with you. That one statement in particular, I don't think that it's necessarily true. There are many people who, if they had a choice, would choose to come out of poverty. It's not just about whether I choose or I don't choose. I think there's a lot of complexity to it, including the fact that it has to do with the structure of the economy as well. If there are only so many jobs available in a market, then that's what it is. So everybody else that doesn't have a job because they haven't tried hard enough, they don't work hard enough. Yeah, we must just be sensitive about some of these issues. Khalid, you're in Edenvale. Good morning.
Hi, Kathy. Good morning. Yeah, no, I'll just get to it because we only have 1 or 2 minutes before the news. I wanted to talk about the DA and Zilla, but I have to just touch on what your past caller just said, amenities and utilities in this country, they come to people and societies and communities who pay for it. And we have structural inequality, as you just mentioned, in this country. And this is caused by dispossession, by colonialism and the entrenched structures. And how can this caller say poverty and the indecency of it is a choice? Oh, good Lord, I'm embarrassed for him. You know, Gogo can wake up and sell Satko for 40 years, but she's never going to be a millionaire. But anyways, this is the mentality of the captured. And that same, you know, Tulas had the Zilla on the station on Monday, and she still even couldn't resist saying there's benefits that came through from colonialism. What point is there to say something like this? I am just very angry because you are a black South African woman. Tulas is a black South African man. I'm an Indian Muslim gay man in South Africa. And we are able to express ourselves because we shrugged off apartheid. We defeated it. But this still exists in Israel till today. Zilla and Breitenbach and other thugs from the DA went there. And they came back and they told us that there is no genocide happening. I mean, literally, the lady Gwenya, she's a black woman in South Africa. She became a head of the Airbnb after she was highly entrenched in the DA. Now you want to look at Cape Town, why the property prices are insane because of the Airbnbs pricing out the locals there. It's all highly connected, and you know, I could talk about this for hours and hours. I'm going to start my own show actually, but Kathy, it's just very disappointing that we are platforming people like Zilla, who is, you know, a Zionist apologist. We have to really dig deep, and these agents of Zionism, and even Dricus du Plessis, the Kifness, and David Teager, all of these names who are agents of Israel and segregation in our land. It makes me sick. Okay. Thank you
Khaled,
so much.
We're going to have to leave it there. Khaled out in Edenvale. Let's take you to the latest news update.
On the top stories, Jordan Hill Louise to run for DA's federal leader position, and Gashega requests a postponement of her testimony to next week. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. We'll start with news just in. The DA's deputy leader in the Western Cape, Jordan Hill Louise, has announced that he'll run for the position of party federal leader. Hill Louise made the announcement in Elsis River on the Cape Flats. The announcement comes after the current leader, John Steenhuisen, said recently that he would not stand for re-election at the DA's elective conference in April. Hill Louise is the current mayor of the city of Cape Town. He says he is committed to building a stronger party and country.
It is with a sense of pride and excitement that I today announce that I am standing to be the next leader of the Democratic Alliance. It's a decision that I've considered carefully. I am under no illusions about the road ahead should I be elected to this position. But with deep love for our country, I will work arm in arm with each of you to lead our country on the path to prosperity.
The Social Security Agency, SASSA, says it's determined to root out corruption in its entity after confirmed the dismissal of 5 of its officials for fraud and corruption. The action follows disciplinary processes during which 8 officials were arrested last year. 3 cases are still pending. The officials were based at the SASSA Johannesburg office, which was temporarily closed but has since been reopened. SASSA spokesperson Baseka Litsatsi.
Fraud and corruption will not be tolerated. Accountability is non-negotiable, and any official found guilty will face decisive consequences, reaffirming the agency's commitment to protecting public resources.
The EFF has laid criminal charges against private investigator Paul O'Sullivan in Cape Town. The party says this follows his conduct during parliamentary ad hoc committee's hearings yesterday. O'Sullivan walked out before completing his testimony, saying he was rushing to catch a flight. The committee says its advice on the matter from Parliament's legal team. National Assembly Speaker Toko Didiza says she will decide on what action to take against O'Sullivan after receiving a report from committee chairperson Soviet Likhanyane. Anne Mathias is an EFF member of the committee.
The speaker did not act as she should have. I don't know if she was eating scones also while this whole thing was going on. We allowed her up until 11:30 when proceedings ended to act on this, and she wrote back to our chief whip last night saying that she's waiting for a legal opinion and she will act, if any. So we knew that she's not going to act, and this is what brings us here this morning.
Proceedings at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria have been adjourned. The aim is to allow the legal team of suspended Guruleni Human Resources head Linda Xasheka to address some issues. Xasheka's lawyers earlier requested a postponement of her testimony, stating that they needed to assess some documents before she could proceed. However, evidence leader Advocate Matthew Chaskalson opposed the postponement, saying the documents were sent on Wednesday. He has proposed that the proceedings resume in the next hour.
Can I make a suggestion? Yes. In view of the fact that there's been a request for extra time, we're going to have to paginate before I can start this. Might I suggest that we stand down until tea time now, and then so we take the break now rather than at an extended tea time?
What time are you suggesting we come?
11:15, whatever the Commission deems appropriate. But in that period, that time can be taken advantage of. I will give the list of the page references in the tender document. We'll get your documents bundled, paginated, and we'll move much more smoothly afterwards.
Thank you very much. Let's adjourn.
A genetic study has shed new light on interbreeding between early humans and Neanderthals. By examining the X chromosome, scientists found that when interbreeding occurred, it generally involved a Neanderthal male and a human female. They don't know if this was a result of choice or if violence and coercion were involved. The BBC's Alexander Platt has the details.
This is a fairly substantial piece of what goes into shaping our genome and our genetic diversity. And it's not the result of a strictly Darwinian survival of the fittest. This bit's good and this bit's bad and these people survived, but is really the result of how we interact with each other and what our culture and society and behavior is like.
Recapping the top story, the DA's deputy leader in the Western Cape, Jordan Hill-Lewis, has announced that he'll run for the position of the party's federal leader. He made the announcement in Elsa's River on the Cape Flats. I'm Undulambana for SAFM News headlines at 11:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Bite after bite, this is Bake That Thing. Every Friday, we fire up the ovens, featuring South Africa's best bakers and most loved patisserie masters. From sweet showstoppers to savory favorites, it all begins in the oven. Get inspired live every Friday, only on Espresso on S3. This is Bake That Thing.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels,
the legal opinion, as we were reading it, it was confirming some of the things that needs to be done.
Sorry, maybe if I can assist you in that regard, can we go to 2043, or just keep this bundle open, but 2043 of the annexure bundle, no, it's the same file, page 2043 of the same file. It should be file 6. Because I think that is the legal opinion that we're talking about, and it might have your file 6 of 6, 2043.
Yes, we were summarizing the issues that were discussed regarding that the legal opinion, which it talked to, I think in page 2043, it was talking to the description, for instance, of the employees, that were vetted and activities that happened and so forth and so forth. The following page, it was about the EMPD reports, the master fingerprints results and so forth, and then the questions to be answered. If I can go straight to those questions, the first one on page 2044, paragraph 4, that for the sake of clarity and convenience in application of the law to the facts, we will categorize the employees, those who are acquired criminal convictions prior to employment, those who acquire criminal convictions during employment, and those who acquired pending criminal cases during employment. I think we all understand the challenges at EMPD and IPD where they would be found with criminal cases while at their work time. Those who were declared unfit to possess a firearm during employment in the city, and those who failed to submit their fingerprints. Then they came and discussed the law facts to the issue where employees who acquired conviction, how should deal with, and the processes that we needed to follow, including disciplinary hearings. I'm summarizing, Chair. That we need to have, especially where you are declared unfit to hold a firearm and so forth and so forth. So at a high level, my recollection was in that meeting then we needed to come with a process of embarking on these different categories. And also, I've said yesterday that the issue of getting consent and the expungement where it's required. So this is what we were finalizing after they've given us the categories that they had. So we're just cleaning the house. I then further, we agreed that HR doesn't have capacity to conduct that process. Therefore, they will have to source it and get it done by themselves. But then they keep myself and the accounting officer abreast. And as I said yesterday, again in the meeting, you could find the back and forth among themselves, back and forth. Others are suggesting this process, others are suggesting that process. So the email of Lifu was focusing on that, Chair, that what process we're supposed to follow and what we're agreeing that needs to be done. And I would like to reiterate from what I said yesterday, there were challenges because some of them said, I already have this, I don't need to do it, but you are pushing that others must be done, you know, and the issues of capacity that we discussed. I think that's what I can recall at this point in time. Thank you, Evidence Leader.
Thank you. If we continue in the chronology, it goes to the top of page 2066, where you then write shortly after the email from Lifu, you write to Chief Mapiye and Riva Spies copying Julius Muanazi. Dear Chief and Riva, please provide us a report regarding the category of employees as you explained in our meeting. Also find attached the legal opinion so you proceed with your internal proceedings. And what were you referring to as the category of employees that they had been explaining in the meeting?
Okay. Can you take me back to the annexure now? I just closed it.
The annexure is LLG 5th.
I've got it. I think I did read in terms of the description of how it should be done, the types of employees, the types of employees that they need to categorize. I've read that in terms of the legal opinion. So we're referring to that basically. That they need to redo their...
Can you please just restate that category for clarity?
Employees who acquired criminal conviction prior to employment
And
with
can I
the
just
city.
clarify that you're on page 2044?
2000, yeah, and 44.
Oh, no,
paragraph
no,
4.
Okay, if you are referring to that longish list, it's fine. You don't need to. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Now, your email was on 5 April at 1:46 p.m. The next email is from Julius Muanazi, and that's on the same day at 4:21 p.m. And he responds, although your email was addressed to Chief Mapie and Deputy Chief Spies, Julius Muanazi responds directly to the email and says, "Good afternoon, colleagues," responding directly to you. I have set up a team within operation to verify the fingerprints as submitted to us by Deputy Chief Revo Spies and Deputy Director Vanda van Rooyen. We've discovered that this is the old criminal record data. Some of the people on no retirement, I'm not sure what that means, cleared by the courts resigned. And then he says, I suggest we start the process of verification afresh so we get the correct data of criminal record for every employee. As the HOD was explaining, this is going to affect the whole city. It will be wise if we start with the correct and clean data. As operations, we're combat ready to start the process since we're the most affected one according to this old criminal record. So if I understand correctly, he's saying this data is not accurate. Some of it is incorrect. We need to start from scratch. And because it's my section that is most affected according to the existing data, let my section take responsibility for checking getting proper fingerprints. Is that a fair summary of what he is saying?
That was my understanding as well, Chair. Thank you.
You then responded the following day, and that is at page 2064. And you respond to his letter on Saturday, the 6th of April, 7 in the morning. Please note this is your EMPD process and concur that it must be done seamlessly. To ensure accuracy at all times, employees must be vetted and a final outcomes report must ensure that the data provided is correct, current, accurate, valid and reliable and legally and relevant. Legally, all the correct processes and SOPs must be observed and adhered to. Please keep the accounting officer and HR informed of the process to embark upon and timeframes by rather providing a comprehensive report to this whole process where possible. So do you want to explain your response here?
Thank you, Chair. My response is exactly what I've said yesterday and today, Chair, that I've said in our meeting, it's their process. They've got capacity, they assist the city anyway. They must run with it. And we already provided guidance in terms of how it should be done and so forth. And all we need is a seamless process. And obviously, Chief is leading the department. And my communique specifically, it talks to the Chief and the senior management, but specifically to the Chief. And eventually, based on our agreement previously, was that it keep us informed as we embark on the process, because once it's concluded, then it also determines the labor relations processes that we must commence with, and be able to assist them where HR gets to start to be involved. Thank you.
Then there seems to have been a delay of a full year, because the next email in the chain is at page 2063, the middle of the page, and it's Sunday, April the 6th, but now it's 2025, not 2024. And you write to Julius Muanazi saying, Dear Acting Chief, this is the issue the councillor is referring to. We need to act on this before they use it against HR and EMPD. And below, what you're doing is you are forwarding your last email of 6 April 2024, exactly a year ago. The dear colleagues, please note this is your EMPD process. So it seems to me, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that what had happened is that the matter had sometime later been raised in council, closer to April the 6th, 2025, and at that point you went back to Julius Muanazi and said, we need to act on this. If we don't, they're going to use it against our departments. The councillors are going to take action against our departments. Is that correct?
If I recall events, it might not have necessarily been the council meeting, but where we report majority of our issues is at OCMOL. So it might have been the OCMOL, the structure I've discussed yesterday.
Sorry, can you just explain that structure?
Is the oversight of the executive mayor and legislature offices committee. So they've been following up on majority of EMPD issues. I think that's where we get to engage about EMPD issues. I think it could have been Councillor Bach. It was where it was discussed. And it was not for the first time. They kept on discussing these issues. And where it would have been in council as well, it would have been the EMPD, MMC Community Safety, that would have been responded. So it became an ongoing matter that needed to be resolved. So my aim of the meeting was to say, can this happen? Can you follow up on my email that was sent to you guys a year ago? Thank you, Chair.
And were there any other communications in relation to this issue between yourself and Mr. Muanazi in the intervening year?
After this one?
No. Between April 2024 and April 2025.
Directly so, I'm not, it might have been verbal, but where we have been meeting and discussed these issues, it was in the OCMOL. As I said, OCMOL kept on following up that EMPD get this process done. I don't sit in their executive management meeting. I wasn't sure what was happening there, but in the OCMOL, all of us will be sitting there. So it will be discussed that it must happen. And I was also trying to emphasize that time is running. Why is this not happening? Thank you.
That seems to be the last email in the chain, because the next email is on page 2071, which is just your own personal email where you have sent the email chain for filing. Is there anything you would want to add further in relation to this topic? Because from my side, I'm happy. Well, I mean, I will come back to ask you questions, but that from my side seems to conclude the initial process of just taking you through the emails.
I'm comfortable so far. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, that concludes the process of leading the witness. So I'm afraid now the questions get a bit more intrusive. And maybe we can start.
Maybe before you start, there was also the issue of the tender. What has been decided about that?
And I've given a list of references that I'm going to refer to. And in fact, I'm proposing to start right there. So can I ask you to go to page 168 of the supplementary. 2 of 2.
Thank you so much.
168.
Can you mention the page again?
168.
Apologies for that. 168.
6168.
168. Thank you, Chair.
And there you'll see a document saying bids are hereby invited for the following: Human Resources Department, Strategic HR and Talent Management, Contract PSHR 13 of 2023, the appointment of accredited skills development providers to implement various qualification and skills programs on an as and when required basis from date of award till 30 June 2026. And the closing date is 24 July 2023. The foot of the page, you'll see that that invitation is issued in the name of Dr. Muanazi. Did she play any role in this process?
In its entirety, or the advertising process?
Well, in advertising the bid or the bid more broadly?
I don't think so, because the advertising from the process, my understanding, the HR will draft the specification, and then the specification will be taken to the bid specification committee for endorsement. The only role that the city manager will play is to appoint the committee. In fact, all the committees, the specification, bid specification committee, the bid evaluation committee, and the bid education committee, that's her role. And the main stakeholders, it will be the chairperson and the whole committee of the bid specification committee. I wouldn't know 100% of the supply chain processes, Chair, if it goes to her for signing or not. Normally, HODs, they don't get involved in the tender processes, so it would be very difficult to give every detail. One area I think should be involved is to appoint the committee. Thank you so much.
If we go up to 162, which is the bid document itself, or the start of the bid, it says that it's prepared by the HR Department, Division Strategic HR and Talent Management, and it's prepared for the Department of Human Resources Head Office, and in fact your name is given there. And it says, if anyone gives the email address of Makosi Makamba on both prepared by and prepared for. So what role did you play in relation to the preparation of this bid?
Chair, as much as my name is put there, as you can see, the email, it's not my email. The role that I will probably play, because I say these documents are, HODs are not involved. It will be the agreement, maybe on how the spec will be, just to look at the documents. Because in terms of technical expertise, it's the divisions, training and development, who will understand what are the requirements. And my understanding, this specification should have remained the same for the longest time. I did make comments at some point that their current tender, because it has been following the same process all along, it doesn't cover everything. I said, where preferable, I would love us to see having formal education as part of the tender, where we do have challenges of formal qualifications. I think as I speak now, it can be verified. I'm not 100% sure. I know we have media space here. Even at EMPD, if I'm sure, there might be no acting chief now. It will be only the acting HOD because of lacking of qualifications at those levels. I can't recall if they included it on the tender, but I know that the appointment of service provider with formal, for formal qualifications, it did not happen.
And what is your distinction between formal qualifications and informal qualifications? Are you talking degrees and diplomas versus other NQF qualifications?
Please repeat the part referring to degrees and diplomas, because you spoke at the same time, Mr. Shaskelson.
What do you refer to by formal qualifications? Is it a distinction between degrees and diplomas on the one hand and other NQF qualifications on the other?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to confirm, that majority of the time, our tenders are focusing on unit standards. And that's what is confusing the institution, because unit standards, it basically means you would have done certain modules with certain credits, and majority of the time, it's very difficult to consolidate and translate it into a formal qualification, especially timeously. So, but if you take a route of having a formal certificate, diploma, degree, honors, masters, it will then assist to improve in our qualification profile of the city. Then you accumulate those unit standards over a longest time. And majority of time, employees, they tend to get tired and never get to finish a formal qualification. So that's what I was aspiring towards, that let's just go once and get formal education. That is my own definition between the unit standards and the degree certificate and so forth. Thank you, Chair.
Where does Makosi Makamba work? Presumably she's in HR somewhere, but where is she?
I don't know where she is. I think her contract expired or she resigned, I can't recall, but she's no longer with the city.
Who would have been responsible within the department for this tender?
It was her.
But I mean, presumably it must have been allocated to her for a reason. Would she have sat in strategic HR and talent management, or
yes,
how do you do this within?
She was the divisional head for strategic HR and talent management, and the training and development was falling under her. It was a subdivision in the strategic HR and talent management division.
And you talked about 3 different committees: a specifications committee, a bid evaluation committee, and I think you said bid application, but I think it's bid adjudication committee.
I said adjudication.
You did say, I apologize, I misheard. So the specifications committee would finally sign off on the specifications that go into the tender?
Yes.
And who sits on the specification committee? Who decides what those specifications are?
I will respond from a position of assumptions. As I say, I don't normally go and do this. I haven't done it in a long while. My understanding, the city manager will appoint an HOD for a particular department, and then will also sit with other HODs and with a mix of divisional heads. So it will be comprising of high or senior management.
In relation to the specifications committee?
Yes.
Did you sit on the specifications committee, this one?
No.
So the HOD in this case was not appointed to the specifications committee because you were HOD.
Can you repeat your question?
You were HOD.
Yes.
But you didn't sit on the specifications committee.
Yes, I did.
So there wouldn't have been an HOD on that specifications committee.
If I were to go and sit there, I'll sit to go and present it, to present the item. But what I'm saying, the committee comprises of different HODs and divisional heads from different departments.
I understand now. What about the bid evaluation committee? Who sits in that?
Also, it will be HODs and divisional heads.
Drawn across all departments?
Yes.
But presumably, if you have an HR tender, and the bid evaluation committee is checking for compliance with the requirements of the tender, is it not?
Yes.
Before you get to 90-10 or 80-20, you need HR people in there who will understand what is being asked for.
The divisional head would have sat in that as well. I think she will sit in the bid specification, and she will also sit in the bid evaluation committee.
And that would have been Makosi Makamba?
Yes.
And again, on the adjudication committee, who sits?
My understanding on that one, it will be the group chief financial officer, who might be the chair, if I'm not mistaken. It will be the HOD legal, and then it will be other HODs as well. I'm not sure if you'll find a divisional head in that particular committee. Thank you, Chair.
And the bid adjudication committee is the one that makes the final recommendation of an award?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
If we look lower down on page 168, sorry, we've moved from 168, but let's stay on 168. Let's go back to 168. It says that acceptable bids will be evaluated by using a system that awards points on the basis of 90 points for bid price and a maximum of 10 points for specific goals. You see that? It's the 90-10.
Yes.
Now, in a system where you're operating 90-10 and 90 goes for price, would you agree that you need to have an objective means of comparing prices? That prices must be, you need to compare apples with apples. That if 90% of the points are going to go on price, the price must be a number that is in fact the price.
I think we're giving opinions, Chair, right here, because I want to give you my opinion, but in terms of the technical knowledge and expertise, I think finance department can be able to do that. But my opinion, I think I fully agree with you. If the laws and the circulars could change and not only focus on the price, in some particular areas we could get quality of work done. I think before COVID, around 2019, 2020, I served in a bid evaluation committee for a year or less than a year. And it's one of the frustrations I had that in some instances, you miss a very brilliant, good company that can deliver. But because of the price, then you have these problems.
No, I understand that dilemma, but if the system says 90-10, then
yes,
price is 90% of all of the points. Now, one of the successful bidders here was a company called Buena Vista Learning Academy. And we see that they were one of the successful bidders in a document that is well, the document starts earlier, but there is an announcement in November 2023 that we see at page 128 of the same folder. It starts at 128, and if we go down the next page if we go down to 130, we will see that the second from last row on that item says PSHR 13 of 2023, the appointment of a panel of accredited skills development providers to implement various qualifications and skills programs on as and when required basis from the date of appointment till 30 June 2026, Buena Vista Learning Academy. So they were one of the successful bidders here.
yes.
Buena Vista are a company which are controlled by the partner of Mr. Kat Matlala, a woman called Tsakani Baloy. And if you go to page 168, sorry, not 168. If you go to page 124, you'll see a Windeed search on Buena Vista. 124. And you'll see under company information that starts at the foot of 123, on 124 it says that the registered address is 23 well, I won't give the address, it's a registered address. And that registered address, if we go down to the next item, just is the same address as the residential address of Tsakani Baloy. You see that?
Yes.
And if we go down to page 123, we'll see that at the time of the bid, there was only one director in Buena Vista, and that was Tsakani Baloy. Both of the other two previous directors had resigned. And we see also, if we go back up to 124, that Ms. Baloy only became a director of the company on the 26th of June 2023. That was a week after the bid invitation had been advertised, and it was less than a month before the closing date for the bid. You see that?
Yes.
And that, I want to put to you, ought to be something of a red flag if one is adjudicating tenders. If one sees that the only director becomes a director after your bid advertisement date and very close to submission date, that should raise some suspicions. Would you accept that? You're nodding.
I agree.
There are more red flags here because when she became a director,
Your mic, Mr.
If we go down to 127, we know that as a director of this company, she applied in the name of Buena Vista Learning Academy, but at the time she became a director, the company was called Mokoko Grill. It seems to have been a Chesinyama company. That we see at page 127, and the very first item, there was a name change on the 11th of July. And in brackets underneath is the previous name, Mokoko Grill. So after the bid was invited, and less than 2 weeks before the deadline, Mokoko Grill became Buena Vista Learning Academy. I want to put to you that that was another red flag that might have been picked up if
Yes.
you accept that. Let's look at the bid price. We see that at 169. There it says 7 programs, and it says total bid price 66,500. But if we go to page 158, we see a spreadsheet that the municipality have provided to us of the payments to Buena Vista Learning Academy on this contract. And although they bid with a total bid price of 66,500, in the period from 23 July 2024 to 5 September 2025, they were paid 3,484,987. Do you know how that could have happened?
Okay, I want to understand that the total bid price, it means that you're going to tender for 6,600, for 66,000 for the whole tender. I won't have clarity on that, Chair. As I say, I'm not an expert on that. But on the spreadsheet, it will be the allocation of training as required by departments, where she will then go and train.
So these are payments that are made, and I think I remember recalling in your statement you said that HR itself doesn't have a budget for training.
Yes.
Is that correct? So you can't pay for training, but the line function departments will pay for training.
I've said they are also battling to pay for training. Majority of the time, the training will be paid by the SETA. And the Ekurhuleni, we're still striving to get our own budget.
So when you refer to the city, it's not clear to me what you mean. I mean, technically every department's part of the city, but who do you mean when you say it will be paid for by the city?
The SETA.
Oh, by the SETA?
Yes. We receive grants from the SETA on an annual basis. There will be an indication, then they submit money in the city on a quarterly basis.
So when it says departmental, if we look at page 158, when it says departmental cost center description, projects, HOD's office, projects, management, HOD roads and stormwater, what does that reflect? Surely that reflects payments from particular departments.
It means it's the money allocated. The departments, they will ask for a particular training, and then we'll allocate that training for that department. And once they are done with the training, it will be paid from the SETA's grants. So where it says departments, it means training, it happened in those departments.
So what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, is that the city has access to SETA funds,
yes,
or funds that it can use out of its skill development levy payments and the like, and it will allocate from those funds, or certain departments will have a claim on those funds for training.
Yes.
And so the money is ultimately paid for by the city, albeit what it results in is a credit on skills development levies, the funds that the city would otherwise pay to the SETA.
Yes, technically you can say that.
I flagged some of the red flags in this bid. I want to suggest that there were a wide range of others. The first is the CSD registration report. And that one sees at page 311. And it records that the CSD registration on the created date was
apologies, Chair, I'm still getting the page.
311.
Thank you.
It records under created date, which is when the CSD registration takes place, that CSD registration took place on 20 July 2023. So this company was registered with the CSD 4 days before it submitted.
Yes.
It also obtained its BEE certificate 4 days before it submitted, its first BEE certificate. One sees that on page 311. You see BEE's certificate issue date, 20 July 2023.
Yes.
We've already seen that the only director was appointed on 26 June 2023. If one goes down to 389, one sees that the bank account was only opened on the 17th of July 2023.
Yes.
Will you agree that all of these are red flags that ought to have been picked up in the tender adjudication process, either by the BEC or the BAC?
I fully agree, Chair.
Can I point to another one? If we go to the CSD report, it says that the vendor is not VAT registered. That's at page 313.
Okay, I don't see that part.
If you go to page 313 under tax information, it's got an income tax number, and then it says, is the supplier a VAT vendor? And it says no.
Okay, yes, I can see that.
But if we look at the bid, we see that the turnover that is claimed in the bid, and I've unfortunately lost my reference, is, I think it was 35 million rands in the previous financial year. So there was 35 million rands, I'll get you the reference in a minute. 35 million rands of turnover in the bid, cited in the bid. Sorry, Commissioner.
On 191.
On page 191, thank you very much. What was your turnover in the previous financial year? It says 35,174,600 rands. And what's significant, if we go back to page 311, is that if we look at the industry classification that is described for Buena Vista Learning Academy, it says its core industry is not, in fact, training, but construction. So it says on page 311...
Perhaps you should have concluded the point about not being VAT registered, and yet there's a 35 million.
I need to refer to construction because
thank you.
there are training providers who don't have to be VAT registered.
Thank you.
But there are no construction companies that don't have to be VAT registered. So if we look at what is said in the CSD report, it says the core industry is construction, and the percentage share of annual turnover is 35% from construction activities. And if we take the 35 millions quoted in the bid as the previous financial year's turnover, 35% of that would be over 10 million rands, which is way over the VAT threshold. So there seems to be a fraud of some sort taking place here. Either it's a VAT fraud, you're nodding,
I think so, yeah, I wouldn't know.
or this turnover figure is a fictitious figure. Either way, there is a fraud either on the city or on the receiver. There seems definitely to be a fraud on the city because, the city or the Department of Finance, because if we go back to page 311, although the bid says we saw annual turnover was 35 million, we see that the CSD registration says that the total annual turnover is 10 million or less. So one of those two figures must be lying, possibly both. Do you agree that this VAT fraud ought to have been picked up in the course of the adjudication process and ought to have resulted in a disqualification of this bidder?
Yes, without having technical knowledge, I fully agree though. As I say, finance, they can answer better on this, but us seeing here, I fully agree with you. So, thank you.
Can I point to another fraud that ought to have been picked up in the process? If you go to page 181, you'll see that Buena Vista described its principal business activities as training and skills development.
Yes.
But if we go to the CSD at page 311, we see that we're told that its principal business is in fact construction.
Yes.
They can't both be true. You agree?
As I say, from my level, I don't know your expertise, it looks like there is some discrepancies, unless they are saying they are doing training on construction of buildings, I don't know. But from what we see, I see those irregularities. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chaskalson, what do we do with industry classification 2? Because there they do mention that it's education.
Indeed, but if one looks at principal activity, 35% is for construction. I think it was a 25% for education. 35 for construction is a 25 for education. So the principal activity of this company, according to the CSD report, is construction. Can we go to page 184 of the bid?
184.
There it says that the legal entity is a company, not a joint venture. You see that?
Yes.
But if one looks at the bid, it is based on partnership agreements, which is what one would expect to see in a joint venture, not a company. So we see that at page 303, the bid is supported by a subcontracting agreement where the principal is CTC College, Pty Limited, and the second partner is Buena Vista. And I'd ask you to note that CTC College is represented by MJ Madzibadela. We're going to come back to MJ Madzibadela later. There's a partnership agreement there. And if we go to page 375, we see another partnership agreement, this time described as a memorandum of understanding between Ngeda Cleaning and Security and Buena Vista Learning Academy. Now, the bid had to be based on a partnership because Buena Vista, being a Chesanyama company, or apparently a Chesanyama company that until recently was in a completely different industry, had no training accreditations of its own. So if we look through this bid, we will see that there are no training accreditations that Buena Vista itself had. And let me take you there. But for now, before I take you there, would you agree that if Buena Vista had no training accreditations of its own, it couldn't qualify for this bid? Certainly not without entering into a JV with somebody who did.
I'm going to repeat that I'm agreeing with you from the layman's point of view. And I don't want to say I'm talking here on behalf of Finance Department. From the layman's point of view, but I'm sure Finance will have reasons and understanding of how subcontracting works. So I don't want me conceding to be a position of the Finance Department. I'm just saying from the layman's point of view, all this looks very strange. Thank you, Chair.
Let's go to accreditation. There were a series of accreditation letters put up by Buena Vista. There were 5 in all. The first one appears at 343. Sorry, the first one appears at page 332. And you'll see that that accreditation letter is issued to a company with a similar name, but a different company, a company called Buena Vista 143 Pty Limited.
Yes.
But it was issued if one looks at the print date, on 5 April 2023.
Yes.
When this company wasn't called Buena Vista Learning Academy, it was called Mokoko Grill. You recall that?
Yes, I recall that, the name of
So it had to have been issued to a different company altogether, because if it was issued to this company, it would have been addressed to Mokoko Grill. The name only changed in July 2023.
Chair, I keep on agreeing on certain things, and my concern here, I'm not a technical expert on this, and I don't want to sound like I'm going to be supporting irregularities. But I see something that says, attention, Mpho Madzibadela, excuse me if
Mpho Madzibadela, yes, we're going to get to Mpho Madzibadela.
Yes.
You'll recall that Mpho Madzibadela was part of CTC, the partnership agreement.
Yes.
So this is an accreditation letter issued to a different company with a similar name, that issued to a company belonging to the person who has now apparently, if indeed these are not all forgeries, who appears to have gone into partnership with Buena Vista Learning Academy.
Yes.
But it's not an accreditation letter for Buena Vista Learning Academy.
Well, it says here Benavista 143 PTY. I don't know what that means, or it's another company of Benavista. Yeah, but I agree with you. It's not the same as the initial name on the tender.
Indeed, it's not the same, and it couldn't have been the same, because at the time that this letter was issued, if this letter is not an entire forgery, 5 April 2023, the company hadn't changed its name to Buena Vista Learning Academy Pty Limited. It was still called Mokoko Grill Pty Limited. It only changed its name 4 months later. Now, the fact that an accreditation letter to a company with a similar but different name is included in a bid for Buena Vista Learning Academy strikes me as an attempt fraudulently to pass off this accreditation letter as an accreditation letter of Buena Vista Learning Academy. Do you have any comment of that?
I'll repeat, in some areas I sort of agree with you where I see irregularities, but I will not make deductions on behalf of another department. Thank you.
Well, I also want to put to you that this attempted fraud ought to have been picked up, and it should have resulted in the disqualification of Buena Vista Learning Academy. You're nodding.
I'm nodding. As I said, from our layman's point of view on my side, it should have been picked up. I agree with you, Chair. Thank you.
The second accreditation letter is at page 343. That's an accreditation letter issued to CTC College Pty Limited. The third, and again, it's not for Buena Vista, the third accreditation letter at page 357 is issued to CTC College, and here we see Mr. Mpo Matsibadela as the addressee. Again, it's an accreditation not to Buena Vista, but to another entity. The fourth accreditation, page 370, is again to CTC College, not to Buena Vista. The fifth accreditation is to Ngeda Cleaning, and you'll remember that Ngeda Cleaning were the second entity with whom there was a partnership agreement.
Yes.
Again, there's no accreditation of Buena Vista.
Did you mention the page?
372. 372.
Thank you.
So Buena Vista produced no evidence of any accreditation that would have qualified it for this contract. Do you accept that?
Yes, from the layman's point of view, I accept that. Thank you.
What do you mean by that? I mean, this one, there's nothing because in respect of everything else you've been saying, you lack the necessary expertise. I don't see the expertise here. This is about letters of accreditation. If you think there are letters elsewhere, maybe that's what you should say. This one has nothing to do with the expertise which has been your refrain throughout.
I think, Chair, what I'm trying to say, there's certain processes regarding subcontracting and also working with certain institutions on matters. I just grappling to understand how those agreements work. Hence, I'm saying from my point of view, indeed, something doesn't look right, but I don't want to speak for the finance department because they will be a technical expert and understanding how maybe these things are done, Chair.
Technical experts who will say there were letters of accreditation directed to Buena Vista training. This is a simple factual issue. I do not see this expertise that you keep referring to, at least not on this instance or not in this regard.
Chair, maybe we're not understanding each other. I'm saying...
I understand you perfectly. I understand what you are saying, but I do not understand what you mean by it. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm saying, Chair, there are ways finance will do things about partnership, about memorandum of understanding to ensure that there's compliance. I don't want to speak for them, for that department, but I'm saying from where I'm sitting, I'm not from finance, things doesn't look good. I agree with you, but I'm saying my position, I wouldn't say, I might say it doesn't look good as Linda, but they can come and say the reason these things happened, it was because of this and have an explanation.
I will not take it any further, but I just do not understand because this is about is there or isn't there a letter. It's a simple fact, nothing about expertise, but as I say, I will leave it there.
One of the other requirements of the bid was letters of reference. There was a letter of reference at page 317. It came from the city of Johannesburg, but it was a reference in support not of Buena Vista, but of CTC College.
Yes, I see that.
So that tells us nothing about Buena Vista.
Yes.
Then at 328, we see a reference which is in favor of Buena Vista, but it comes from CTC College. And the ubiquitous MJ Madzibadela. So at 318, we see there is a letter purporting to be a reference in favor of Buena Vista in recognition of their exceptional performance in successfully delivering the training, recognition of prior learning assessment and moderation for National Certificate in Occupational Health, Safety and Environment, NQF Level 2 program for 80 learners. Buena Vista has consistently demonstrated their dedication to providing a comprehensive and high-quality education. The training program developed and executed by BVLA has effectively covered all the necessary components of the national certificate. On and on it goes. But it comes from Mr. Madzibadela, who is their ostensible partner in this project. Then there's another one, also a reference letter for Buena Vista. That's on page 319, coming from a company called Symbol Consulting. And would you believe it? It's also signed by Mr. Madzibadela. Page 319.
Yes, I can see that. Sure.
And just to complete the picture in relation to Mr. Madzibadela, he also pops up in the bid at page 357, where he is, and I think we've actually been there already. Yes, this is the third accreditation letter, which is for CTC, and which is addressed to him personally. So it seems to me that what's taking place here is definitely a fraud, and it may or may not involve Mr. Madzibadela. It may be done completely without his knowledge. All of these things may be being put up without his knowledge. Or he may be colluding in it, we just don't know. But what we do know is that Ms. Baloyi and Buena Vista Learning Academy have, in this application, perpetrated a fraud on the city and have taken almost 3.5 million rands out of the city as a result of that fraud. Would you agree with that?
From the deductions that are made, I agree with you, Chair. Thank you.
Before I leave this topic, let's look at the financials that were put up by Buena Vista. Page 395 is where we find the 2023 financials. And they purport to be certified by an accountant. I won't mention his name, but we are going to call him, because if he did certify these financials, he has something to answer for. If he didn't, then we need to know that his name has been used fraudulently. On the following page, page 396, there is a signature of Ms. Baloy as director. And what you'll notice about both of these pages is neither of the signatures is dated. One doesn't see a date on any of this, which I want to put to you ought to have been another red flag. One doesn't see financials that are signed without a date in the ordinary course of business.
I fully agree, Chair.
There is another fraud, which is that if one looks at page 403 of the financials, and bear in mind that these are financials for the year ending February 2023, we see there is a note in relation to directors' remuneration, which says that a salary of over R1 million was paid to the director Tsakani Baloy, or T. Baloy. But of course, in the year ending February 2023, Ms. Baloy was not a director of this company.
I agree, Chair.
So what we have is a bid that is full of transparent frauds, but none of them seem to have been picked up in your procurement process, in the city's procurement process. Do you have any way of explaining how this could have happened? It's not just one disqualifying feature that was missed, it's about 10.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, I'm not involved in the procurement processes. I've explained it, all those three committees, I don't sit. The line department, who's got a tender that is ongoing, doesn't sit there. Finance might need to explain. It's going to be very important, Chair, that I explain. I've never seen this lady in my life. The only time I saw her, it was on TV when this whole thing started. If she goes in a mall, I go in a mall, we'll probably pass each other. I don't know her. I've never seen her. If what happened here, the perception is she was done favors, it will have to be taken with finance. I'm not involved in these processes. Thank you, Chair.
You see, on the strength of a bid that should have been disqualified on any one of a number of obvious grounds, the city has paid 3.5 million. And it's paid it to a person who just happens to be the partner of Kat Matlala, who is driving around with blue lights that were obtained through the city. Does that not strike you as somewhat worrying on both fronts?
Chair, when I was speaking to my legal team yesterday, and we're going through the payments, this is one of the companies. At some point I said, they mustn't be utilized. Initially, when I took over, after I think Makosi left and I started being involved here before we could fill the position on training issues, I picked up that there was no rotation. Therefore, we couldn't guarantee equitable share of service providers. I called my team in that division and I said, this must be done correctly. I further called the head of EPMO to come and assist in terms of coming with the system to ensure that bidders are given equal opportunity. And there were about 2 or 3 bidders. I was not necessarily happy with their work. And if I recall, this was one of them. I said, when I saw that there was a payment that happened in, I think in November last year, I was a bit concerned because in my take, I said, let's stop utilizing this bidder. But because I would have been involved probably to sign the order, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't find those documents here. I can't explain why did we continue with this bidder, but there were 3 of them I was not happy with their work. And the certain demands that I understood that they might have wanted to do work specifically for EMPD. And I put a red flag on that. And I will still take full accountability that continued to be utilized despite the fact that I said I'm not happy with them. There were 2 or 3 of them I said I'm not happy. And I really want to emphasize, I've never seen this late in my life. But I did pick up that the work that they were doing, I was not 100% happy with, and some of the demands that were starting to be made. Thank you, Chair.
So can I ask a couple of issues flowing from your response? You seem to have had a range of concerns. The one is that the work was not satisfactory. Is that this company was not providing training of a sort that you've regarded as satisfactory?
In terms of the tender that we agree, what must happen on the tender, if I can recall some of the areas, you train, after training you give certificates. And sometimes how the certificates are done and how long they take to be done, it gives problems. So as I say, as much as I can't recall all the events, there were 3 of them I was not happy with how they do the work and how long it takes to get the certificates. I think it was in one of those reasons that I said, let's not use this particular company.
And this was one of those companies?
Yes, Chair. Hence I'm saying I got shocked when I saw that there was, again, I'm not sure that the payments that happened towards the end of the year, because we don't always pay immediately after the work has been done. If it was after I've stopped or it happened before I said they must stop being utilized, that I couldn't answer to, Chair. Thank you.
And when would you have raised your concerns and asked for this company and 2 others not to be paid any further?
I think it would have been, let me check, I don't have specific dates. I don't have specific dates. But it was during the time I started looking at the allocation of work and the equitable share, and then also the performance, because one of the systems I've put in place was we must report to finance of the work that is done quarterly. So I can't recall which quarter and when did I do that red flag, but I did pick up as one of the red flags and the companies I wasn't happy with. Thank you, Chair.
I mean, can you give us any specificity? Are we talking about 2024, 2025? When would this have been?
If I can just get the page of the invoices. I think it would have been towards end of 2024 or early 2025, Chair. I think, yeah, towards end. It would have been maybe, let's say, around that April 2025, maybe.
There's another issue with this payment schedule that, well, before we get to the payment schedule, can I ask you, you said that there was an allocation issue that concerned you. Do I understand you correctly, meaning that there was, as it were, a panel of service providers who'd been appointed? There were more than one successful bidders on that bid, and this service provider was getting more than their fair share. Is that what the concern was?
It might not be this one in particular would have got more share. There would have been more others that would have got more than she would have. So when I was talking about equitable share, I wasn't specifically focusing on this particular one. I was just talking in general for the whole panel that has been appointed.
So that was one of the issues you were addressing. You were addressing two issues. You were addressing allocation and you were addressing quality of work. And you recall that this provider was flagged for one or both of those issues.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Who did you raise these issues with? And where would there be a documentary record of it?
The documents, it will be the allocation schedule. And I raised it with, as I say, head of EPMO. And the lady was assisting after Makosi left. But in terms of records, what records you can get in the city is the allocation schedule. Thank you, Chair.
But if you raised it with someone, there should be a documentary record of that. I mean, presumably it would be written down somewhere in an email or in a memorandum. Where would we go to find that?
The allocation schedule, you should find it in HR or you should find it in finance. As I say, if I recall, we also submit quarterly reports. So between, I wouldn't know the name specifically in finance, but in HR, from the training team, I think the acting HOD will be able to assist where the team can collate the documents and make them available.
But that's the allocation schedule, but I understand that, or maybe I'm misunderstanding your evidence. Did you issue any instruction to someone saying, don't allocate work to this service provider, either they've got too much already or they're not giving us certificates? Will we find an email or a memorandum to that effect?
I'm not 100% sure if there will be an email, Chair. When my team raised the issue, their concerns, and I follow up those concerns, I then made that decision there and there that don't allocate this person work. Sometimes when they do bring the allocation schedule, I do make comments, but I can't recall. Hence I'm saying I think in the allocation schedule, you should get some of the answers you're looking for.
But I'm still trying to understand the process here. There must be written records of decisions of this nature. Where will we find them?
Hence I'm saying on the allocation schedule, it should give a direction. Rather than that, I doubt you'll have any other information. But I can check the emails. I will ask the city, or they can assist you because I think they do have access to my emails to check if there would be any discussions of that nature.
Who produced the allocation schedules?
It's the divisions, talent, HR strategic and talent division. There's two ladies. There's a gentleman and the lady. There's Zama and the gentleman, I think is called Ngozi, I forgot his name. They will be the ones that will bring the schedules.
Mr. Shaskalson is asking for proof of you having queried the allocations, and you referred to the allocation schedules, which you say were produced by other people, not by you.
Yes.
So he wants to understand how you referred to that if it was not your document.
As I say, Chair, I would normally make comments. I'm hoping that those comments can be found. And another way, it will be seeing the pattern. There should have been a change from beginning of when we started allocating and how the tender started going. You know, I can't recall all the events now, but sometimes, for instance, I wouldn't sign a document. I'll just return it and say I'm not happy. So that's why it becomes difficult to get all the evidence.
Thank
but
you.
I'm sure the lady is very helpful. Uzama can be able to assist.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Just to clarify, I had understood your evidence earlier to be that when purchase orders were brought to you, you refused to sign them. So you are surprised that subsequent to that, there were payments made to this company. Did I understand that part correctly?
I said, Chair, I was shocked that there was a continuity up to towards end of 2025. And I said, I take full accountability. That's what I said to the legal team. I should have picked it up. So, so I'm taking full accountability. But surely, I know for sure that I was not happy with their work.
But what did you say something about purchase orders and the fact that you had to sign them and you refused to sign them?
No, I said, Chair, I made a note and maybe an instruction that says, let's stop utilizing this company because of the challenges they brought to me.
And
however,
sorry to interrupt you, where would we find that, where you made a note that we should not use this company anymore?
I said we might not have that. The only thing that can assist is the schedule, because sometimes I do make comments. I'm hoping that we can able to find that. Number two, you will see in the schedule that I don't think it's the worst company, it's the best company we paid, the highest. It's probably the lowest of the lowest. That you'll able to see that panel can guarantee you. So to me, what lacked in this evidence was that schedule. Or looking at all other companies, instead of focusing on this one, it will tell you how their funding was allocated. If that can be found, it will really assist this commission. Thank you.
Ms. Prashika, just to understand about the purchase orders, were you responsible or were you in the chain of signing purchase orders?
I would have been a chain, Chair. As I say that it's, the work will start at that division and then ultimately come to me. Even that evidence will be important because I would like to know, was I signing everything? If I did not, maybe might find out I didn't even sign the last ones, So I would really like us to find that information.
Would any payments be approved if they did not have if the purchase order, there was no purchase order with your signature on it?
It might be if the signing document, the purchase order doesn't need my signature. But if it needs my signature, it can't be paid. So hence I'm saying I'm not 100% sure if I was signing after I said they must stop or I did not. I would like to see those documents for me to comment.
Yeah, I'm not asking a question about before or after. I'm trying to understand how the system works. This is a service for your department. You're the HOD. You said something about purchase orders and you signing, and I'm trying to clarify that evidence that in the normal course, do you as HOD, if things are done regularly and properly, do you as HOD sign purchase orders?
Yes.
Okay. And would they be paid in the normal course? If in the normal course you sign purchase orders, would they be paid without your signature?
In fact, the payment, it doesn't happen after purchase order, Chairperson, through you, Chair. It happens after the invoice has been signed off by the department and my team and say that the work has been done.
Yes.
Then, under normal circumstances, I must sign that invoice before finance pays.
Yes.
Yes.
So unless there was any irregularity, as in removing your name as one of the signatories or someone forging your signature or representing that they are you, payment would not be made unless you have also signed off.
Yes, it should be like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I propose to move to a different topic at this stage unless there are further questions from the Commission on the issue of this tender.
Just ask, I'm not sure how that I understood. No, I know I didn't understand what your answer is if you gave it. Mr. Chaskalson asked you about your role and involvement with this procurement process? And somewhere in your answer, you said, I would have made a presentation to the bid specification committee. Correct me, you will correct me if I misheard you, or you were just speaking generally, that's one. Keep note that. And then the second one was you were explaining who sits in the BAC, the Bid Adjudication Committee. You said the CFO, and then you said HOD. According to my note, you said CFO, HOD, and other HODs. Can you just explain that? So clarify first whether I heard you properly to say you would have made a presentation, and then the second is who in fact are the other HODs? When you say HODs, how do they get selected?
Thank you, Chair. I said at the beginning, Chair, my role on the bid specification process, I commented on a document that is crafted by Makosi. And I said they've been doing these kind of documents for years now. My only concern was that it doesn't have formal qualifications like a degree or honors and postgrad. If I'm not mistaken, let me correct myself, they might have a few diplomas and certificates, but a degree, and majority of our adverts, and they want a degree. That was my comment. Going to the bid specification committee, I need to be understood. There's about 20-something HODs. So the city manager will appoint committees, bid specification committee, bid evaluation committee, and bid education committee. And those committees comprises of HODs and divisional heads. Then on the BAC committee, it will comprise of, you correct, I did say, I think the chairperson is the group CFO, and then he will sit with other HODs from the city. And my understanding, once a document, a tender has been adjudicated, it then goes to the city manager for the final signature. But the adjudicating committee would have made a recommendation. So that is my understanding of how these processes go.
I think what I wanted to understand is the other HODs. When you say HODs, who sits there? Does the client department, such as you, for example, in this contract that we're talking about, or in this bid we're talking about, so you are the client, you're procuring the service. Do you get as HOD to sit in the BAC?
No.
Is there a rule that says you don't sit, or it just happens that way, that you were not selected to come and sit on this one?
I was not part of any of these committees. The city manager used her discretion to appoint these 3 committees, and I don't serve in any of the 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a small matter of clarity. When you commented about the sort of qualifications that you thought should have been specified, or rather, which Ms. Baloyi did not have, according to you, in what capacity did you comment?
I commented as endorsing the bid specification document from the division, my division, one of the divisions I'm responsible for, when they come with the criteria. So I've said, you always using these similar qualifications. I'm aspiring that we move beyond just having diplomas or unit standards. Can we include degrees and others? That's all my comment was.
At what stage of the process was this?
It would have been before they go to bid specification.
So during once bids were in, you never participated at any stage?
As I said, I don't know if it's a rule, but my observation for all years I've been in the city, if it's your department that is tendering, I haven't seen an HOD who go and present an item in any of those 3 structures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I said I wanted to leave this topic, but just flowing from those questions, it does occur to me that there's something else I need clarity on. At what stage before the bid, or how long does it take before the bid goes out for public invitation for the bid to be finalized for the bid specifications to be finalized at bid specification committee? In fact, if you can take me through the process from the very beginning, because presumably this process is triggered by a decision in your department, we need to procure these services. Then there's a process of finalizing specifications. Then the specifications are adopted by the bid specification committee. Then there's an invitation that's put out publicly. Then the bid then tenders get submitted and go through the BEC and the BAC. I'm interested in understanding the length of the process before the invitation. So at what point in relation to this tender would a decision have been taken, we need to ask for new service providers for training?
Without specifying through you, Chair, understanding how National Treasury craft the circulars, but the ideal situation, it must be 6 months before the current running tender expires. So it would, it normally should start, if it's going to end in June, June the following year, it should start about January.
And there was a running tender in place in this case that was going to expire. Was there a training tender in place?
Yes, there would have been a tender in place.
No, not there would have been. I mean, you were head of department. Was there or wasn't there?
There was.
There was. So 6 months before the expiry of that tender, there would have been a decision taken, let's get ready for the next tender. And do you know when that tender expired? Because the closing date for this bid was the 24th of July. So you wouldn't have, I would imagine you would have wanted to leave some time for the bid to be awarded rather than having a period where your old tender expired, your new one hadn't been awarded, and you then had to extend or find some other solution.
And what's your question?
So when would the old tender have expired?
It would have been, normally it expires end of June. So it would have been end of June 2023 or 2024. Our financial year ends in June. So it would have been June between those two, 2023 or 2024.
But the closing date for this tender was 24 July. So the bids had to come in on the 24th of July.
Which year?
2023. Okay. But if the bids are in on the 23rd of the 24th of July 2023, it certainly couldn't have been that the old tenders were expiring in June 2023 unless there was mismanagement of the process. Do you accept that?
It happens sometimes, and the reason being, hence even a National Treasury standard says start 6 months before, but sometimes you'll find out between the department and the bid specification committee, there's left and right, and eventually they find each other, then endorsed, then gets advertised. Then after being advertised, it goes to evaluation processes. Even there, sometimes there will be back and forth, and the aim is to identify these irregularities we identified here today. And in those instances, it doesn't always happen. There might be an extension of the previous tender.
So you can't tell us exactly when the old tender would have expired, but you think it is likely that it would have expired either in June 2023 or in June 2024. Thank you. That clarifies that for me. The next topic that I want to move to is very briefly just to deal with two issues relating to Mr. Spies, and I don't want to spend too much time, but the first relates to your allegation yesterday that what Mr. Spies did in respect of the, I think it was the Sintel tender, was misconduct, and you slightly backed off from the allegation that this was fraud. But were you aware yesterday that Mr. Spies's challenge to his suspension in that regard has gone to arbitration, and an arbitration award has been made in favor of Mr. Spies against the city? Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware. In fact, I was shocked when I saw it, because when it was supposed to have happened, the next appearance date, I think it was a month ago, we had an understanding with the city's lawyers that they will allow me to appear here at Madlanga Commission, and then thereafter I will go and present my case there. So I wasn't aware. I only saw it when you sent to the legal team I work with. Thank you.
Because there are certain features of this arbitration award I want quickly to run through with you, because it's not just an award in favor of Mr. Spies, it is a truly emphatic award in favor of Mr. Spies. On page 421 of the bundle,
Mr. Chaskasin, we put away the tender documents file.
Yes, although I think it's probably going to be in the same file. It's page 421 of the same file.
Oh, yes.
The award.
418 of file 2 of 2.
It should have been filed at the back of your.
Yes.
Is it? It is.
Yeah, in the supplementary.
Sorry, yes. So at page 421, on 5 February 2025, the applicant was served with a letter of intention to suspend dated 4 February, which was signed by Linda Asheka and Maripe Machokocha. The applicant stated that he had handed in his uniform, equipment, etc. on 6 and 7 January because he was leaving the city already. Is that correct?
I don't know. Apologies, I wouldn't know. You would hand over to, if it's in case that's how they work, you don't work your notice, then you would have handed over to EMPD. Apologies,
Well,
I don't have
but
notice.
isn't that something that you ought to have investigated before you decided to issue a notice of suspension? Because if he, in fact, had already handed in his uniform and equipment and was not working off his notice because he had accrued leave or whatever, then what on earth was the point of a suspension?
It's something that I'll learn from it, and it will need to be investigated and ensure it doesn't happen going forward. In terms of Basic Conditions of Employment Act, when you serve your notice, you don't take leave. So if it happened in that department, they will need to correct it.
But if he had handed, I mean, surely this is something you ought to have investigated before you decided to suspend someone. You suspended someone who, at least on the factual finding in this arbitration, wasn't going to be at work for any period of the suspension anyway.
As I said, Chair, I wouldn't think that the department won't comply with Basic Conditions of Employment Act. In your last working months, or your last working month specifically, you don't take leave. So I wouldn't proactively think that, let me investigate that an employee who's serving a notice is not at work, because it's not supposed to be like that. But now that we learn from here, in the future, is something that a person would look at. Thank you, Chair.
But isn't it something that you should have investigated? I mean, one of the reasons this suspension was set aside is that you didn't afford Mr. Spies any hearing whatsoever before deciding to suspend him. Isn't this an illustration of what purpose a hearing might have served? If you'd heard him, he'd have said, well, look, I'm not going to be here anyway, so why suspend me?
As I said, Chair, I expected that if you're serving a notice, you should be at work. Now that we know that he was not at work, it's something that I would look in the future.
That wasn't my question. My question was, if you had given him a hearing, this would have come out and you would have understood that a suspension would have served no purpose, but you didn't give him a hearing.
What happens, you get a notice of the intention to suspend, you respond to that, and then the suspension happens. And after that suspension happened, there was an investigation report that was done. So the process was followed. I'm not 100% sure when you say we must have given him a hearing. Maybe I'm missing you, Chair. Through you, Chair.
Well, let me leave that one. Can I take you to...
Can I just ask, the process that we have come to know works at EMPD is you first give an intention, a notice of intention to suspend. That's what Mr. Cheskasen is discussing with you, that there's an intention to suspend before you say, I have suspended you now. And that hearing is they respond to your intention to suspend and say why they should not be suspended. That did not happen here. In fact, what Commissioner Spies said is the same time as he got his intention to suspend, he actually was told you are suspended. And
Chair,
you are responsible for that process.
Chair, I would have to go through the document thoroughly. I think we're speaking the same thing, that my understanding of the process is it will be a notice to suspend, you reply, and then we suspend. If there was an irregularity on that, I will need to investigate. It shouldn't have happened that way. And as I say, I have not had enough time to thoroughly go through these documents and get the award. Maybe after lunch, can I respond to that? But ideally, the process is we suspend. Where we normally differ, it's when we say, while you are being served, then bring the documents. But normally you respond, after responding, then the determination is made.
When we come back from lunch, I would like you to provide an explanation of what happened here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's another significant finding here. If we go to paragraph 12 on page 423, where the arbitrator appears to have had regard to the recommendation of the Bid Adjudication Committee and the decision of Dr. Muanazi, because he refers to documents. The Sintel contract was extended from 1 July 2024 after the contract was re-evaluated by the Bid Evaluation Committee. The applicant referred to the minutes of the Bid Adjudication Committee dated 28 June 2024, Vide A134 forward, and he pointed out he wasn't present at the meeting. The Bid Adjudication Committee inter alia recommended to the city manager on 28 June that the appointment of Sintel be extended to 31 December 2024, and he cites page 170. On 30 June 2024, the city manager, Muanazi, approved the extension of the Sintel contract until 31 December 2024, A171. What is your comment to that? Have you ever seen the Bid Adjudication Committee recommendation and the decision of Dr. Muanazi?
Thank you, Chair. I've seen them, but I will just need to check again in terms of the dates where there was a discrepancy. After, in the documents and the minutes, if I recall properly that I read, it said it was approved for 90 days. But then, after the 90 days expired, it continues beyond the 90 days. I will just try and find that document. But the issue was the discrepancy in terms of the additional 3 months.
We have an arbitrator saying that there is a recommendation that is approved that says the appointment of Sintel Pty Limited ... be extended to 31 December 2024. Are you saying there's no such recommendation?
I will have to check, Chair. All I know is if there was a 6 months extension, then there was an additional 3 months that was not approved. The issue that was at concern was the additional 3 months beyond what has been approved by Dr. Mashaz.
But look at what the arbitrator finds. On 30 June 2024, the city manager approved the extension of the Sintel contract until 31 December 2024. There's a reference to a page. Can I take you to another document that actually reinforces this? It's page 256 of your annexure bundle, not the evidence bundle, so it will be file 2 of 6. Two five six. This is a letter from Sintel to the city. There are 2 paragraphs I would emphasize. The first is paragraph 2. As you are aware, the extension letter was ambiguous regarding the term of the extension. Upon verbal confirmation between Ms. Agnes van Rooyen and Mr. Johnny van der Merwe, it was confirmed that the extension is for a minimum of 3 months up to 30 September and a maximum of 6 months up to 31 December. That's the letter that's given to the supplier. And then, paragraph 3, over the past 3 months, we received various informal communications, since neither WhatsApp or email communication constitutes an official notice to terminate the contract, from Colonel van Rooyen and DCOP Spies that the contract terminated in September. So here is the supplier saying, Chief Spies has told us that the contract terminates in September, but in fact, the letter of appointment says it runs to December. And you are taking disciplinary action against Chief Spies for allowing a contract which an arbitrator finds runs to December to run beyond September when he has written to the supplier saying this contract terminates in September. Do you have a comment on that?
The issue, Chair, is exactly that there were verbal discussions that were taking place, and there were also understanding was the 30th of September. And putting somebody on suspension, Chair, it's not being punitive. It's for us to investigate the matter. So in this instance, we needed to ensure that River Spies and John van der Merwe are accounting for the confusion. The intention was not to punish anybody. So the disciplinary process started because we needed a clarity that there's verbal discussions versus what the contract might have ran. And decisions were made by EMPD, and our role as HR was to just assist them to ensure that there's clarity with this tender. Yes, I agree with you, the tender would have said up to 3 months and a maximum of 6 months, but the decision to ensure it's maximum of 6 months, it was the decision of EMPD. And we were assisting EMPD with the investigation.
But what this letter says is the opposite of that. It says that Mr. Spies has written to them, either on WhatsApp or email, saying this contract terminated in September. Did you do any process of investigating whether that had taken place and whether Mr. Spies was totally innocent of the alleged misconduct that it seems Mr. Muanazi and yourself wanted to lay at his door?
The reason for putting him on suspension was to conduct that investigation, exactly that, Chair. If maybe he did not leave the city, we could have even exonerated him. But we all know the intention of putting somebody on suspension is to ensure that you investigate further without the interference of that witness. And that's the approach and the support we're providing from HR.
But you knew he was already leaving the city. You knew already in January that he was leaving the city. He'd given notice of early retirement in January. And he was going to leave the city with effect from the end of February. So you, in the first week of February, knowing that he's going at the end of the month, put him on suspension. Can you explain why?
And if I may add to that, he's already at home because he's serving 1 month notice. So he's saying, my 1 month leave, which I'm owed, my notice period, I will serve it while I'm at home. So already he's not at work. What's the reason for suspending him when he's at home and not at work?
As I said, Chair, the suspension is to investigate. The issue that an employee is sitting at home and serving notice at home, it should not have happened. A notice you serve at home. And the issue of suspension, let's say he was at work serving a notice. It was for him to be away from the process, but I was not aware he was already at home from the side of the HR, because I would have stopped that and said he was supposed to be at home. And just because you're serving a notice, Chair, it doesn't mean you cannot be investigated.
Perhaps we should take the lunch adjournment at this stage.
Can I just make one last comment? If you look at paragraph 28 of this arbitration award, the arbitrator makes an extraordinarily far-reaching finding. He says, I am not satisfied that the respondent ever believed that there was a prima facie case of misconduct against the applicant, either regarding his alleged appointment of Sintel or regarding his extension of the Sintel contract. When an employer suspends an employee without having any reasonable basis to do so, it is axiomatic that the suspension of the employee constitutes unfair disciplinary action, short of dismissal. Essentially, you have an arbitrator finding that the city has acted in bad faith towards Mr. Spies. And that is in a process that you appear to have driven. What's your comment on that?
Chair, an arbitrator will always make its own judgment, and based on the evidence that is provided in front of that arbitrator. And awards that are made are always subject to review. And what is shocking in this matter is that it was concluded without my evidence, where I would have fully prepared and go and testify on this matter. So every arbitration is subject to review. I'm not in the city now. The city can decide that they want to review or they want to pay Mr. Spies. Really, my comment is that every award is subjected to a review. And without me participating in that arbitration process, I will not take accountability for. Those who went and embark on this process, they must take accountability. At least if they waited for me to prepare after coming here next week, I would have been there and I would have put my story and then the arbitrator make a final decision. At this point in time, all I can say, every arbitration award is subject to a review and is subject to the facts that were put in front of the arbitrator at that point in time. And Chair, I want to agree that I've seen that there's things that we could have done better. I want to agree on that. We could have done things better. And I've gone through that document. I didn't even browse, I just slid just through it. And I think if I can put my detail into it and go through it, and if I was given an opportunity, I don't know what the arbitration outcome would have been. Thank you, Chair.
What I do want to say is that in your statement, you accused Mr. Spies in this regard of fraud. Now, do you want to withdraw that allegation at this point? Do you want to apologize to Mr. Spies?
Chair, I already spoke yesterday about issues of fraud. And I think Commissioner Baloyi, we discussed that thoroughly. And I said...
it was in a different context.
I was about to say...
It was about the pension payout.
Yes.
You're being asked about these charges, this charge of disciplinary.
I need to respond to that.
Yes.
The issue, Chair, we discussed about fraud yesterday and was asked to withdraw. It was exactly the issue of pension fund. And the issue of the extension of the contract is something else. And what I'm saying, I don't know if my statement, I spoke about fraud when it comes to the Sintel issue, or I was referring to the process that we embarked upon in terms of the allegations that were brought to the fore. If they are, I will go through my statement and I will come and give another answer if there is need to have another answer after lunch. But I don't recall talking about fraud issues on this particular matter.
Let me help you. Paragraph 104 of your statement. He was suspended for the fraud and related matters of the extension of the service provider contract. Page 35, paragraph 104.
Yes, hence I've said that the issues of fraud, I'll come and clarify after lunch, the issues of fraud that we embarked upon, it was in relation to how the retirement was embarked upon.
No. You say he was suspended for the fraud-related matters of the extension of the service provider contract. You say that in paragraph 104 of your statement.
Okay.
Do you want to look at paragraph...
104, page 35.
That does not require consideration and a response after lunch. It's your statement, so please have a look.
Come again, Chair?
I'm saying that does not require that you consider it during lunch and come and respond after lunch. It's your own statement, so please have a look at that paragraph and respond.
Okay, I'm looking for it.
And respond to the question.
Okay, in terms of the disciplinary action, paragraph 62, review of disciplinary proceedings emanating from an unauthorized extension of a service provider's contract beyond the BAC, Bid Adjudication Committee, agreed 3 months. Review of informed the Commission that he has retired and he still...
Page 35 of your statement, paragraph 104, in line 5.
Okay, maybe I'm reading. Okay. On the supplementary, maybe I'm reading
Yes,
the wrong
sorry,
one.
are you in the original, in the supplementary?
Oh, okay. Okay, 104 says it is important to elaborate and make the commission to comprehend that Riverspice was not dismissed. He took early retirement in order to go and work in the city of Tshwane. He therefore did not leave the city as a result of a new staff establishment, but rather because he found a job at the city of Tshwane. While he was serving a notice, it was discovered that the city in the city of Ekurhuleni, he was suspended for fraud-related matters of the extension of the service provider contract, and the evidence is labeled in the file. Chair, I would like to say that I see the discrepancy. In my original statement, when I was talking about the fraud issues.
See the light of today, indeed. Joburg Roads and Joburg drivers nearly ensured that you and I didn't uphold our 1 o'clock appointment. So feeling a sense of gratitude to be with you this afternoon. Hope you are having a great day as we wrap up the week that was wrapping up my birthday month. Technically, it's the last business day of February, which means that the month is almost over. And you know, once my birthday hits, which was yesterday, then the month is technically over. It's over and done with. We've got a short but jam-packed show for you as per usual. If you're wondering whether or not we are going to commence with our 1 hour programming, we on this side are wondering the same as well, because that witness is still very much on the stand. Ulinda Xasheka is still very much on the stand at the Madlanga Commission, still going through some of that cross questioning. So we'll play it by ear as to whether or not they're going to take a break. If history is anything to go by, they probably will break within the next 5-10 minutes for lunch, and then you and I will come back and commence for that period, and the usual will then take over the likes of Usbatle Mota, and we'll let you know what else is on the agenda for today. So let's go back to Madlanga, and then probably we'll be chatting again in less than 15.
You are listening to the Madlanga Commission live on SAfm.
I'm responding to that, Chair, that it was an issue of an extension of a contract between 3 months and 6 months.
Mrs. Xasheka, it's
Yes,
a simple point. Are you withdrawing the reference to fraud even in respect of the original statement, yes or no?
I did withdraw it, Chair.
No, we're
withdrawing
talking
it.
about the original statement now.
I'm withdrawing it. Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Can we resume after lunch at this point?
Let us adjourn and resume at 2:10.
My words hit the ground before they decided that they're going to take a break. I think that's the one thing we appreciate about Madlanga is their predictability. Even when they're not following their usual prescribed schedule, they do have Schedule B and Schedule C that we kind of lean on so that we can anticipate when they break. They've just gone on that break and they'll be back again in an hour. So it means that you and I get some time to indulge other content. And you know that we will catch up with Usbatle Mota, who's inside the Madlanga Commission, find out what we've missed so far this morning for day 69. And then we'll come back and we'll also touch base with Banda, who is a musician, and he's unveiling a virtual album, Iskati, the virtual album. We'll find out more about that. Apparently, it's a cinematic extension of the acclaimed Zenza album. Also in the agenda today, we'll have a little bit of a food conversation and looking at the African Culinary Cup to South Africa's homecoming. So we'll find out more what that is all about. That's coming up in just a matter of a few moments. Let's take a quick break and then we'll be back with Sibashle Mota.
As the nation seeks answers, SAfm brings you live, uninterrupted coverage of Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Muanazi. You can also stay up to date with the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into criminality, political interference, and corruption in the criminal justice system. Stay informed, stay connected. Tune in live on SAfm. 104 to 107 and follow the coverage across our digital platforms live on Facebook, X and YouTube at SAfmRadio. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
One of my young producers in the studio has got salty crackers, and she just reminded me of that old school ad. Payday salty cracker, middle of the month salty cracker. You wouldn't know that ad. It was iconic. You can YouTube it. So it got me thinking about what am I going to eat, because it's payday salty cracker. Never mind me and my palate for now. Let's focus on all things Madlanga Commission. It's day 69 at the Madlanga, and of course we've seen the city of Ekurhuleni suspended human rights resource head Ulinda Xesheka has been back today for day 2 and essentially kicking off her cross-examination today. How are you doing, Spahle?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time. We appreciate it. For anybody who missed the context around Linda Xesheka, who is the human resources head for Ekurhuleni, I know we gave some background yesterday, but just by way of a recap today, give us a brief context around who this character is.
So Linda Xesheka is the suspended HR head from the city of Ekurhuleni, and she's one of the people, various witnesses within the city of Ekurhuleni, who have accused her of, trying to protect Julius Muanazi from facing any disciplinary hearing regarding the blue light saga, where we know that blue lights were fitted in the vehicles of Vosmuzi Madlala, and this was under the impression that these vehicles would be donated to the city, but the handing over did not happen. So that's basically who she is, and she's before the commission just responding to various allegations that the witnesses who've presented themselves have made against her.
So far, she's denied any kind of wrongdoing, right? And it almost seems as though she says that whatever she may or may have done, she's done so under duress and under the fear for her life.
No, definitely, because, one of the charges that even the city of Ekurhuleni has brought against her is the fact that, she delayed in serving Julius Muanazi with the charge sheet regarding the iPad and Blue Light Saga matter. And she says that she had nothing to do with that, as this was Xolani Muza's fault in a way, to say that Xolani Muza was the one who was meant to serve Julius Muanazi with the charge sheets, but Muza and the city of Ekurhuleni lawyer were not tagging him or even, emailing him this charge sheet. So it was really not her, responsibility to do that. And she was even questioned about some of the Metro police officials who, under Julius Muanazi, had refused to undergo any sort of security vetting. And she says that, that's not the HR department's sort of responsibility, because the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department has that capacity. And if you remember, the vetting that Spies as well as Jabulani Mabie has suggested is that it should be done by the State Security Agency. But we are now seeing some form of correspondence between her, Julius Muanazi, Jabulani Mabie, and Rivo Spies, where Julius Muanazi had actually suggested that this entire, criminal record check should start afresh, and the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department would take care of it. So, a lot of the times she's like distancing herself from any of the matters that may, sort of include her expertise or require her expertise in the city of Ekurhuleni.
The other matter that was on the table was that of the the undue 600,000 increase, which apparently was a reward for their ability to shield Julius Muanazi from any kind of disciplinary action.
No, definitely. And if you remember, even with Advocate Kemi Bihari, when he had presented his side of the story, because he, like Pashega, were the people who had allegedly gotten this sort of increase, as a reward for shielding Julius Muanazi. And what they've basically justified is that, it was in line with their sort of salary increases. I mean, I remember even Kemi Bihari, Advocate Kemi Bihari, who's the suspended legal head at Ekurhuleni, saying that he had taken on so much more work. I think it was enough for 3 people. So they seemingly are justifying this salary increase, and they've denied, obviously, that it had to do with anything that is Julius Muanazi related.
Well, listen, I think we'll wait to see what else unfolds after the lunch break from the commission. And that's how we're going to wrap this week, right? Do we know what is potentially on the lineup for the next week?
No, not as yet. We haven't heard any word about who's to come next week. But as you know, we'll probably know on a Sunday night if the commission actually tells us. But we are definitely continuing on Monday, because she had asked for a postponement earlier, and the evidence leader, Advocate Matthew Shackleton, making it clear that there is another witness that is set to present themselves before the Madlanga Commission on Monday.
Well, Spahle, thank you so much for that roundup. That was Spahle Mota, SABC News reporter, coming to us live from Madlanga Commission's Day 69 out in Pretoria. It's just gone 20 past 1 o'clock. A quick pause from our end, and then we'll come back. We'll catch up with musician Banda Banda.
The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Is the issue and the use of AI being regulated or not? And the first thing you see now, you have to just pause. Why can't all artificial intelligence that creates artificial narratives have a disclaimer up front?
Yes, we do have organizations like Africa Check, where you can just try and do fact check in terms of the information being disseminated.
Titi Pizzo, Commissioner at the Independent Electoral Commission.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM. Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
A lot of things in families, especially in black families in South Africa, in Southern Africa, because I remember that growing up in a Malawian background, and the song meant something more, and I always thought it was like a love song of some sort, but it is a love song, but with a lot of sadness. And Mama Kasibongile nje feels like something that is a hug to all of us. And I'm so honored to play with Black Moses Babungwenya, who's here today, who's the founding and the writer of the song. And I think this song can give you a hug. And I also want to communicate the childhood in me. Hence, I want to make it a love song that has a lot of laughter and a hug.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Mama kasibongile awuyeke ukuthi wasophuzile masuya ngiphodo. Mama kasibongile yazi kumnandi kanjani ukuzwa indlu kuhlekwa abantu bejabulile ungaliwa nje kuwe kuhlekwe endlini awuhleke nawe kumnandi yazi sithanda sami
It is a Friday, so we thought we'll sneak in a little bit of a musical item there. Mamaga Sibongile coming through, recorded live at High Seas Studio. And we're chatting to Banda Banda, who is a celebrated bassist, producer, and creative visionary, and founder of Banda Banda Agency. And he's unveiling the Iskati visual album. And Banda calls it a cinematic expansion of his acclaimed musical body of work. How are you doing this afternoon, Banda?
Hi, Bridget. I'm good. I'm very good and very honored to talk to you.
Thank you so much for the time. Okay, give me some background. I thought let's leave you to be the one who back announce Mamaga Sibongile, the single that we just heard now. Give us some background on it.
So, Mamaga Sibongile was produced and released 50 years ago, the original, by the great band called the Soul Brothers. So on this version, I did a rendition of it on the previous album called Zinza. And so on this one, the special part about it is that I actually feature the musician who wrote the music on it. So he's performing with me, Ubaba Moses Ngwenya, who is part of the founding two members of the Soul Brothers. So that's the song. So I'm just trying to make sure that we preserve our music and we don't forget these songs existed within our families, and now the youth can hear this music, and we remember who we are, who we come from.
Absolutely. There's something beautiful about, bringing what could have been forgotten in a yesteryear catalog and reworking it and bringing it back to a new audience, but also still sort of maintaining that its original integrity.
Definitely. I think for me, when I was talking to even the gentleman that Babu Ngwenya about coming on board and playing the song, he kept on asking me, what am I going to play? I'm like, play what you play. I'll play what I'm playing. So we'll make sure that both worlds meet each other. And I think we've done that very well. But one of the stories I've been hearing from people who are loving the music, they've been saying that, I played this song for my aunt, and she was telling me that, no, this song is old. I know the song, but it's done differently. And you find that now the family is talking about who did it best and how then this guy is able to bring in something and make it feel like it's his own and all of that. So I'm finding that it's bringing things and people together. So I think it's very important to preserve our music. As a country, we're very rich when it comes to that, and also music is not just for music's sake. It's also to preserve our stories as the people in our communities and how we engage within family structures and communities and also as a nation.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's a beautiful thing to see sort of young visionary Africans being about that life, right? And sort of also taking a page from they other contemporaries in different parts of the world where people have on a regular gone into those archives to bring them back into modernity. We heard Conversations, for instance, was it 2 years ago when Tracy Chapman, that new rendition was played at the Grammys, and suddenly it ignited an interest from a young generation to say, well, what's the song and who's the original artist? We didn't know this lady sang it. And you saw like hundreds of thousands of streams overnight.
Definitely. I think it's important to make sure that we reintroduce the catalog that already existed, but also to introduce where we've been and where we are now, you know, because there's a thing about us forgetting where we are now. You know, we always have to make sure that we're not just stuck on an era. Also, as a musician, also a visionary, I know that the future of Africa, or the world in totality, is changing, where the world is slowly becoming one thing through the internet and also now the AI and all of that. So now what will make us different is the essence more than just the location or geographic things. You know, the essence of where you come from is one thing that can sell it to the world.
Absolutely. Banda, let's pause it here for a second as we take the headline news, and we'll come back on the other side and unpack this latest body of work with Isikati.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, National Assembly Speaker Thoko Didiza is awaiting a report from the ad hoc committee on the circumstances leading to private investigator Paul O'Sullivan staging a walkout. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has heard how suspended Ekurhuleni Deputy Police Chief Julius Muanazi responded to an email to suspended Human Resources Head Linda Nxasheka, and Agriculture Minister Johnston Hazen has told the dairy farmers in Howick and KwaZulu-Natal that herds, feedlots and communal herds in areas that the foot and mouth disease has affected the most will be given priority for vaccination. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, we're hanging out with musician Banda today. He's a bassist, a producer, and a creative visionary. And we're unpacking his latest project, Isikati, which is a visual album. Talk to us about this album, Banda. Yet another thing that we've seen coming out from musicians worldwide is sort of the visual album. Beautiful concept, I think. But give us some context and some history around this one.
So I think one of the things that we forget is that people are visual most of the time. And as we know that one of the biggest platforms right now to see music is on YouTube. And we as a country, we haven't documented enough of what we are capable of doing on the visual side. It's always like albums, and the last time I think we actually had a strong presence on visuals is the era of DVDs. You know, when Ringo released a DVD, and then Lira was releasing a DVD, Tando had a DVD, you know, Zonke had something also, you know, there was an era of that. But now since it's digitized, I find that people don't get to really see the younger musicians. I know Mandis has been doing it very well, where a lot of his concerts are on YouTube. So doing it as an album is just an extension, because now when you do a studio album, so just to explain it to you, it's a long process where you keep on editing things and making them feel the way you want to make them feel. But when you say a visual album, it's more like a performance of the music live. So there's not much editing on it or overdubs or on anything like that. It's just you and your energy. People can, it's like people are getting to see you as if they are seeing you on a concert, but in a studio setup. So now it prepares them so that when they come to shows, they know what it feels and looks like, because they've seen you as it's more like a branding thing also, but also just introduce yourself as this. Because there's artists that do well in studio, but they can't really embody the music. And for me, as Banda, I think one of the things that is one of my strengths, I want people to see the embodiment of the music, not the performative side, just the embodiment, how it moves me first as an artist. So I think that's why artists are doing it like that.
Yeah. And I think maybe for our benefit, you may have even oversimplified the concept of a visual album, right? Because it also allows for an artist to sort of imagine and expand on the lyrical content, on the concept of the song, and literally artists can move it in whichever direction they want to, because it's another platform for you to tell the story of your music visually. And we've seen so many artists use visual albums really as their own standalone creative platform and expand the story beyond even just the simplicity of the lyric that was on the paper.
Definitely. I think even if you heard the last song, Mama Sibongile, I was talking about like how the song was written and what it means to me. Already there's the storytelling side of it. And also like how I want people to receive it. And it's so amazing to see that when we were starting to perform the song, I said I wanted to make sure the song is about laughter. And then I started making those elements of talking about laughing when there's a disagreement of some sort, like make things feel lighter. And then I remember when I did a screening yesterday in Hyde Park, when that part came, I was like, people were laughing because they felt like, oh wow, we can be free. And I could already see it in a family where maybe there's a squirrel here or there, and maybe the husband or the wife is playing it, and then when that part comes, and they come and say, hey, and it becomes a thing where it really unites people, and this is what music is supposed to be about.
Absolutely. So isikhathi is really transcendent of any genre. From what we've heard, just from this one offering, it seems like something that's exploring a multitude of genres and really just bringing together different vibes, different energies.
Yes. So people always talk about the genre conversation. I think the music, even on iTunes, it's called African music.
Yeah.
If I was to place it, I don't know what genre you call Salif Keita. I don't know what genre you call Jabu Khanyile. I think the idea of genres as the people of color, it's a bit difficult to name, because we just embody who we are. In this music, I can go to Senegal and play this music. They will know, like, this is our music. I can go anywhere in the world. So the genre part for me, it has become very, very difficult because it's got so many elements that are just communicating. But if you were to call it, it's totally African music.
Totally. Well,
totally African
for the purposes of Googling it, for wherever you find your music.
Yes, I think I had a conversation with my label people yesterday. They were saying, one of my label who was fighting that Banda said this is not jazz, and I'm telling people this is not what you call jazz. As someone who understands jazz has improvisation. This has more about singing and singing along, and it's part of if it was done by a European artist, this would be pop. But this is what we're supposed to call African pop.
I see.
Because it's popping. It's very popping. But because the way the system is set up, it's not set up for our music to be seen as that. So we find genres like world music, African music, others, contemporary, all these genres, that are like other genres, But for me, I would say this is African pop.
African pop. All right. Well,
Yes.
listen, it comes at a great time where I think, folks are hungry for something fresh but familiar at the same time. And hopefully it does what it's supposed to do. Tell me this, now that we've got the visual album, I'm presuming you also have plans to go out on the circuit and be performing live shows.
Definitely. I have a tour that starts next week, 6 and 7, I think. You see now, I do so much. 6, 7, and March, I'm doing Joburg Theatre. Next week, it's 2 nights. I'm doing Joburg Theatre, 6, 7. And then on the 27th of March, I'm going to Durban at the Playhouse. I'm doing a tour there on the 27th of March. One day, and then I go to Cape Town on the 15th of May.
All right.
At the Homecoming Theatre in Cape Town.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we definitely are looking forward to more conversations and seeing you out on the circuit. Banda, we'll leave it there for this afternoon. That was Banda, bassist, producer, and creative visionary. That album, Iskati, is out, and those tour dates, once again, 6th and 7th of March at the Joburg Theatre, which is literally just a few days away. It's next weekend, and then 27th of March at the Playhouse in Durban, and the 15th of May at the Homecoming Theatre in Cape Town. It is 20 to 1 o'clock. A quick pause, and then we'll come back on the other side and catch up with Kupele.
Chantal Stanfield here. Join me for a new drama with SABC2. And don't forget, Paradise starts 23rd February 2026, Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. Live in every beat. The pulse of SA.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the 4 bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I needed a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever 2 announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. You are listening to The Full Circle.
It's gone 22 at 2 o'clock, and the South African Chefs Association, SA Chefs, has unveiled an ambitious 2026 agenda headlined by the homecoming of the African Culinary Cup to South Africa for the first time in over a decade. And we're catching up with Kupele, who is the SA Chefs president. How are you doing, Ku?
Good afternoon, Bridget. I'm well, thank you, and yourself?
I'm great. Thank you so much for taking the time. Give us a bit of history there in as far as the African Culinary Cup.
Well, we're so proud that this cup's coming home, and hopefully it's going to stay home, and hopefully South Africa wins. But it's got so much of, what a legacy that has been set by the former president at the time, Chef Stephen Billingham, who had a vision of uniting the African associations, but by creating a very unique culinary competition that is unique to Africa, but it's also the platform where African countries can showcase, the talent and the skill that we have. So it was to create this professional, inspiring environment for the continent and to showcase our top culinary teams. And in 2014, together with South Africa, we had 3 other countries participating, being Egypt, Namibia, and Mauritius. And over the last decade or so, we're so proud of how this competition has grown in leaps and bounds. It's now inclusive of the Middle East. And it's been hosted in Mauritius, it's been hosted in Egypt, and the last one was actually hosted in Abu Dhabi. So we're so proud that it's coming back to South Africa after this time, and it's going to be hosted in Cape Town. And we've actually got 15 participating countries.
Oh, wow. That's incredible. I was about to say when you said that back in 2014, it comprised of Egypt, Mauritius, Namibia, and South Africa. In my mind, as a little bit of a traveler, and I've just my palate rolling back, and I would have thought, well, the only place I have not gone to is Egypt, and I've not tasted the culinary delights. But if I had to close my eyes and think of Mauritius and Namibia, there's lots of similarities there, lots of flavor profiles there that are found in South Africa and in SADC at large. But now with it being also 15 countries, that means that the area of exploration with taste and palate is so much more wider.
Absolutely. And, it's we're so proud and excited to have the West African countries like Ghana coming through, also Kenya, Zambia, Libya. And, and the theme for this year for the African Culinary Cup is showcasing roots and legacy. So, we want to now start seeing these proudly African cuisine coming to the table, coming to the forefront, and taking it to the global stage, because this is a proudly World Chefs endorsed competition, which means that we've got international chefs coming through to judge the competition. So it's a very high-profile competition, and this is what we need as a continent to showcase to the world and onto the global stage, and ultimately to the Culinary Olympics that takes place now in 2028.
Oh, wowza. I didn't even know there was a Culinary Olympics. Whilst we're still on the just the African Culinary Cup, what is the sort of, I guess, the measure of successful competition like this? What are we, because you can't rely on my taste. I'd be a bad judge. Everyone would be winning.
Well, this is why we've got these accredited World Chef judges coming through, and they're well traveled. They've obviously spent a lot of time in Africa. They've spent a lot of time knowing the ingredients that are found in Africa. So, to put it, in layman's terms, we really do have the experts that are judging, and it's going to be very fair. And also, all 15 countries that are participating have also been allowed to bring in a judge from their country to also participate in the judging process. Obviously, when their country is participating or the food has been presented to taste, that representing judge will not taste that country's cuisine, because to be fair and transparent and to have an open judging process.
So you say for the first time the mandatory ingredient list has been left open. What does that mean?
So, generally, we would send out a list, or the hosting country would send out a list to say these are the mandatory ingredients that you need to provide or you need to feature in your entry dishes. And this year, because the theme that we are, that we've created is roots and legacy, and showcasing that individual country's cuisine and ingredients, we've left it open. We've left it open for the countries to be comfortable, number one, to cook with ingredients that they're comfortable with, but also, taking their cuisine to the next level and elevating it, like I said, to a global stage that can compete with the top European and Asian countries eventually at global competitions.
Yeah. I love the exploration of our modern roots, right? Because I think a large part of the conversation, particularly when it comes to African cuisine, doesn't matter which countries you go to on the continent, a large part of the conversation has been about how African cuisines and African ingredients have not enjoyed the same kind of hero positioning as Western cuisine has. We almost tend to think about it as, the traditional foods for traditional occasions, like subpar, lesser than. And yet when you travel, you see Asians, for instance, cook and eat and present at a high standard, at a home standard, the food that they grew up in. Japanese present the food that they grew up in. Europeans likewise. But for some reason, African cuisines have always enjoyed sort of sitting in the shadows and as lesser than. And I think competitions like this help shape and reshape that narrative.
Absolutely, and that's been one of the biggest missions of SA Chefs over the last year or two. And also earlier last year, we proudly launched a book in partnership with the United Nations, showcasing indigenous ingredients. You know, very often we confuse heritage with indigenous, and not to take away from the popular heritage cuisines that are found in South Africa, and that's due to, you know, the Portuguese influence, the Cape Malay influence, the Indian influence, the Dutch influence, and, you know, and dishes like bobotie, the cook sister, the bunny chow, you know, proudly have a home in South Africa, but those are not our indigenous foods. And this is what we now want to create, is bringing our indigenous ingredients to the forefront. And, you know, something like sorghum, I mean, it's found in abundance here in South Africa. And when you mention sorghum, the first thing that comes to light is, you know, traditional African beer.
Yeah.
But there's so much more you can do with sorghum. And sorghum, you know, can be used in baking bread, in making salads. You know, instead of doing quinoa, which we, you know, everyone's now, it's become a trend, you know, let's do a quinoa salad or a quinoa side dish for a roast, you know, why not use sorghum as the quinoa, you know, replacement? And it's those little, you know, showcases of what we have right on our doorstep is what's going to now take us to that global stage where we can also be proud, like you mentioned, you know, the Europeans and the Asians. We can also be proud as Africans to say, this is what we eat and this is what we have done, adapting your cuisine with our ingredients.
Absolutely. Kupele, we'll leave it there for today. That was SA Chefs president. And of course, the competition is taking place between the 10th and the 12th of June out at the Cape Town International Convention Center. And that's the South African Associations bringing us that African Culinary Cup to South Africa, making a turn here for the first time in over a decade. 10-2. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll come back with our children's programming that should run us to the top of the hour news.
What's up? I'm Zayn Mears. Feel the vibe only on SABC2 and mark your calendars for Paradise starting 23rd of February 2026, Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. Live in every beat, the pulse of South Africa.
All right, before we get into a Kids Corner, just a quick reminder that our WhatsApp is open on 061-410-4107. Would love to hear from you. What's on your mind today, whether we are talking Madlanga Commission and recapping on this week, or we are talking budget speech and you've had some time to think about it. Do you really think that it's going to make any kind of difference at all in your household? Or anything else that you would like to share with us by way of your observations? Perhaps you in Joburg and the water crisis is causing havoc in your life and you want to use the time to ventilate and hoping that it will land in the right ears. You're more than welcome to send us those voice notes. We'll get to them on the other side of the news. 061-410-4107.
And welcome to Nali Bali. Have you ever talked to someone but they weren't listening? Listening is an important skill that helps us learn, understand, and show kindness to others. When we listen carefully, we can hear exciting stories, learn new things, and help our friends when they need us. Being a good listener means paying attention, not interrupting, and showing that we care about what others are saying. It makes conversations more fun and help us build strong relationships. Today's story is called CP's Big Jump, written by Joanne Bloch. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and dance!
6 little grasshoppers were learning how to jump. At first, they couldn't jump very far or high, but soon they were experts.
Jumping is so much fun!
Shouted the smallest grasshopper, Zippy. She whooped as she propelled herself into the air with her strong back legs.
Zippy may be small, but she can leap right into the sky,
said Zippy's grasshopper friend. Zippy had jumped very high, but she hadn't thought about where she would end up. When she landed, she found herself in a very strange place. A mother and a little child were strolling through the park where the grasshoppers lived. The mother carried a paper plate with a slice of chocolate cake on it, while the little girl held a shiny red balloon. Zippy landed right into the woman's hair, her tiny feet prickling and tickling the woman's head. Startled, the woman screamed. As she reached up to feel what had landed on her head, the slice of cake began to slide off the plate.
Oh, no, my cake!
Cried the little girl. She reached out to catch the cake, but lost her grip on the string of the balloon, which soared up into the sky.
Oh, no!
The little girl wailed as the balloon sailed away, forgetting about the cake. The cake slid off the plate and landed on the pathway in a messy lump. With the cake and balloon lost, the little girl's cries echoed loudly in the park.
My cake! My balloon!
Meanwhile, Zippy, frightened by the noise, hopped about on the woman's head. When she saw the balloon passing, she reached out with her sticky little feet, closed her eyes, and jumped. She landed on the side of the balloon and clung onto it tightly. Up, up, up went the balloon. Far below her, Zippy could see the girl and her mother. As Zippy watched, they seemed to get smaller and smaller until they were just 2 specks on a big green square of grass. For a while, Zippy floated just above the trees. She was almost enjoying herself, except for a little terrible thought.
Why am I so high up? Where am I going? Wait, how would I get home?
The sounds from the park grew fainter and fainter, leaving Zippy alone with her thoughts. Suddenly, she heard a new sound, a long, slow hiss right below her. The balloon began to descend slowly. The air was leaking out of it. Down, 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 faster and faster. Zippy had just enough time to see the branches and leaves rushing at her before she heard a loud, loud sound. A sharp twig had pierced the balloon and it had burst. Zippy was flying into the tree. Luckily, she managed to land on a small branch. But the danger wasn't over yet. As Zippy was catching her breath, she saw a huge bird fluttering towards her.
Oh no! Oh no, no, no! That monster's gonna gobble me up! I have to escape!
Thought Zippy. She took a deep breath and jumped for all she was worth. Zippy flew down. This time, though, she landed on top of a toy car that 2 children were playing with. It made a swishing noise as it sped along a smooth concrete path. As the car slowed down, one of the boys grabbed it. Then he noticed Zippy.
Hey, come look at this. Ooh, I'll take you home and keep you in a jar,
he said.
What? A jar?
Zippy gasped. She did not want to live in a jar, but before she could escape, the boy scooped her up and put her in his pocket. It was very dark in there, and Zippy couldn't work out how to escape. All she could do was wait. Soon, she heard a voice calling.
Sammy, it's time to go home.
A woman's voice shouted. She heard the boy saying goodbye to his friends and then felt herself rocking about as he started walking. But only a few steps later, he stopped again.
Oh, wait, Mom, wait. I want to pick some grass. I found a grasshopper and I want to keep him home in a jar.
Zippy heard him say,
Oh, okay. But hurry up,
said the woman's voice. Zippy felt the boy bending down. He started stuffing his hands full of grass into his pocket, causing it to bulge out with each handful. Soon, the pocket started gaping open, allowing light to filter in, and Zippy could see a way out. Quickly, she curled up the nearest blade of grass to the very top of the boy's pocket. Just as he reached for the last grass, she pushed off and leaped as far as she could. The boy was so busy with the grass that he didn't even see her go. Zippy jumped so many times that she grew tired. Then suddenly, she saw something that lifted her spirits. She was back home. Only a few more jumps, and there, her friends were playing, racing and laughing.
Hey guys, here's Zippy,
said one of them.
Oh my gosh, Zippy, where did you go?
Oh boy, I went everywhere,
said Zippy, and her friends gathered around her eagerly, ready to listen to the story of Zippy's big jump.
And so we come to the end of another Nali Bali story time. Today's story was called Zippy's Big Jump, written by Joanne Bloch. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nali Bali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nali Bali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities, available in newspapers. Nali Bali, it starts with a story.
On the top stories, ad hoc committee to submit a report on O'Sullivan working out and FMD vaccinations in full swing in KwaZulu-Natal. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good day. National Assembly Speaker Thoko Didiza is awaiting a report from the ad hoc committee on the circumstances leading to private investigator Paul O'Sullivan staging a walkout. O'Sullivan left before completing his testimony yesterday, saying he was rushing to catch a flight. Didiza says she will consider what action to take against O'Sullivan after receiving the report. The EFF has laid a criminal charge against O'Sullivan. Meanwhile, the committee's chairperson, Soviet Lechanyane, says they will write to O'Sullivan to request him to return to finish his testimony.
For us to justify a subpoena, we must prove that a reasonable action has been taken before we arrived at the decision to subpoena the witness. And the reasonable action we are going to take, honorable members, is the same laborious and tedious action of engaging with the witness, including writing to him to inform him that the committee wants him to appear before it on a particular day.
Evidence leader Advocate Norman Arendse also agrees that O'Sullivan must come back.
It's also in circumstances where his evidence has still not been concluded. So from the evidence leader's viewpoint, he needs to come back to conclude his evidence and then deal with the issue of his walkout.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has heard how suspended Ekurhuleni Deputy Police Chief Julius Muanazi responded to an email to suspended Human Resources head Linda Xasheka. It was a request to restart the process of checking criminal records. In the email, which was addressed to suspended Police Chief Jabulani Mapiyeye and former Deputy Police Chief Rivo Space, Muanazi says that the criminal record data is old and some people are on retirement. Testimony suggests Muanazi and his unit of officers refused to allow the state security agency to vet them. Xasheka says the issue of the criminal record was the responsibility of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department.
My response is exactly what I've said yesterday and today, Chair, that I've said in our meeting, it's their process, they've got capacity, they assist the city anyway. They must run with it. And we already provided guidance in terms of how it should be done and so forth. And all we need is a seamless process.
The Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, Gwede Mandashe, returned to Ekapa Minerals mine in Kimberley, Northern Cape this morning. He says the retrieval of the bodies of the 5 men trapped 890 meters underground will be achieved soon. Mandashe says dewatering of the shaft has been successfully achieved and teams have now entered the second phase of loading stones and mud and will soon get to the 5 miners. The Minister has also called on mine management to halt the liquidation process until the bodies of the trapped miners have been retrieved.
Management must meet both unions regularly. That is the first thing. On the rescue operation, at least they have pumped the water out. They are loading now, stones and mud. We're hoping that by this time tomorrow, we'll be expecting to reach the first body, if we can. It's an estimate. We must reach the first body. If we can reach the first body, the priority is to take those bodies out of underground.
Agriculture Minister John Steenhuisen has told dairy farmers in Howick and KwaZulu-Natal that herds, feedlots and communal herds in areas that the foot and mouth disease has affected the most will be given priority for vaccination. He says this will be done as soon as the country receives vaccines that will prevent infection of all 3 foot and mouth strains in South Africa. Steenhuisen says the country needs 28 million doses of foot and mouth disease vaccine this year to break the back of the outbreak countrywide. He's visiting the province's Midlands to monitor the rollout of mass vaccination. The former Chief Minister of the Indian capital, Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, has been acquitted of corruption charges, which he described as a political conspiracy by the governing BJP. The 57-year-old was arrested 2 years ago. The BBC's Arunajay Mukherjee has the details.
Speaking to the media after his acquittal, Arvind Kejriwal wept as he recounted his targeting by investigators 2 years ago. He accused Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the governing Bharatiya Janata Party of using federal agencies to carry out a political witch hunt. Mr. Kejriwal, who'd been a vocal critic of Mr. Modi, was arrested after facing allegations that his administration took bribes over the distribution of alcohol sales licenses.
Recapping the top story, National Assembly Speaker Thoko Didiza is awaiting a report from the ad hoc committee on the circumstances leading to private investigator Paul O'Sullivan staging a walkout. I'm Mondalambana for SAfm, 2:30.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm. Every day, Rand Water's underground pipelines run through servitudes across the country, carrying millions of litres of water to our communities. But when people build too close, it's called encroachment, and it's very dangerous. If a pipeline bursts, it can flood homes, destroy property, and in many cases, people lose their lives. That's why Rand Water marks its servitudes with blue and white beacons, a clear warning to stay clear and safe. When we protect Rand Water's servitudes, we protect our communities too. Rand Water, finding new ways.
This February, love lives on S3.
From searching for love to racing across the world, to stories that inspire, move, and thrill. Whether it's drama, adventure, talent, or truth, there's something to fall in love with every day. February on S3. Love what you watch. Only on S3. Open up. S3.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from $150, evening tickets from $350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick n Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows.
Get Spar Super Savings at every store, in every aisle, every day. Like 80-gram Cadbury chocolate slabs, excluding bubbly. Buy any two for 34, save 14 Rand. Or 2-liter Coca-Cola regular only. Buy two for 45, save 11 Rand. Now that's super savings. Price is valid from the 23rd of February till 8 March, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
In 2025, Liberty paid out 48 million Rand in education cover claims to 755 families, meaning...
So many kids still went to school?
Correct.
Even when the dog ate their homework?
Yep.
What if it rained so hard that even fish needed raincoats?
School's still on.
But why?
Because there's no negotiation when it comes to protecting your child's tomorrow, even if you become disabled or pass away. Get education cover today. Liberty, in it with you. Liberty Group Limited, a licensed life insurer and authorized FSP and part of the Standard Bank Group. T's and C's, risks and limitations apply.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change someone by night.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his own.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Saturday afternoons in Muanazi, where loyalty is tested every single week. Manchester United fans still believing. Liverpool fans reminding you about history. Chelsea fans saying trust the process. City fans pretending this is all normal. Arsenal fans still shouting out, we are winning it this year. Every year, mate. But that's love. Through the wins, the heartbreak, the long rebuilds. The English Premier League, where we suffer together, celebrate together, and never stop believing. EPL, Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. on S3. Open up.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Oh, just when we were looking forward to, having some conversation between you and I, because it's so rare these days due to Madlanga. So we thought we'd steal some time while they were still on their lunch break, enjoying their croissants and tea. And then it just so happens that they are now back because they are so prompt like that. So we're going to go back to Pretoria and commence with the Madlanga Commission that's back from their lunch break. And hopefully we're anticipating that it should run uninterrupted for the remainder of the hour. And so Ashraf should be here promptly at 3 o'clock to then give you that 3 o'clock check-in and take over with the National Pulse. From myself and my team, I guess it's safe to say this is where we wrap up our week, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a great weekend with your friends and family, and may you share and make lots of incredible memories. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
I want to move to a separate issue altogether, and that's the charges against then Brigadier Muanazi. And those charges are in the annexure bundle to your statement. That would be file 2 of 6. And it's annexure LLG 18 on page 90 of that file 2 of 6. Do you have them?
Yes.
Are you familiar with these charges?
Yes, I am.
And you'll agree with me that they are very serious charges.
I agree.
And if we look at charge 4 in particular, it seems to me that this is the most serious of the lot. Charge 4 reads, on or about the period 2021 and 2022, you directly / alternatively indirectly allowed third parties to impersonate police officers through the memorandum which was contained on the letterhead of the city of Ekurhuleni Metro Police, and furthermore allowed third parties to unlawfully use blue dash lights, knowing very well that the said third parties were not allowed to impersonate police officers by using blue dash lights. Will you agree with me that that is a particularly serious charge? Allowing people to impersonate police officers unlawfully.
Certainly.
And we now know with hindsight that the people who are alleged to have been allowed so to impersonate police officers are people under the control of someone who is currently standing trial for charges of attempted murder, kidnapping, and other serious offences. We know that. Will you accept that?
Can you repeat that through you, Chair?
That the people who were allowed to impersonate police officers, people working for CAT security, were people who were working for someone, Kat Matlala, who is now facing charges of attempted murder, kidnapping, and the like.
I'm really battling through you, Chair. I'm really battling
Who?
through
Well, let me break it up. Who is it alleged did Brigadier Muanazi allow to impersonate police officers?
I don't know.
Surely, surely you do know. It is Well, to whom were these blue lights made available?
From what I've heard and seen in terms of the video clips, it was made to Mama Cats or something like that.
Have you consulted the investigation file in relation to these charges ever in the course of the last 3 years during which they've been pending or potentially pending?
Remember, I've instituted a forensic investigation, so I'm fully aware. I think initially I couldn't hear your question.
You've done a forensic investigation, but have you read the allegations that gave rise to these charges?
Yes, I have.
So you say it was Mama Cat who is alleged to have driven with blue lights. Who else is alleged to have driven with blue lights?
As you read, that they were furthermore allowed third parties to use or flash blue lights. I don't know who are those third parties.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know that there are allegedly people working for CAT security, that it is CAT security vehicles on which these blue lights were installed?
As I say, I don't know. I've never seen them. I don't even know how they look like. But from what you're saying, I agree that there were third parties that were allowed to use blue lights.
Are you saying here today that you're not aware of the fact that these allegations relate to the use of blue lights by CAT security?
No.
You're not aware that... How can that be?
I don't think we're getting each other here, Che. I think we're missing each other a lot this afternoon. I'm saying I'm aware of the charges and I'm aware of what transpired. But the question that says, do you know these people? I'm saying I don't know these people. That's all I'm saying.
So you're aware that the charges are
yes,
that CAT security was allowed to use blue light vehicles that were registered through the EMPD?
Please don't nod, please speak. Are you saying yes?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, all right.
And
that's
you're aware...
Mrs. Tashega, that's what the question was throughout.
Yes.
You're aware that CAT security is a company controlled by Mr. Cat Matlala?
Yes.
And you're aware that Mr. Cat Matlala is currently facing charges of attempted murder, kidnapping, and the like?
I saw that on TV. I was shocked. Yes.
Sorry, you were shocked?
Yes.
What shocked you about it?
Everything that I saw on TV that was said about him, the attempted murder and all.
And it shocked you, did it shock you because you knew him and were surprised that these charges were being laid against him, or did it shock you for another reason?
Okay, can you ask one question at a time?
Well, why did it shock you?
That there was allegations against him of an attempted murder of a lady, a former girlfriend.
Yes. Why did that shock you? Why did it come to you as a shock that Mr. Matlala was alleged to have attempted to kill his former girlfriend?
I think every attempted murder in terms of gender-based violence concerning to a woman, it will shock anybody. I'm not sure we'll be expected to have it normal.
So it's not specific, you don't have no personal knowledge of Mr. Matlala that caused the shock. It was just the nature of the alleged offense.
I've seen Mr. Matlale. I've met Mr. Matlale 2 or 3 times in my life. When I met Mr. Matlale, he raised a complaint of a woman who was pregnant and who was beaten up by the senior member of EMPD. And number 2, he raised other issues that, through you, Chair, I will not be comfortable to discuss here. Hence, when I asked for what is this, a risk threat analysis, I was serious about. When he was complaining that Ekurhuleni were protecting these 2 senior members, who, as I said, the first one he sent a complaint of a woman who was beaten up while she was pregnant. And the second one, it was that we were about to appoint a city manager and there were favors that were done. When this was brought to me, I said, I don't have the complainants. I don't have details. He then said, I'm protecting those two people, and because I'm protecting those people, it's gonna take us to a public protector. In one of my last conversations with Mr. Matlala, I said, I'm gonna say it in Xhosa, I'm not sure how I'm gonna translate in English because I said it in Xhosa. I said, if you've got issues, go and report them where they are relevant. When I saw him in December or January on TV, that's why I was shocked that a person who wanted to complain about another person, he can also do violence. And I told my husband, and I said, I've met this guy before. And what is shocking is that I said in my last conversation, so even some incidents that I have, maybe let me not get there, but I won't lie, I started panicking. That's the last time. And I'm gonna reiterate because I can see I'm being associated with him there. I'm gonna reiterate, I've never met his wife. I don't know them, two of them. All I know, I met him about 2 incidents. As I said yesterday, I don't think every incident of Ekurhuleni is gonna be discussed here, Chair, because it's gonna implicate, with due respect, you are in effect finding strategy and we're here to assist you. But I've said to Ekurhuleni before they suspended me in the OCMOL, have your own task team and deal with other issues that the Madlanga Commission will not able to. Thank you, Chair.
So to take a step back, we have charges that a company owned by Mr. Matlala is allowed to pass itself off as, or people employed by that company are allowed to pass themselves off as police officers because someone inside the EMPD has unlawfully given them access to blue light vehicles through the offices of EMPD. Those are the charges. Those charges are sufficiently substantiated that independent attorneys engaged by the city have said, there is a case here, let us proceed with disciplinary action against the man who created this situation, Brigadier Muanazi. You agree?
Yes.
That took place in the first half of 2023, that charges were formulated and that the attorneys were ready to proceed. And we sit now 2.5 years later, and nothing appears to have been done about this case. Mr. Muanazi still hasn't been called to his disciplinary commission, as far as I can work out. You're nodding.
I'm waiting for you to finish off.
Okay. How do you explain that? You were in charge of HR over this period. How do you explain that?
I've explained yesterday, I'm not going to start on the usurping of powers. I'm going to focus on the LR procedural matters that count most here. I've taken the commission through the emails where the charge sheet never got to see the day of light. Subsequent to that, Mr. Ngeza never delivered the charge sheet, and it was very clear that games were being played. Communications happened, including where Chief of Police wrote himself and said, I'm withdrawing the charges of Mr. Muanazi. In fact, he says, I'm withdrawing the investigation, I think something like that. And when you look how this was managed, by Mr. Neza, even how Chief has spoken to it. If you go to the forensic report, it's very clear when he talks to the charge sheet how it went. It starts when there was a decision to institute a disciplinary hearing. When Chief submitted that to Mr. Neza took almost a whole month just to appoint the attorneys. He took the whole month to even implement. He goes and says in his statement, I read that, all of it yesterday, where he says, because IPID has confirmed that an arrest will happen, we had discussion and decide what is the point of me appointing attorneys if the people are going to be arrested. And he took that decision on his own. By the time he decided that he must appoint the attorneys in the 30th of May, the DC was already stopped. The suspension was uplifted. My role, I signed the upliftment. I did say that through an instruction, through an engagement. And in all our statement, Xolani Neza, Chief of Police, and mine, there's a collaboration that an instruction happened. The next area where I was involved, I explained all of this yesterday. It was on the issue of advising on the deployment. The question that remains is, why did the DC not take place? And that's why I instituted a forensic, that how clumsy can we be in having this DC concluded? The report of the forensic report came back, I think it was on the June 2024. And I said yesterday, when that report came back in June 2024, it was supposed to have gone to council. And in the midst of issues, there was an IPID report and then finally a legal opinion. Now I'm going to come back to the issue of usurping of powers. I've explained Section 64B, I've explained Section 64C, where everything ultimately lies with the accounting officer and ultimately lies with a chief of police. My role, if it was not enough commissioners, I'm sure there's room for improvement. But the latest I got myself involved on this matter, it was October, just before my suspension, where I still said, can I have the final file from Mr. Majang? Apologies. Mr. Majang, remember, is the one who served the charges. If we paid Mr. Majang and there was an instruction from an accounting officer to continue with this DC or where I could advise, it would have been if I had the file. I further said that in the forensic report, it spoke about limitations. So with the gaps, for me to go back to the accounting officer and say, look, we have to get this DC to go, it wouldn't have been easy without having all the information have. But most importantly, that the commission must remember, there was a legal opinion. Beyond that, it becomes difficult for me to take full responsibility. Lastly, the disciplinary process of Mr. Muanazi, as far as I know, has commenced. My advice on that was, you don't even need to suspend this employee any further. Can we proceed with the DC? And that happens when there's a new city manager. As far as I know, as much as I'm not in the city, the DC, now that there's a new accounting officer, it's underway. And I'm one of the people who advise that I think there is an answer, a case to answer to. Let's fast track. You don't even need to suspend, but the DC must happen. And that subsequently was suspended. Thank you, Chair.
Let's take it step by step. The first issue, as I understand it, in relation to this DC, was back in 2023 when there was a failure to serve the charge sheet on Brigadier Muanazi. You remember that?
Yes.
Now, we have conflicting versions. We have one version which says that that didn't happen because you had given instructions that he shouldn't accept it. You deny that. Have you taken action against anyone for failing to serve the charge sheet on Brigadier Muanazi?
If you read the forensic report, by the time that recommendation was made in that year, Mr. Neza was no longer in the system. So it would have been very difficult to take an action against him.
But why did you have to wait for a forensic report on your version? It's quite clear that Mr. Neza had the responsibility to serve the charge sheet. As you say, all that required was an email because Brigadier Muanazi was no longer suspended.
As I said earlier on, Chair, there's decisions that were made here. In that, there's an accounting officer who must account on these issues. There's the head of EMPD who must account on these issues. And at some point, some of the discussions were taking place without me. When I got to fully focus on this particular matter on its own, it's after the email, the anonymous email, where I said, can we get to the bottom of this and understand what happened? In between, majority of issues were discussed between a chief and the accounting officer. When chief said, I'm stopping this process, he then says to me, let's go and talk about it outside the institution. I said, I don't do talking outside the institution. It's your discussion with the accounting officer. I was not involved. Discussion took place between chief, accounting officer, and legal. I was not involved. And if they decided amongst three of them to stop the DC by allowing, saying the investigation is stopped, there was nothing I can do. Where I started having interest, it's when it got to public space and we realized that there were irregularities.
What are the irregularities that you now realize there are?
As I said, Chair, firstly, we took long to deal with the matter. And my understanding, I think even when the chief of police wanted to meet with me, probably wanted to raise his frustrations. Because you can see that he signed this institution to discipline in April. You know, come in June, still nothing has happened. I think that's where his frustrations were. That's number one. And number two is when decisions are made, I'm not going to discipline or I'll discipline. I'm still making my mind. It's the second irregularity that we can improve from. And the third one is we appoint attorneys. After appointing attorneys, the process is stopped. It also becomes an irregularity, both on the procedure and also financial. And the last issue is, I think the legal opinion, we could have done much better on the legal opinion. And I think we've all learned from that.
I'm trying to understand your evidence and the chronology or sequence that you put. You became involved with this matter and you became aware that Chief Mapiaye has written a letter where he says the investigation is withdrawn or something to that effect. You became aware of that. So at which point do you recognize there are irregularities? That's why I'm asking you, what are the irregularities you're referring to? And at which, maybe let me add a second thing, at which point do you say you became aware of irregularities?
I became aware of all the irregularities after we've done the forensic, that indeed we could have managed this matter better.
Hold on about managing it better. When is that? That after when you say after the forensic report, when is that?
It was in June 2024, but Chair, maybe let me rephrase this. When I said let's have a forensic report done, surely we did something wrong. I agree that with the current charges that we have, you could not just say, I'm stopping the process. And understanding that the chief stopped the process based on frustrations, that's number one. Number two, there's also a legal opinion.
No, he didn't stop the That's not his evidence. Let's not restate his evidence incorrectly. His evidence is he stopped because he was instructed, not because of frustrations. He says, I was instructed to stop.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, I'm correcting myself. In his letter, though, he did say, I, Chief Mabie, I'm stopping. But you correct in other evidence, he did say he was instructed.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm still interested in, or I still need to hear you. What are the frustrations, rather, what are the irregularities that you say you later picked up and then you ordered a forensic investigation?
Is how the whole process was conducted.
No, but you knew how it was conducted. You knew there's a letter from the chief which says, I'm withdrawing the investigation. And the conversation that Mr. Chaskalson is having with you is, these are serious charges. You are head of HR. And then I tag on. You see a letter from the chief that says, I've stopped the investigation on these serious charges. You are head of HR. At that point, what do you do about it?
When I got to know about stopping of the investigation, as I say, I started collating information after the anonymous letter from Mr. whatever people that says we favored the city manager and the CFO. They favored Julius. Then when I start collating information, as much as it wasn't enough. I've realized files were everywhere else except in HR. Then I realized there's a problem here. And hence then I instituted that a forensic must be embarked upon. Number two, in the meeting we had with this accounting officer, we also felt that let's change even the disciplinary procedure so that HR and legal take full accountability. Remember before that, I was not fully accountable. The main responsibility I had was more suspensions. Before and after that, other people are involved. In Mr. Ngeza's statement, he also confirms that certain things were happening at an EMPD space without him being involved. However, there are decisions between Mr. Ngeza and myself that we've made.
Let me stop you, Ms. Kwasheka. The matter is now with human resources. It's now with human, that's why Mr. Ngeza is there. That's your department at that point. So the references to things were happening at EMPD don't quite work here because you've agreed to this disciplinary process, right? At the beginning. You agree to it, you agree to the suspension. You have one of your subordinates, and I think you say he was your direct subordinate, who is now providing the support to EMPD. You become aware that Chief Mapie has written a letter which says the investigation is withdrawn or it is stopped, whatever that letter said. But you are aware this is about very serious charges. All five, not all six of them, not just charge 4. All 6 of them are very serious charges. You are a head of HR. You have your subordinate who reports to you who's dealing with this. You do nothing about it. You're happy to let it be. And I'm trying to understand that. You're the most senior person in HR. You're head of department. Employee relations falls under you. Discipline falls under you. And you do nothing about it. And then you say, I ordered a forensic investigation. That can be a proper answer for this. If it was because you were instructed not to do anything about it, it would be a different conversation with you. It's either that or you folded your hands and did nothing about
it. Thank you, Chair. I hope we'll find each other, Commissioner Baloyi. As I said that the minute this matter came to our attention, I'll try and be slow. After the anonymous email, we were all called to account. I think if you read my statement, you read Chief Mapia's statement and Xolani were all called and say, answer, what happened? Roughly, things were explained. That is in August, if I'm not mistaken, around July, August. And immediately after that, the same day, if I'm not mistaken, to show how serious I was with this, I've changed the delegations based on the discussion we had with Dr. Mashazi. After that, I instituted a forensic. The stopping of the investigation, Chair, I thought we discussed it yesterday, that it happened between Dr. Mashazi, Advocate Kemi, and Chief Mapia. I did speak to that I was not involved in those. When I started putting things, everything together, it's around August, that what happened here, what happened there, what happened there. I don't know if I'm answering you.
No, for now I'll leave it at that. You haven't answered. You haven't explained why you did nothing after you became aware that Chief Mapia has written that letter. You did nothing. Fact is, you became aware of the letter and you did nothing. And then as you sit there, you say, later on I picked up irregularities. The point I'm making to you is you did not need the city manager to say anything to you. Once you became aware of that letter, you as head of department, human resources, would and should have said, if you were executing your duties, you would and should have said, you cannot do that. You can't withdraw the investigation or the disciplinary hearing because these are very serious charges and we must proceed with them.
Chair, as I say, what happened, the discussion took place between Chief Mapia, Advocate Kemi, and the city manager. They made that decision without HR. And subsequent to that, there was a legal opinion that says stopped. I even said, if I recall yesterday, even when they went to the
You said there was a legal opinion that said stop.
That says we cannot discipline Muanazi.
What legal opinion is that?
It was from legal to IPID.
No, that opinion doesn't say you can't discipline at all. We can pull it out if you want to. That opinion does not say to you, you can't discipline. It speaks to a different issue, that there is no fraud, it's not properly justified, and it requires IPID to write back and explain themselves. It doesn't speak at all to, in fact, it doesn't say don't discipline.
Okay, let me rephrase then. What it was saying, that there's not enough evidence that for the city to conduct a disciplinary hearing.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't speak to discipline at all. It doesn't say there's not enough evidence to discipline. It says there's no fraud that has been committed. It says nothing about discipline. So you could not have been relying on it. The point I'm making is you could not have properly, if you relied on it at all, you could not have properly relied on that opinion because that opinion doesn't speak to the disciplinary action.
Chair, I said I'm speaking to a holistic process here. Discussions took place and there was a decision not to discipline. I said the Chief of Police did speak about this. He said, let's go and discuss this thing outside the city. And I said, I'm not willing to do that. The discussions took place amongst three of them, and when Dr. Mashazi has spoken, it is done. The only reason, remember, even when these discussions...
Is your explanation then, which is what I said earlier, you did not do anything because Dr. Mashazi has spoken. If that is your answer, that is your answer. And that became the reason why you don't act. Is that what you're saying?
Chair, it's exactly what I'm saying, but there's something I need you to pick up, ma'am. There's something I need to pick you up, and I think you're missing it. While there's these discussions that they made, I continued to try and follow this thing because I always knew it's going to catch up with us. Despite, as I say, officially there's instructions, but there's other ways of managing your boss. Hence, I still said, let's get the, what you call this, forensic done. I said, Majang Inc., bring back the file. When ultimately we got the forensic report, yes, it didn't go to council because of the limitations. The minute we had a different accounting officer, I'm one of the people who said, let's continue and proceed with this. So what I wanted the commission to hear is, despite that this process was stopped, from my side as HR, I did not stop. Because the minute, for instance, you change the procedure and say, now, Mr. Ngeza, you're no longer responsible. I'm taking over. Today, I'll be here.
You say, why did you decide you're taking over?
Because there were a lot of things I couldn't account to because of the previous allegation. I mean,
it had nothing to do with Commissioner Muanazi's case, right?
It had to do with that and more.
In your statement, I don't think you say that. I think you speak about there were many unresolved cases, and there was a lot of money that is being spent. And even the briefing of attorneys was an issue because the way they were briefing, work was not being distributed evenly. So it wasn't because of the Muanazi case that you changed the delegation of powers. In fact, I think yesterday you said to us, this has always been an ongoing process within the city. So it's not correct to present it now as if that came about because you were concerned about the handling of the Muanazi case.
Look at the dates, Chair. Look at the dates.
Yes.
The dates, remember, every time you are called by your boss, accounting officer, you don't seem to know anything. You can't fully account. I said that yesterday. When the Bikl matter came, the same day, if it's not the following day, which those delegations were changed. Because I'm told you know nothing about these matters. You're not following these matters the way you should.
Let me read you something from your statement. Ms. Kasheka, at paragraph 36, you say, on or about July 2023, after numerous concerns raised by the accounting office.
Chair.
Para 36, at page 12, your statement. In fact, I'm reading the old statement. Let's look at where this may be in your new statement. It's a different paragraph. I'm told it's 72 in your new statement. Yes. At 71, that's where I wanted to read for you. Are you there? Are you there, Ms. Kasheka?
Yes.
Yes. So this is your explanation for this change. You say, on or about July 23, after numerous concerns raised by the accounting officer and HOD Kemi Behari, I revised the financial delegation due to increased labor cases that result in excessive, exorbitant labor costs, meaning that the expenditure on labor costs was increasing in an uncontrollable manner and the budget was allocated at legal risk, catering for all COE legal costs. And then at 72, you say that in August 23, the accounting officer raised issues relating to how labor relations cases are handled, especially MPD cases, including the case of Brigadier Muanazi, as it was now raised via an anonymous person or email. This is the Bikli email. So there's no account in your own statement of you acting before this date, before you got to the Bikli email. You don't account for steps that you say you took to ensure that the disciplinary hearing doesn't die.
I think we're missing each other, but we're saying the same thing. I said I started consolidating issues when that Bikli matter came.
Yes, my point exactly, that when you became aware of Chief Mapia's letter, you did nothing. And the next steps you took was when now the story of the failure to discipline Commissioner Muanazi now became public, and you got this inquiry that was written to Jeff Weeks, the big message, that's what got you to start acting?
Chief didn't share the letter. As I said, when I started to say the engagement on the stopping of the process, it happened between 3 of them. And
so you never became aware of it before you got this big
that's what I'm trying to say to the panel, that to the commission, I got to consolidate and got to know everything, Chair, after the big matter. Then when I'm following up these things, I'm realizing, but we could have done things better. And if you hear me properly, I'm saying, even when we change the disciplinary procedure, I realize it cannot end there. We will account for this at some point. Hence, beyond decisions that were made by the 3 of them, I still pursue this matter. In 2024, before even the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, I was still talking to the attorney, asking for files. The latest, it was in October 2023. I really appeal that can my side of the story be heard. They've stopped the process. I did not stop the process. Yes, we could have done things faster and not be here. But at least I need that to be heard while everybody else stopped. I alone, HODHR, I didn't stop. Thank you, Chair.
Where do we see that in your annexures, that after Chief Mapie's letter, you carried on before the big whistleblowing, I call it whistleblowing loosely, between the letter and when now you're called to account, because now it's gone public that nothing is being done, where do we see that you actually took steps? I haven't seen it in your annexures, and I don't see it in your statement either.
I think what I'm saying, Chair, I got to be aware of this whole matter after the big matter.
Right,
I
thank
really
you.
need you to record that. I got to be aware, and I consolidated all these issues, and I've never stopped. Hence, I'm here today to still talk to this issue. When they had those conversations to stop this matter, I was not party to. But the minute I got to be party to, I still proceeded and say how best we can close this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
I want to just, if you can indulge for a few minutes, Mr. Chaskalson. Mrs. Kasheka, the forensic investigation you are referring to, the one where you got a report dated June 2024, that report was investigating 3 allegations. 1, whether Julius Muanazi had been defamed. 2, whether the person using the pseudonym Biki breached POPIA. 3, whether Niza, by appointing Majang as the city's legal representatives, acted without Muanazi's written consent and therefore breached Muanazi's rights. Now, those are the 3 allegations this so-called forensic investigation investigated, and they reached their conclusions. You can find it in Mapie annexures on page 114. So when you say you took steps by instituting a forensic investigation to determine why the charges were not proceeded with, that is not correct. Because all this forensic investigation does is to go after the whistleblower, Biki. Those are the 3 allegations that are investigated. I don't know if you are in the Mapie file, the annexures, or if you know where the forensic report is in your annexures.
I've got them. I'll use mine. It's just that I don't know the pages now.
Are you there, Mrs. Smith? Page 114, MAPA annexures. Sorry, in reverse piece, my apologies, so my fault. 183.
You can look at 183.
For MAPA,
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, you can, if you may repeat your question, Chair. Thank you.
All right, so
your
that
comment?
is the forensic investigation. If you look at 223, the allegations they were investigating and the conclusions. Are you on 223?
223.
223.
Yes.
Look at allegation 1. Apropos allegation 1, criminal defamation. So they wanted to know whether Julius Muanazi has been defamed or whether somebody in the city has been defamed. And then if you go to just before 13.6, allegation 2, whether the person using the pseudonym Bikli has breached section 11 of POPIA by, again, disclosing information relating to Muanazi. And you go to the next page, 224, allegation 3, whether Ngiza, by appointing Majang as the city's legal representative in the Muanazi matter, acted without obtaining Muanazi's written consent, and whether by doing so they have breached the collective agreement. Now, those are the 3 allegations these forensic investigators were asked to investigate. And they reach conclusions, and that's the sum total of it. Even when you read the front page of the investigation report on page 123, it tells you that it is a forensic investigation into allegations of defamation, breaches of protection of personal information, and appointment and payments to Majang Incorporated. So you can use this as an answer to Commissioner Baloy's question of what did you do when you became aware that the city did not continue with the serious allegations against Julius Muanazi. You can't say, I instituted this investigation, because this investigation has nothing to do with why the city did not continue. This investigation is investigating 3 allegations. It is going after the whistleblowers who said what they said in the Biki email. And it says so.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to say that the report, I would prefer if it's written and understood in its entirety. And also beyond the report, my work that I continue to do on this matter, including where we strive to meet with Majang, and I wrote to them that give us the files. There were so many things that were discovered, and even on the recommendations, if you go to the recommendations, I think there's about, so many recommendations.
Mrs. Kashega, you're not going to answer my question because you are avoiding it. Let's just go to the report itself so that I can assist you. They tell us how this came about. Go to page 200, the introduction, on page 20, paragraph 7.6. I don't want you to read us this report. We have read it already. We know what it says. Now they tell us how the investigation came about in paragraph 7.6. They say, a memorandum dated 21 August 2023 from you outlined concerns relating to defamatory statements by Biki in his or her email to Wix, as well as possible violation of the Protection of Personal Information Act, PAIA, and requested that the city conduct an investigation and focus on those issues. Who are the recipients of the charge sheet? Who printed the charges? Who is Biki? Contravention of POPIA, labor cases and how they are attended by ER, escalated labor costs, In a letter dated 23 August from Mashazi to Hleza, Mashazi requested that the investigation be instituted into concerns raised by Kasheka. 5 September 2023, forensic investigation. Nowhere does it say why was the disciplinary proceedings against Julius Muanazi stopped. That's not what they were asked to investigate. And they say so, that your memorandum dated 21 August 2023 was more concerned about defamation, breach of POPIA, and the appointment of the attorneys.
And Chair, if I may add, I think let's focus, it's quite a wide scope. Let's also focus on 7.6.5, where it says labor relations, grievances and labor dispute in the Ekurhuleni Metropolis and how they are attended by ER division. Now, let's understand workplace dynamics. Let's understand complexity of the matters. With the discussions that have happened, wherever they were happening, and stopping of this matter, if I were to say to the accounting officer and everybody else, we are just investigating the Julius matter, it wouldn't have worked. The way I've written here, I've said labor relations cases, grievances and labor disputes in the EMPD and how we're attending it as ER division. And to me, I've said yesterday, while this matter, I'm not undermining it, it's very serious. There are other matters as well that we need to look at. And I'm saying today as well that beyond even this issue and the decisions that were made, I felt that let's investigate these matters of EMPD.
Mrs. Kashaka, can I stop you there? I want you to accept that nowhere in the mandate given to the attorneys do you say, investigate why the charges against Julius Muanazi were not proceeded with. Can you just accept that nowhere in this mandate do you deal specifically with why charges against Muanazi were not proceeded with?
Chair, if they need to be specific on a particular stance that says specifically why Julius Muanazi's investigation was stopped by Chief Mapieye, Dr. Mashazi, and Advocate Kemi, it's understandable. But to me, I was looking at that matter specifically and other matters. I will check the engagement later. I will try while we're busy and try and find it. Maybe in the engagement letter, it might also have the specific. I think there is where we speak about Julius, specifically the Julius Muanazi's matter.
I want to
let me help you.
Just where they say you told them here, it's not there. And then you'll be helped about the other letters because I want to leave this page.
Okay.
In this letter, it doesn't say that. In this letter, it talks about cases within Ekurhuleni and EMPD in general in this letter, especially in 7.6.5.
Chair, I've been following how things are going. I agree, Chair, that it won't say specifically why did you stop a DC of Muanazi. And you know why it wouldn't say that? Because the ultimate decision makers, executive authority, has made a decision. And I've said yesterday, when you'll have discussions and debates sometimes, especially with the accounting officer, legally she already have answers. In my situation...
Mrs. Kashaka, we're talking about this document on this page. We're not talking about decisions of Dr. Mashazi. I'm limiting my question now, having accepted your answer. Because you said 7.6.5 says that. We went to 7.6.5. I'm putting to you that 7.6.5 refers to labor relations cases in Ekurhuleni Metro in general. That's what it says, and we can leave it at that.
Chair,
And
I know
bear
I'm
in
going to
mind,
be punished
sorry-
for this,
sorry-
Chair. I'm
sorry- sorry,
begging for
Mrs.
the last time, Chair.
Sorry, Mrs. Tashega. Bear in mind that Commissioner Kumalo is asking you these questions
Yes.
because of a response you gave answering a question by Commissioner Baloyi. You said that you instituted an inquiry suggesting that that inquiry was instituted in connection with the Muanazi disciplinary process. So Commissioner Kumalo is seeking to demonstrate to you that this inquiry had nothing to do with it. That's the context. Do you now wish to respond to the last question?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to try my last time and I'll give up. And I will take inferences that are made. When you read this report in its entirety, for instance, I'm going to take you, majority of the time the report talks about Mr. Muanazi, even 13.83. For instance, it refers to Muanazi's matter subsequently being withdrawn. It goes further and says recommendations that were made by MAPA and. Even on the recommendations themselves, Chair, on page 26, if you check this matter, it talks about Mr. Muanazi and what we could have been done better, including where we should seek a legal opinion. Where it disturbed this thing, and it disturbed myself, for instance, where I was like, okay, this investigation report is raising other things. 14.4 of the recommendation also talk where it says Mr. Muanazi must lodge a complaint against AMPD senior officials. All I'm trying to say, as much as the scope was generic, but ultimately the scope was about the matter of Mr. Muanazi. And as I say, 13.83, it also assists. There are others that are assisting on this matter. It might not specifically say, why did you stop the DC? However, it does talk to that it was withdrawn. Hence, I've said yesterday, and I'm done, Chair, I'll accede if I have to. I said yesterday, if this report went to council and it was deliberated, the same way it's deliberated here, I assure you would maybe not even been here. And I think I've given the best I could. All I want to leave you with, I didn't make a decision to stop the DC. Yes, my scope could have been much better, but how do you say, Chair, investigate your own accounting officer?
Well,
Thank you.
I think, Mr. Sheka, it's to try and make sure that what you say is factually what happened. You have said to us, you ordered a forensic investigation once you picked up irregularities, and you say it to show that you continued to do something to get this matter, to get to a disciplinary process, because that's what this engagement is about. The accusation is you had a role in Mr. Muanazi not being disciplined. Now, what Commissioner Kumalo is doing is to show you that, but this forensic investigation that you requested, you tell us you requested, doesn't support you saying that it was part of you pursuing the disciplinary steps against Brigadier Muanazi. You are correct that this report had something to do with the conduct of Muanazi. That's what the big email is about. So that way you are correct. But what I wanted to do was to read you paragraph 8.3. Now, if you look at page 202, allegations, it states what you have said should be investigated or what should be investigated. It's defamatory statements, 8.1, as Commissioner Kumalo says. It's 8.2 is about leaking of confidential information, and 8.3 is the important one. This is where, for the first time, there's mention of Commissioner Muanazi, but this is what he said, and I want to read that paragraph for you. It says, irregularities Weaknesses exist within the EMPD-ER division relating to management of certain labor relations cases with specific reference to the Muanazi disciplinary matter, which resulted in the matter, this is the complaint, which resulted in the matter being unnecessarily referred to external legal service providers. That's the one complaint, right, that you're asking to be investigated. And or the city incurring escalated/wasteful legal costs, which constitutes a breach of applicable legislative prescripts and or applicable policies, processes, and procedures of the city, and or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So this has nothing to do with an instruction to find out why Julius Muanazi has not been disciplined. In fact, you're investigating Niza's conduct here about expenditure and the briefing of the attorney. So this report doesn't support you. Or what you ask them to do has nothing to do with you seeking to ensure that Commissioner Muanazi is disciplined, not from this report.
In fact, Chair, I was looking for that area where it says specifically to reference to Mr. Muanazi disciplinary matter. And I would like to concede that the way the matter will be understood from the other side and how I understand it, it will be different. And I want to say to the Commission, also look on the complexity of the matters.
What complexity are you referring to?
I'm saying you are an HOD HR, you must write specifically and say you are looking at investigating senior management who made a decision to stop a disciplinary process, and you put it that way. It would not be as simple as that. And when you go to our contracts, you even have a clause on termination that says if you don't follow an instruction, that's a misconduct. I'm going to accept, Chair, that it might read differently, but when I said specifically on the disciplinary matter of Mr. Muanazi, the outcome could have been anyway. And one thing I want to leave the Commission with as well. This investigation is sent to an internal audit. It's an independent, separate department. They appoint an independent law firm that could have came at a different outcome of any outcome they want. It was an independent process. I wouldn't want to say it was investigating Mr. Ngeza. It was investigating the process of Mr. Muanazi. Where we differ in terms of the interpretation, I will take that, Chair, for the sake of progress. Thank you so much.
For progress, I will not engage much on it, but I'll just make the point that there's nothing about interpretation here. Although you do mention the disciplinary process of Brigadier Muanazi, you are saying in so many ways that what you want investigated is why this matter, the Brigadier Muanazi matter, was referred to external entities. That's what we are saying. And when you talk about interpretation, I think you are suggesting that perhaps from where we are sitting, we are misunderstanding what you are saying. And if you are suggesting that you see that differently, I'm surprised, because it says exactly what I've just said now.
Chair, if we can go to page 205, for instance. Hence I'm saying, I'm sitting here, I've got my own, I'm contemplating things differently. In 205, clause 10.5.1, in fact, 10.5.
Is that the report now?
Yes, Chair, I just want to try for the last time so that...
You see, earlier, in response to Commissioner Kumalo, you trying to support your point, you referred to the fact that the report refers to Brigadier Kumalo, I'm very sorry, to Brigadier Muanazi a number of times. Obviously, if in your mandate you have referred to Brigadier Muanazi, the report will refer to Brigadier Muanazi.
Yes.
That's only natural.
Yes.
And on my reading of what you referred to, that is exactly the context. So your point to me does not make sense. But anyway, let's hear what you want to refer to.
Objective, establish the processes followed in the management of employee relations at the EMPD and ER division. Obtain and review the SOP with regards to how labor relations cases are managed. Interview the relevant officials from EMPD and ER division to establish the processes followed in respect of labor relations matters. Which officials are responsible, conduct interviews, to determine above documents and annexure. I'm going to leave it, Chair, because I don't think we're finding each other. I think we're not winning on the complexity of my position.
I also wanted to say, reading the report itself, I don't see how that will assist you, because what's important is the mandate that you gave, and the mandate is right at the beginning. And we don't see how the mandate supports what you said in response to Commissioner Baloyi. So going to whatever the report says, I don't quite see how that becomes helpful. But anyway, you said you were stepping off the subject, and we've dealt with it for quite some time now. I think you are correct that we should step off it. Mr. Shaskelson?
Thank you, Chair. I want to just clarify a few things in the chronology and your role and where you say decisions were taken over your head. The key moment, it seems to me, where things go horribly wrong is that on the 21st of June, there is a letter from Chief Mappier addressed to yourself, to Advocate Behari, and to Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus. And it essentially says, we have to serve the charge sheet by tomorrow, the 22nd of June. It's at page 180 of the Mappier bundle. We discussed it yesterday. It says, we have to serve the charge sheet by tomorrow. Please serve the charge sheet. Tomorrow is the last day. Now that's addressed to you, and it's addressed to Advocate Behari. I understand your evidence to be that sometime between the sending of this letter and the following day, the 22nd, a decision was taken at a meeting of Advocate Behari, well, not at a meeting, by three people: Advocate Behari, Chief Mappier, and the accounting officer, that this prosecution was not going to proceed. Now, is that what your evidence is? That either later on the 21st or on the 22nd, those three officials took the decision, we are not going to prosecute Brigadier Muanazi?
Yes, I did say yesterday it's my evidence. I even said when you check, when you look at the Chief of Police, I think Rivers Peace and Kolaneza, there's where it says as well that I think Kolaneza is saying the chief called him and said, Dr. Mashazi, Chief of Police, and Advocate Kemi met, and that decision was made. So I'm sticking by that.
But you had a letter. You had a letter on the 21st that said, tomorrow is the last day. Please serve this charge sheet. Tomorrow is the last day. What did you do in response to that letter?
I said yesterday, I don't recall receiving that letter. I said, I don't recall. I've seen somebody signed for it, but that didn't look like my signature. I think it's indicted but it doesn't look like my signature.
It looks like someone called Engelbrecht. Does that...
Engelbrecht.
Mr. Chaskalson, Mr. Behari said that was someone in his office, the Engelbrecht.
I take that back. At any rate, when was it communicated to you that the decision had been taken by the accounting officer and by Chief Mapiyeye not to proceed with this disciplinary process?
I've said earlier on where I got to know issues of certain events that happened in this particular case. It was after August 2023 when I started collating information myself.
So are you saying that up until August, you didn't know that the accounting officer had said this prosecution must stop?
Yes.
So what did you do between June and August when, as far as you were concerned, there were very serious charges that needed to be brought against Brigadier Muanazi, that an external law firm had drawn up at some cost to the city, and that were waiting for someone to serve a charge sheet on Brigadier Muanazi?
I think already we debated this with the commissioners, and it was clear that my report didn't do anything between whenever this happened up to when I instituted the investigation in August.
So you took no steps to push the matter forward between June and August?
Ekurhuleni has got many cases. I might not have taken step on this matter because firstly, as I said earlier on, the delegations at the time, they were between EMPD and Mr. Ngiza. The only time I revised delegations, it was after August 2020, around August 2023. Yes, steps could have been taken, but some of the issues I missed. They happened outside my space. So nothing I would have done about it.
I just need clarity in that regard, because it seems to me that the job of serving the charge sheet was always a job of your department. Simply serving a charge sheet to start proceedings was your department's job.
We've discussed this yesterday, where in the evidence, in the form of emails, I've said that I've realized there were irregularities. The charge sheet was provided to Mr. Ngiza as early as 15th June 2024. And after that has happened, they were back and forth. Ultimately, the charge sheet was never, ever submitted to Mr. Muanazi. And I've said yesterday, I'm really trying to be slow. I'm normally a person who talks fast, and I'm realizing it's not doing justice for me. I've said yesterday, the first email from Majang Inc. said save via an email followed by physical saving. Mr. Muanazi was in the system. The emails of Mr. Muanazi were working. It could have been served. Even when you make amendments, you still make amendments, you make them up to a disciplinary process as you go, as long as it hasn't been concluded. That process, indeed, it was irregular, and it's an area of improvement. And we will improve on it. And that irregular, again, it needs to be understood that it could have been an influenced irregularity. I've already spoken about Dr. Mashazi. One thing I picked up when I was analyzing this I couldn't understand that between the chief of police and Xolani Nxiza, what could have transpired. Because in Mr. Nxiza's statement, he says, on the day of upliftment of the suspension, he had a conversation with Mr. Julius Muanazi downstairs my office. So all these things that happened, Chair, influenced from executive authority down to my division. It's things that we learn from. But it's difficult to say the serving of charge sheet, I would have dealt with it without changing the delegations, number one. But most importantly, if decisions are made by the accounting officer, especially on my contract, I don't know of Mr. Nxiza, but in my contract it's very clear on termination that you don't follow an instruction, there will be a misconduct. But I've never said the charge sheet must not be served. I'm really trying to be slow. I've never said let's not serve the charge sheet.
You've repeated quite a number of times that we don't understand the complexity of your position. You've repeated since yesterday that if you don't follow instructions, it has consequences from your superior. Were you instructed by Dr. Mashazi not to institute or to proceed with disciplinary hearing, a disciplinary process against Commissioner Muanazi?
Chair, I want you to understand this. The instruction, it did not happen with HR. It happened with Dr. Mashazi, Advocate Kemi, and Chief Madlanga.
No, Ms. Kosheka, we don't have endless time. I'm asking you a straightforward question. Don't repeat what you've been telling us. You've been repeating since yesterday that Dr. Mashazi, Chief Mapieye, and Mr. Behari, they met and they agreed that they're not going to proceed with the disciplinary. So please don't repeat that. I've asked you a direct question, and I started off by explaining the basis on which I'm asking my question. Since yesterday, including a few seconds ago, you keep saying, if you don't follow instructions of your superior, I think you said you can even be terminated. You said something like that. And all the time you're referring to instructions from your superior, Dr. Mashazi. Hence my question. And my question is simply this. Did you get an instruction, based on what you're saying, did you get an instruction from Dr. Mashazi not to institute or continue with disciplinary action against Commissioner Muanazi? It's either a yes or no answer.
Chair, on the engagement of, I think, 22nd August, after the Pickle matter, because I think the question was different initially, that between the charge and whenever, why I didn't do anything.
Now I'm asking you a different question, Ms. Krasheka, please. Now I'm asking you a direct question. Did you or did you not get instructions from Dr. Mashazi not to discipline Commissioner Muanazi?
On the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken, of August, when we were called into a meeting, Chair, in the discussions that were taking place there, it became clear what was the appetite on this matter. Hence, when there was an instruction that let's change the disciplinary procedure. And I take full accountability, no more Xolani Nxiza taking accountability. I then took a forensic investigation process to find a way of protecting me without exposing myself.
Let me stop you there. You say in the meeting you've still not answered my question, but let me work with what you've said now. You say in that meeting it was clear what was the appetite. What was the appetite? According to you, as you saw it in this meeting, what did you see to be the appetite about this disciplinary process?
I would want to attest to what the Chief of Police has said, that it started to look that certain people are targeting Mr. Muanazi.
What was the appetite, Mr. Shega? You were in the meeting. You formed a view there's a particular appetite, whatever you mean by that, about this matter. What was the appetite?
The appetite is the same as the legal opinion.
No,
Can I finish, Commissioner?
No, Mr. Shega. Don't do that. I'm asking you a question that is, it's a second question that I'm asking you that you're not answering. All to do with the instruction from Dr. Mashazi. That's what I'm asking you. You've now introduced the appetite. It became clear. That's your language, right? And you say that when you should have answered my question about whether or not you got an instruction, you choose to speak of an appetite. Now I'm asking you, what was the appetite that you descend out of that meeting to do with disciplining Commissioner Muanazi?
Thank you, Commissioner. I am praying that Commissioner Balo, you're going to allow me to finish. One of the discussions or of the meetings, one of the key points in that meeting was there was a discussion that took place, and there was an agreement that this whole thing is going to be stopped. I won't have the exact words. This whole issue of Mr. Muanazi is going to be stopped. Why is it still pursuing? And I got shocked because, as I say, majority of the times, I'm not involved in these things. And I've been pressed, I've said that even on labor relations, cost management, it's been the issues I've been dealing with. You are not managing, I've said this yesterday, that Linda, you're not managing your department. Things are happening beyond you. Discussions have taken place, we're going to stop this matter. When I'm talking about the complexity, and I'm going to end here.
Just before you go to the complexity, so the appetite was not to pursue the disciplinary process. That's what the appetite was. Please, yes or no?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
It's confirming the 20...
Can we stop there? Can we stop there? You said yes.
Later.
That's
okay.
what the appetite was. Okay. And was this the appetite of Dr. Mashazi?
That's what I'm saying. She was chairing the meeting.
It could have been the appetite of anybody who was in attendance. Was this the appetite of Dr. Mashazi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, you never got an instruction. I think we all understand what you mean or it means when someone says, I got an instruction. Just like you got an instruction that you told us earlier yesterday, that you got an instruction about the suspension, for example. So should I take it from your answer, or should we take it from your response to my direct question? And you now speaking about an appetite in a meeting, that it means you never got an instruction from Dr. Mashazi not to discipline Dr. Muanazi, Commissioner Muanazi. Whether in writing, whether in a meeting, Dr. Mashazi never instructed you not to discipline Commissioner Muanazi.
I'm going to respond to it, Chair, but can it just not end to a yes or a no? I need to give a context.
Yeah, I'm hoping that at the end of it you will have a yes or no, so you can give the context.
Thank you
it's
so
fine.
Much. The discussion says, I had a discussion with the other colleagues. We agreed this matter must stop. Why is ER continuing? You are not taking ownership of your department, Linda. We have agreed we must stop this matter, and why is it still continuing? Why it hasn't stopped? You cannot control your people in your division. It might not have directly said you stop, but it's asking me why you haven't stopped. If it doesn't stop, you're going to account. So I don't know if that means an instruction, but it's a very clear tone that says if you don't stop, you're going to account. You are also not managing. The labor relation costs are increasing. The labor cases are increasing.
Yes.
You must stop.
You see, it would be bad if we were to say in our report, Dr. Mashazi instructed Ms. Kasheka not to discipline Commissioner Muanazi, if in fact That's not what you say to us. That's why it's important to understand what are you saying. But I think you've answered as best as you can or as best as you are prepared to answer, and I'm happy to leave it to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as I say, it was maybe it is an instruction. It was an instruction, let me not say that. But the way it was said, it wasn't just say, stop this disciplinary hearing. It says, why are you not controlling your department? Why is this matter still continuing, whereas I've stopped it? You're not managing your department. Hence, I'm saying it becomes complex. It wasn't just, it says stop this hearing, but also manage your department. So I wanted to give that context that there was clear that you must stop this hearing.
Mrs. Tasheka, as observed by Commissioner Baloyi, from yesterday to today, you have repeatedly said that the instructions of Dr. Mashazi or the accounting officer must be complied with. Can that be said appropriately by an HR practitioner, especially one at the highest level like you?
Chair, let me also remind you what I said yesterday. When discussions are taking place and instructions are made, we deliberate. And I've said yesterday, majority of the time, I find that she already has a legal position. I'm not sure where she gets to be capacitated. We debate on issues. Ultimately, once I could see that she has her point and it's taken, you can't move. I'm going to make a sensitive example just to give another context. When the matter of a chief came, for instance, saying, let's settle it, I still went. And I said, from the humanitarian point of view, he's left with less than a year. I spoke to the lady who was involved in the matter. She agreed. I go to Dr. Mashazi and I said, let's settle this matter. She agrees. 30 minutes, 40 minutes later, I'm called again. We are not settling because she now has a different view from the legal side of things. I think that's the complexity I'm trying to explain, that from HR side of things, we'll do things in a particular manner. I will advise in a particular manner. And I've said yesterday consistently that there's HR who will advise. After HR, there's legal. And ultimately, once legal has made a decision for that institution, it's binding and it's got its own risk, and one person can account, it's legal, and the accounting officer. And I'm appealing to the commission that you hear where I'm coming from. I do advise. I think if you haven't seen my character today, I don't know. I'm a person who will be persistent, who will be advising. But ultimately, when a person has made a decision and is your boss, there's legal you can do. An example that would have happened, maybe it would have been better than coming here. Let's say my report says, investigate why the DC of Mr. Muanazi has not happened, but we had a meeting. I won't be here. Maybe it would have been a blessing. I can guarantee you, she would have instituted a DC on me. Maybe it would have been better than coming here.
I'm beyond the stage of you giving advice. I'm at the stage of an instruction. Let's assume that this is after the advice that you keep referring to. Then there is an instruction. What you say is, once an instruction, I will refer you in a different context, but it still makes the same point. Different in the sense that it's not in the context of what Commissioner Baloyi was engaging you on. I'll take you to page 22 of your latest statement, paragraph 65, fourth line. There you say, when instructions are given, I will say by, you say at, I'll say by, given by the accounting officer, one has to comply. So my question is a simple one, and I hope you will give a very brief answer. My question is, can something like this be appropriately said by an HR practitioner, especially one at the highest level like you? Can you say that? Once the accounting officer gives an instruction, I just must comply. Can you say that? As a senior HR practitioner?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've given a context. I think when we write the statement, you won't necessarily put everything with the hope that other things will come and talk to it. I will rephrase my statement, Chair. What I was trying to say is when a reasonable instruction is provided, you must comply. I would like to revise that. And number two, Chair, if we're to talk about the character of Dr. Mashazi, I would like you to even, for instance, call the highest authority here. Call the executive.
I'm not sure that we want to go there. You've just said what you meant to say, and you are now seeking to revise, is that what must be complied with is a reasonable instruction. I think that's enough.
Yes, a reasonable instruction. But Chair, I wanted to say where we didn't do right, the character as well, you might need to call one of the senior people who are beyond here to come and speak about the character itself and the complexity I was talking about. Thank you, Chair.
But I will not let you avoid this that easily. How you phrased it appears to have been quite conscious and deliberate. You see, it actually does make reference to reasonable. It's not as if you did not think about reasonable. Let me read the full thing. I stopped midway. You say, when instructions are given by the accounting officer, one has to comply, comma. That's a standalone clause in that entire statement, and it's full and complete in and of itself. And it suggests that you are saying, in fact, it's not even suggesting, it is actually saying that you just must comply under any circumstances, reasonable or unreasonable. Do you agree that that is what that means? Before this idea of you wanting to change this comes in, do you accept that that's the meaning of this up to the comma, comply, comma?
Chair, I've requested that my statement be amended, Chair, to talk to reasonable. As you say, HR person.
Yeah, I've said I'm going to take you up. In fact, I'm going to engage you quite seriously on that you cannot easily seek to change the statement in accordance with what you are saying now. And for now, I just want you to agree that that part up to comply, comma, means exactly what I've said to you. Do you agree, yes or no?
Chair, you said I've intentionally wrote it that
I'm
way.
coming to that.
Okay.
I'm coming to that. Okay. Do you agree with what I've just said now? Up to comply, comma. Do you agree that it means what I've said? You agree?
It means what, Chair?
What I have said to you. I have said, when you say, when instructions are given at the by the accounting officer, one has to comply. So I say to you, I read that to mean you just must comply whether the instruction is reasonable or not reasonable. At this stage, you are not where you want to change that to bring in the idea of reasonableness. But do you agree that as it stands, it means you just must comply whether reasonable or unreasonable? That's my question now.
Chair, I've requested that
Yes, I get your request to change and bring in reasonable, but do you agree that
no,
it means...
No, I don't agree, Chair.
What does it mean?
Chair, I'm saying there's an error that happened, and I want to take full responsibility of the error.
Before the error and wanting to change, do you agree that it means what I've just put to you?
The way it's written.
Yes,
currently.
The way it's written.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Now, my point is, you said what you said here consciously and deliberately because it's not as if the idea of reasonableness was lost to you. You actually do refer to quote-unquote reasonable in this same sentence. You say after the comma, especially if they seem reasonable. So it's not as if you did not think of reasonableness. So first part, you say you must comply under whatever circumstances. But then you make the emphasis that, but you must especially do so if the instruction is reasonable. But you're basically saying otherwise, once an instruction comes from the accounting officer, you comply.
Chair, I don't agree with that, Chair. I think, hence I said earlier on, is the interpretation. And I don't like the statement that I'm going to use. I've seen people using it, and it's probably going to be the first time I use it.
Yes.
I think in the law space, you will probably have to do communications and English as part of your curriculum. In other areas, Chair, we really struggle with English. And what we're learning from this commission and other places, we learn every day, Chair, that we need to continuously improve on business English, or language, or legal language. And I'm glad, Chair, that you do mention it, that after the comma, you do talk about reasonable. And I've learned from that. I had an example where we had a legal opinion on the appointment of the GCFO Ekorulin. When we met with the lawyers in a particular prescriptive clause that was written, they taught us that where a comma, just putting a comma, it means it changes the whole definition. Where there's a full stop and then there's a continuity, it changes the whole definition. Hence, I'm going to say, Chair, we learn every day. But I'm glad you raised it, that I did put reasonable. It could have been the way it was said. And as an HR practitioner, I can do better. I'm not undermining my English, but as I say, legally, in terms of how we write, we can learn from that. But I'm glad you mentioned it, Chair, that there is reasonable. And hence I said yesterday, I do debate with the accounting officer. But majority of the time, you realize that they tend to incline on the legal opinion than an HR opinion. In majority of issues, I would have advised, we agree, the following day you are told, no, because legal has spoken. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, I thought it was my English that you were suggesting is lacking. So towards the end, I see that you are saying it is yours. I wanted to also, when I said you deliberately and consciously said what you say in paragraph 65, you actually do say the same thing, exactly the same thing in paragraph 30. So there as well, you are basically saying, once an instruction comes from the accounting officer, you just must comply, reasonable or not reasonable. Is it paragraph 30? I hope it is. Sorry. Yes.
Chair, paragraph 30 reads, based on the instruction of the accounting officer, my advice and guidance would have been based on that. If the charge sheet is ready to be served and the investigation concludes, there is no need to redeploy the employee to any other position. If you remember, I said yesterday, when we started with this conversation, she spoke about
sorry, Ms. Kasheka, you're reading 30 from your old statement.
Oh, sorry.
So maybe let's find it in there, because we've been working off the new statement. Let's find it there. Paragraph 65? 65.
Oh, 65.
Yeah.
Based on the instructions of the accounting officer, my letter sought to advise and guide where, based on that, if charge sheet is already served and the investigation is concluded, there is no reason to deploy to another position unless dealing with financial related issues. Again, when instructions are given, one has to comply, especially if they seem reasonable. And I think we're repeating ourselves, Chair. As I said that, I would like to rephrase that, to read that just a reasonable instruction. And again, my paragraph, it ends by saying once more, One has to emphasize that my guidance was never directed at anyone to stop the proceedings. So even that sentence, Chair, it talks about the procedure, its fairness, and how HR operates. But I will rewrite the issue of the legal instructions or lawful instruction.
I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Chair.
I will just refer you to the paragraph I wanted to refer to in the old statement is paragraph 31. Yes, old statement or first statement. It says exactly the same thing about complying with an instruction from the accounting officer. And it's on that basis there that I say you are quite consistent on this, and that therefore you made a conscious and deliberate decision to say that you must comply with what the accounting officer says. I will leave it at that.
Okay, can I just say something, just one? Having looked at the charge sheet, and based on what you say here, that if the accounting officer gives reasonable instructions, they must be complied with. Do you accept that it would have been an unreasonable instruction to say don't proceed with the charges, especially bearing in mind how serious the 5 charges are?
Thank you, Chair. I accept it will be unreasonable. Hence, now, after there's a new accounting officer, the DC is commencing. It has commenced again.
But that creates the impression that you were not willing to act until there was a new accounting officer, that you were prepared to wait for 3 years. And if Dr. Mashazi was still there, you would not have done anything because you were scared of her. That's the impression you are creating now. Because you are saying in November 2025, because there was a new accounting officer, we could proceed. But these things date back, the allegations against Muanazi. They are February 2023 allegations. We are now in 2026. Just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Mr. Cheskalson.
Thank you. We've discussed the failure to proceed with the charges. I just want to clarify 2 earlier decisions that you were involved in. And I'm hoping to be brief. The first is the decision to uplift the suspension. That is a decision that is communicated in a letter that is sent by you. I understood your evidence to be that was done on instruction of Dr. Mashazi. Is that correct? Did I understand it correctly?
I didn't hear the part of the letter that was signed by me.
That the withdrawal of the upliftment of the suspension was done on the instruction of Dr. Mashazi.
Yes, remember I spoke to that evidence leader.
No, I just wanted to clarify that I hadn't confused more than one, but I don't need you to go further there. But what I do want to do, because there's a direct conflict between what your evidence is in that regard and Dr. Mashazi's, and I need to put to you what Dr. Mashazi says. So if one goes to page 31 of Supplementary Bundle 2, there is an exchange between Commissioner Baloyi and Dr. Mashazi. Do you have page 31? Sorry, yes, it's Supplementary Bundle 1, not Supplementary Bundle 2. I apologize.
Okay.
Do you have it?
Yes.
So if you see round about page line 11, the line numbers are on the left-hand side. Commissioner Baloyi says there is also testimony that you were involved in the discussion or in the decision ultimately of Ms. Masheka to uplift his suspension and have him return to work. That is why the interest in my questions, at least, that you're copied on an HR matter that involves a junior employee. And there are these allegations that we've had that you had a direct involvement in how the disciplinary process against him eventually was aborted and scuppered. Her response there is, I want to state categorically that I did not participate in the suspension nor the upliftment of the suspension. I deny all the facts that they indicated that I participated. So she's saying she had nothing to do with the decision to uplift the suspension. And that passage should also be read with a passage on page 22 of the same file. There at the top of the page, Advocate Selo says, your response to that question is reflected in paragraphs 85 and 86. You may summarize for the record what your response is. Dr. Muanazi says, my response is that I did not get involved in this because Julius at that point was a junior official. I have no knowledge of this and therefore I cannot make further comments because it was done at the departmental level, at the level of Julius being a director in the department and being a level like a lower level that reports to the accounting office. So the redeployment and the withdrawal and so forth, I was not part of the process. So she is washing her hands of the suspension, of the decision to uplift the suspension, and of the decision to direct that his redeployment should be back to his initial position. What is your response to that? I mean, there is a direct conflict between your evidence and her evidence. Are you standing by your evidence? Are you saying that she has testified falsely to this commission?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think on the initial transcript, the first page you read, I can't
31.
get to it.
31.
Yeah, page 29. There's where she talks about they. What I would like to put to the commission, then I'm going to answer. If anybody has been following up all our statements here, one way or the other, Chief of Police, Kolaneza and Advocate Kemi, if I'm not mistaken, there's some consistency of Dr. Muanazi being involved. And I don't think all of us, we can just throw her name and say she was not involved. I also don't think all of us, we can just say we want to protect Julius Mkhwanazi. All of us, and put ourselves in this situation. And I've even said yesterday that we got involved when, in fact, Chief of Police and Kolani started bringing this thing to Dr. Muanazi, where they met in some place, I can't remember now. And then she said also involved HOD, or I was acting at the time. In our statements, we further say that at some point, she had a meeting. I even said yesterday, sometimes it was telephonically. I'm saying it was in person. This is our evidence, most of us. And up to the end, Chair, to the end of the DC, the last evidence in all of our files, people that are involved here, when it was decided to stop the process, whereby in one of the evidences said herself, Advocate Kemi, and Chief sat and have this discussion. It would be very strange that all of us were turning against Dr. Muanazi. And I think on balance of probabilities...
Sorry, Mrs. Asheka, I don't need you to justify it. I just needed to put it to you. And I have seen all of the evidence, and you're right, it is consistent. But I just needed you to know clearly that she is saying something else, and I just needed you to confirm that notwithstanding what she says, you stand by what you say, and what is independently confirmed by several other people.
I stand by what I said. Instructions were given. Sorry, Chair. I think majority of the time were lawful, and we had to abide. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last one, Mr. Chaskalson, sorry, on the same transcript, the end of page 24, continuing up to 25, line 10, where Dr. Mashazi is even more explicit because she says both the upliftment of the suspension and his redeployment were done on the advice of HOD Kacheka. Do you see that, Mrs. Kacheka? It starts from page 24, the very last line. She's being asked whether you were advising or you were instructing, and she says, as if she was instructing, because it was emails back and forth between the two HODs. If she was instructive in nature, I was actually going to intervene. But now it was between the two of them, and subsequent to the emails between the two of them, the chief himself uplifted the suspension and redeployed Muanazi to how he was advised by the HOD. And then it says that's you.
Chair, in my letter of suspension, I think the first paragraph, second sentence or the first sentence, it says, it came to my attention. And I said when I was referring to that yesterday that the attention I got to be told by the accounting officer. And another way of trying to support what I'm saying, I think majority of the time when I communicate, even with chief of police or anybody, I CC her. And the CCing, it shows that whatever we discussed and she said we must do, it's done. It's going to be difficult and it's a bit disappointing where we are in this situation because of the instructions of the accounting officer, and then she feels she must exonerate herself, and all of us must take the brunt. It's a very disappointing situation, Chair, but I'm sticking by what I said. The instructions were given by her, and all of us we confirmed the people who brought statements here. Thank you so much, Chair.
Mr. Shega, in your discussion with the chairperson, you were talking about complying with, and you comply if it's a reasonable instruction. If the city manager gave you, as you say, she gave you the instruction to uplift the suspension, why did you consider that to be a reasonable instruction to comply with?
Thank you, Chair. I read yesterday the DPCA 16.4, and I said it gives you either or. And because it at least allows, remember it does say 3 months. In exceptional cases, you can extend. So she's covered in that 3 months. And in the debate you'll have with her, when I'm saying, but we can extend, she will say, no, it says 3 months, and therefore it must happen. And as I say, the mere fact even Mr. Ngleza drafted the letter and I signed it. There was a leeway for her, for us to continue with that process.
You agreed to extend the suspension, so you obviously would have applied your mind to the request to extend the extension, and you considered it appropriate and within the prescripts. You now get a call from the city manager, who is not an HR person. She's not an HR. You are the HR boss in Ekurhuleni. She's not that. She's your client when it comes to matters of HR, right? You're nodding, yes. You've considered and you found there is merit to extend. That's what you agree with, Mr. Ngleza. You were prepared to do it. The city manager who is a layperson on issues like this, gives you an instruction to not to extend, to actually uplift the extension. You do not even let it lapse. You write a letter, you say it's not being extended. You change your mind because you get an instruction. And my question is, and DPSA has nothing to do with it. She hasn't told us that she looked at the DPSA, as Mr. Chaskalson says. She says she relied on your advice. And I accept that you say that's not true. So we know from what she said in testimony that she didn't apply her mind to it at all. According to her, she depended on your advice. what did you consider to make her instruction to be reasonable, that you comply with it?
It was the first part of, as I say, our debate and discussion was on the first part of 16.4, that the disciplinary process must take place within 3 months. And at that time...
Let me short circuit this. Did you advise the city manager not to extend? Because that's what she says.
No.
Right, so it can be both. You have to choose that, yes, I advised her that it's okay not to extend, or I was acting on instruction. She ordered me that we will not extend. It's one of the two.
Respectfully, Commissioner, I don't think there will be two possibilities in this situation. And I appeal for your indulgence to hear what I'm getting at. I'm saying let's extend and conclude so that EMPD can conclude the matter. She says, and I was consistent yesterday, she says, why did HR not complete this process? You've concluded the investigation. You are in, it is at an advanced stage. That's what my statement says. Therefore, there is no need for you, HR, to extend the suspension. Mr. Muanazi must come back to work. This is where things went.
Which then makes me ask, and again, it's about, I'm going to use the word competence because I can't think of another word now. It then raises questions about your own competence then, that you initially agreed, so you would have considered those things that you now say came from the city manager. You would have considered them, otherwise you're incompetent, that you didn't think, oh, they have conducted the investigation, they're close to finishing. It's actually not necessary to keep the extension, the suspension in place. If you did not consider those factors, then it says something about your competence. If you considered them, and then the city manager simply repeats them to you, you still have to say, why did you consider her to be superior to you in terms of reasoning or factors to be taken into account? And so, yeah, I'm back to, it's one or the other. You considered them, and you satisfied yourself that this can be extended. That's why you agreed with Mr. Ngniza. Something else happens, and it cannot be the city manager repeated the same things to you. Something else happened that made you change your mind because you already had a view. She can't repeat the same thing and then you say, yeah, because it comes from the city manager, it's reasonable.
Chair, through you, I'm saying there are discussions that are taking place. Initially, I satisfied myself. We do it. We do extend. Sometimes we don't extend. That's how it is, based on how far the investigation is.
So there was no instruction from the city manager. You had a debate, and she persuaded you differently. There was no instruction from her.
I think you're battling to hear me. That's why I'm really trying to
I'm
be
not.
slow.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not battling to hear you. I understand you. I hear and I understand you perfectly. You either had an instruction from the city manager or you did not. You now speak about a debate. And I say, well, you either acted because of an instruction, which you say, I must comply with, or you debated. You had formed a view, you debated, and she persuaded you differently. In the latter case, it's not an instruction. If the latter happened, then there was no instruction from the city manager, then she's right when she says, I never gave an instruction. Or she did give you an instruction. And it takes us back to, well, why did you think this was a reasonable instruction? But forget that second part of why do you think it's a reasonable instruction is I'm saying to you, you either were persuaded different, and there's nothing wrong. If you had started with that, without saying she instructed me. If he had started with, yes, I formed a view, but when I had a conversation with the city manager, I actually saw things differently. I think that would have been the end of this debate with you. But that's not what you say. You say you got an instruction and she's not telling the truth when she said she never instructed you.
Thank you, Chair. I've said from yesterday, I'm really trying to be slow because I think maybe yesterday I was rushing and I was not heard properly. You will debate issues with her. She will give you an instruction. I think that's the part I need you to hear. She will give you an instruction. And if I was not competent, I'll just say, yes, boss, and then move with it. I will advise against the instruction where I'm uncomfortable. We'll engage, and I've said most of the time you find out that legally she's equipped. After the debate, she will still say, I am saying to you, do this and that. And I wanted to talk to the competence issue because now you've raised it. And hence yesterday, I've said, before and after the instruction has been given, I engage on issues because you cannot be at my level where you are told, do this, you say yes, but I've been very consistent on that. Instructions are given, I debate, and I'm still told you're gonna go and do it this way. And I wasn't trying to be disrespectful when I was saying you can test her character to the highest level. She will allow you to debate, but after debate, what she has said must happen, must happen. I don't think, I'm finishing, between me, Chief of Police, Xolani, Advocate Kemi, we don't even know, I don't know Muanazi. I started knowing Muanazi during this case. I don't think all of us would want to shield Muanazi, and I don't think we had any reason to shield Muanazi.
The suggestion is you were shielding him to please the city manager. That's the evidence. That's a complaint against you. It is, you may not have known him. Maybe you met him for the first time at the city of Ekurhuleni. That's not even the conversation. The complaint against you is you did not, firstly, you uplifted his suspension because you were pleasing the city manager and you were rewarded for it financially. Two, you did not do anything. You frustrated or contributed to the frustration of the disciplinary process against him because you were doing the city manager's bidding and you were rewarded for it. That's the accusation against you. So it doesn't help for you to say, I didn't know him. We're looking at your conduct where there's a clear case of serious misconduct, serious, which in another forum should see Commissioner Muanazi go to jail. You become aware of it. You see the charge sheet, it's a serious matter. You say, well, they made an agreement, I wasn't involved with it. You say I was instructed. You say I did a forensic investigation, which has nothing to do with the charges. And the explanation from your colleagues who have testified is your role in all of this is explained by you were working with a city manager who was protecting, they say. She was protecting Muanazi. You helped her, and you got rewarded for it. Those are the allegations against you.
Let me give you an example that is sensitive. Beyond this, I won't say much. Today, in 2023, I think that was the first month we suspended Muanazi. My mom passed on. The following weekend, she was buried on Sunday. Monday, I was called to come back to work. And I said, on Mondays, since in Beki, because we bury on Sunday, I was told if I'm not back at work the following day, I'll be dealt with. That was around 4 o'clock on Monday, that conversation. I had to drive from Queenstown to here, to Joburg. Didn't sleep, I'm a firstborn at home. Never slept. When we're driving, my husband had to stop me while we were sleeping at Bloemfontein. Because you are tired and the car keeps on getting out of the road. The following day, I was in the office doing interviews. I've never mourned my mom. On top of that, 5 days were deducted from my salary for burying my mother. So in that period, between February and up to the end of 2023, why would I be loyal to such a person? So I really want this misperception that says some of us were loyal to Dr. Mashazi to be seen differently. It wasn't about loyalty. It was about how we advise and if our advice is taken or not taken. And I thought yesterday I was assisting myself and the commission when I said there's an executive authority, Ekuruleng. And ultimately, she's fully accountable in everything that is done. And I'm refuting anything that says, in that year, I was loyal to Dr. Mashazi, whereas I went through what I went through. What I'm saying to the commission, we debated on matters. We debated on instructions. Ultimately, she will hear you. Hence, I'm saying, get somebody who's not involved. Leave all of us. Bring another witness who's going to tell you that after debate, she will still have her word done. I really, hence I said yesterday, even on the issue of our increases, she came to me and said, why is Meral supporting you? You know, she pushed it because maybe she had no choice. We did a motivation. It went to the remuneration committee. It went to Meral. That is the loyalty issue. Maybe we're loyal to the authority, the position, not the individual. And lastly, Commission, I want to leave here with a clear tone. Instructions are given. I advise. After advising, if there's an ultimate instruction given, you have to comply. And it's 4 of us, against her or against Julius Mkwanas. You know, you have to understand the complexity, and the only way you're going to be assisted is to bring somebody else who is not involved in this matter to deal with it. Thank you, Chair.
I think the issue, the Chair earlier on raised it as someone at your level of seniority, that you're executing instructions like this. And hence my question earlier to you, what is reasonable about the instruction? Because you say, I comply with reasonable instructions. Now, if an instruction is unreasonable and you still comply with it, it makes us ask questions about you and why you would do that which you did. So that's the context or the prism within which you should look at this, that you are employed, you're a Section 56 employee, as I understand. The decision to employ you is not the city manager's decision, as I understand these things. You can correct me if I'm wrong. The decision to fire you is not the city manager's decision. Ultimately, she can lay a complaint against you and you get disciplined, but it's not her decision. And then you are making these decisions, you become party to decisions that do not make sense, because it does not make sense that you ordered the upliftment, and you ordered it because it's in your letter, it's in your handwriting, in the same way that you keep saying, well, Chief Mapia wrote the letter, and therefore it's him. It applies to you too. You wrote the letter uplifting the suspension. It's not good enough, is the point at least that I'm making. For someone of your seniority, it's not good enough to say, I acted on instruction. It's not. You're supposed to bring to bear your professional guidance on matters like this. Nowhere does it record you disagreed with the city manager. Nowhere. Nowhere does it say, you don't give us an email, you don't give us a memorandum, you don't give us a WhatsApp message that says, I disagreed and I told her that I disagree with this, but I implemented because she instructed me and said she'll deal with me if I don't. What we have is her saying she acted on your advice. That's what's on record. With you, we do have a footprint of your letter uplifting the suspension. So it's you who uplifted the suspension. And you must take accountability. And in the same way that you say Chief Mapia should take accountability for his letter, even if he says I was pressured. He must take accountability because he wrote that letter and signed it off, stopping the disciplinary process. Same applies to you. Take accountability for, yes, I uplifted the suspension. Yes, I was wrong to follow that instruction because it was an unreasonable instruction. Not try and justify it as we debated. And then she then at the end of it said, I'm instructing you. Say she instructed me and I should not have followed that instruction. That's all we are asking you to do, is accept it's a wrong instruction to uplift the suspension where the city manager overrides your position. It was a wrong instruction for her to give you. And you should not have followed it. You did follow it, but do at least own up to it and say, I should not have followed that instruction.
Chair, through you, I think it becomes very difficult when we have to concede on issues when you contemplate them differently. And while you put your statement here, I've been very consistent that instructions are given, I do advise, and I do debate on issues. Ultimately, if it's reasonable, and the reason I'm saying it's reasonable to me, extending for 6 months, it's the right thing to do. But where the problem is with that clause, it says 3 months, within 3 months, finish the disciplinary process. And if you don't finish it within 3 months, the employee must come back to work. In exceptional circumstances, you can extend it. When I signed the first one, I agreed to sign the extension. It was based that at least you can stay up to 6 months. And there are circumstances where we say employees come back because the process has advanced. And I've said yesterday, I want the context. I will accede where I have to accede, but I really wanted the context to be given. Chairperson, in the sense that 3 months was concluded. And HR did, in our space, have irregularities. I'm taking that Dr. Mashazi is wrong. If you want me to say I could have done things better, I will do so. But we also played a critical role on that process not being concluded. And I'm not sure then when I was testifying here if all this will be integrated and before decisions are made. But I'm appealing to the Commission that when utterances are made, can we at least also talk to the context of how the matters have been discussed? The process was frustrated, I get that. And I'm saying we could have done things better. And it's really a pity, I'm gonna repeat before I concede to this, that Dr. Mashazi wouldn't know all these things. As we decide to wake up and protect Julius, what for? What for? And I wouldn't want to get to a situation where my competencies are being challenged without me trying to put a context on my side, Chairperson. I wouldn't want to. Hence, I keep on saying, whereas instructions are made, are discussed, a person is advised, but ultimately, if you are a decision maker, you can even override what I'm saying and write your own letter, or I assist and write the letter. Kolani drafted the upliftment, and I signed it, and 3 months have passed. Kolani decided when the 3 months have passed to still think, do I discipline or I don't discipline? Those things must be taken into context.
Thank you.
I'm appealing with you.
Thank you, Mr. Shekhar.
Can I just ask one follow-up question? I mean, you know the prescripts that apply in the municipality. You've told us you spent many years in the city of Joburg. You are now in the city of Ekurhuleni. Is it lawful and appropriate for a city manager to involve herself in issues of suspension and discipline of an employee at a level where Julius Muanazi was in May and June 2023? Is it appropriate and lawful for her to be involved?
Chair, according to the delegations, as much as, remember, ultimately delegations are hers, accountabilities, she's the ultimate authority here. There's sub-delegations into these matters, but it doesn't mean because there's sub-delegations, she cannot still assume her delegations. I've said earlier on in my statement, this matter is the Chief of Police, Nkola who brought her into it. If in the beginning, they wouldn't have said, okay, this one has got proximity to the accounting officer, let's go and consult her. That's where this whole thing started. And then she started following it up. Remember, if you read their statement between Heni and Kolani, while Kolani has not yet disciplined, is still contemplating, they might go to jail, they might not go to jail, let me not discipline. Heni sensitized them that the time is moving. And by the 23rd, when he sensitized them, the 24th is the last day of the 90 days. You know, what do they do there if you read their statement? I want to finish, Chair. I really want to, Chair. I'm going to come to it.
Is it appropriate? Yes, it is appropriate. No, it's not appropriate. I don't want to hear about what Kemi did or what Nisa did. I just ask a simple question. Is it appropriate for a municipal manager to involve themselves at that level with the suspensions of employees at that level? If it is appropriate, you can say, yes, it is. If it's not appropriate, you can say, no, it's not. And that's what I'm asking you to do. Assume we've read these laws, assume we've read the records, assume we've heard your statement, assume we've heard what you said yesterday. All I want for now is it appropriate, yes, or it's not appropriate?
Ideally, Chair, city manager should have said when they said, we want to discipline Muanazi and say, it's your role, deal with it, don't involve me. Therefore, it doesn't look good. It's not appropriate because those are lower level. And the contradiction, remember, when we're discussing recruitment, Chief complaining, she says to Chief, below this level, don't be involved because you are dealing with a higher level. It's the same as her.
Exactly.
But all I'm saying, Chair, I know even my legal team, I'm sure they're going to reprimand me. I'm not trying to over-explain myself as if I'm hiding something, but I'm trying to refute the statements and the allegations Dr. Mashaz is doing against all of us, that she should not have involved herself from the beginning.
You see, now you've answered me. You didn't have to take that long route. Thank you.
Let's adjourn and come back at 22. May we see council outside, please?
Front of the queue to have their cattle vaccinated against foot and mouth disease as soon as vaccines effective against all three strains of the virus arrive from overseas. And the application in the Durban High Court for the provisional liquidation of sugar giant Tonga Tulet has been postponed after applicants and respondents could not agree on dates for the matter to be heard. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Joalane Tulongwebe.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 northbound in Midrand, slow moving towards Samrand Road. The N3 southbound in Edenvale has a crash before Linksville Road, and the M1 northbound in Sandton, a crash before Marlborough Drive. In KZN, the N2 is queuing at Prospection, the N2 southbound queuing towards the M25 Commercial Highway exit, and there's a crash on the N2 northbound after Prospection interchange. The right lane is closed. In Cape Town, slow-moving traffic through the central Claremont area, Strand Road eastbound in Stickland, queuing towards the R300 highway, and on Marine Drive, grass fire reported at Pardon Island, so expect delays and slow-moving traffic. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy, you are
In fact, you can explain what top you're wearing, but it's not a rugby one. But you want to talk about the Springbok Sevens, right?
All I'm going to say is that I'm wearing a football jersey. That's it.
And now everybody's going on live streaming, which they can go, YouTube and via links on Twitter and Facebook, and they're trying to check out what top you're wearing, and they're taking pictures. And they're going to tweet about it.
Well, listen, we're starting with rugby this hour, where Springbok Sevens stalwart Impie Visser will captain the Bliss Box for the HSBC Sevens North American leg as he closes in on his 50th World Series tournament. The squad, named for back-to-back events in Vancouver and New York, features the return of playmakers Salvan Davids, Ronald Brown and Val Human from injury, while Mpumalanga-born Grant de Jager is in line for a debut. Now, head coach Philip Snyman made 6 changes to the group that triumphed in Perth, stressing the need to broaden depth and ensure fitness ahead of the World Championship later this season. Then, in terms of football, Orlando Pirates coach Abdeslam Wadu has confirmed that striker Evidence Mahopa and midfielder Talente Mbata will return from injury in time to face arch rivals Kaizer Chiefs. Now, the duo have been notable absentees in recent league and cup fixtures, prompting growing concern and speculation among supporters over their availability. Now, providing an update ahead of the Midway Premiership showdown at FNB Stadium tomorrow, Wadu revealed that both players have recovered sufficiently and are in contention for selection.
About Mahopa, he's been out for nearly 3 weeks, but I'm very happy, and the group is very happy to welcome him back. He's back to the training, and he's feeling very well. So it's one more player to add in our group, and the other one, Mbata as well. I'm very happy that he's joined the group because there is a lot of question around him, but he was injured as well, and I'm happy to have him in the group.
Meanwhile, ahead of tomorrow's Soweto derby, Kaizer Chiefs co-coach Cedric Kaizer says that there's some hope that Angolan international defender Inacio Miguel could be available for this game. Miguel has missed the last 4 matches due to an injury, and his absence was evident in these games as they failed to keep a clean sheet.
On the injury side, it's true that Miguel has missed a few games following his injury in the Carling Cup game against Stellenbosch. He's had 2 light session trainings with the group. He will be assessed today to see if he's able to feature. Oaks has been training with the team for the last 5 sessions. He's not 100% fit. He can help, but not 100% fit. We'll say Igor Darrow, he's definitely out. He hasn't joined the group yet. Tabo Sele is back from his injury, and he can help, as well as Bradley Close.
Elsewhere, Bayern Munich coach Vincent Kompany says that tomorrow's Bundesliga clash at Borussia Dortmund will feel like winning a mini title as his side look to take a major step toward defending their crown. Bayern lead the table by 8 points and have lost just once all the season, while Dortmund's hopes of silverware hinge on upsetting their rivals after crashing out of the Champions League midweek. In terms of motorsport, Marco Bezzecchi set a new track record to top practice for the season opening Thailand MotoGP today, finishing ahead of defending world champion Marc Marquez. The Aprilia rider clocked 1 minute 28 seconds, which is 0.421 seconds clear of Ducati's Marquez, who begins his bid for a record-equaling 8th world title this weekend. That's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
What about the top you're wearing?
I said I'm wearing a football jersey top.
Okay, all right. We'll take pictures just now. Okay, thank you.
Love the shows that keep you guessing. Every case tells a story. Every clue brings you closer to the truth. From shocking twists to unforgettable investigations, Homicide returns with seasons 3 and 4, where justice is hard-won and nothing is ever simple. Because loving what you watch sometimes means leaning into the darkness. Homicide, Seasons 3 and 4. Weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Get Spar Super Savings at every store, in every aisle, every day. Like 900-gram Bacoma Wheat Bix for $52.99. Save 12 Rand. Or 200-gram Nescafe Gold Coffee Jar or 220-gram refill pack, excluding decaf, for $154.99. Save 35 Rand. Now that's super savings. Price is valid from the 23rd of February till 8 March, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from $150. Evening tickets from $350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick and Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, with me, Paswane and Patlele from Makwe Fund Managers. You got all the news, Paswane, local and global.
Afternoon, Ashraf, and to all your listeners. Happy Friday. Well, markets, when we look at the market perspective, global price movements was more of the best signal of the day, Ashraf. We see the US tech continues to puke outside the likes of Apple, and the likes of, actually Apple and a bit of NVIDIA, because Apple and Netflix, actually, because of Warner Brothers, they will not be buying Warner Brothers and Paramount won that front. But investors remain concerned on the AI capex spending sustainability and, of course, the labor effects that are taking place. We've seen the likes of Block, the owner who co-founded Twitter, has given up half of his employees or based on AI. That when we reflect investor concern about that revenue is hitting on those mega techs, and it's starting to reflect on those earnings year on year. And yes, the US economy is crippling under weakness right now, and especially because investors are looking at that corporate spending, the private sector credit spending, and they're seeing corporate weakness taking place. And that's why we're seeing bond yields are breaking down. We're seeing US yields are breaking below 4%. The dollar also reflects some sense of weakness. Emerging markets are outperforming in this environment. And it's just not necessarily just over the next few weeks, we would see the likes of signaling coming through from the US Fed that easing would be taking place post-March meeting, increasing global.
I had merged two witnesses. It's late in the day and in the week. I apologize. So it's page 58 of the Muanazi bundle, and through to pages, and then the next document is 59 to 62. And 58 is the... Certainly, sorry.
May the attorneys please assist Mrs. Tlasheka. You, Mr. Shaskalson, you'll... You'll please take us through what you want to... Oh, yeah.
Thank you. It is a document dated 24 October 2023. I'll come back to the date a little later. It's an interview summary and recommendation for a panel for the appointment of Deputy Chief of Police Operations and Specialized Services. The date is 24 October 2023. So that is after the restructuring of disciplinary matters, and it's after the instruction in relation to the forensic report. And in that context, Brigadier Muanazi applies for promotion. And can you take us through this document, because it's not clear to me. I see you were on the panel, I see Chief Mapie was on the panel. There's a Ms. Zanele Katembo, who also appears to have been on the panel. Who is she?
Your mic, please.
Zanele Katembo was an HOD for Shreke, that it's sports, recreation, arts and culture. That was her role, I think, at that time. Thank you, Chair.
And Advocate Behari was also on the panel, although it seems that he wasn't present at the interview. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was someone from HR Secretariat, but she didn't play a role in the interviews. The upshot of the interview was that a recommendation was made that Brigadier Muanazi should be promoted to the post of Deputy Chief of Police Specialized Services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I simply want to ask you, in a context where charges of the nature that had been laid against Brigadier Muanazi were still out there, hadn't been resolved, why did you see fit to recommend him for promotion to a more senior position?
As I say, by that time, Chair, it was clear that the process of the DC is not going to continue. And obviously the employee has been exonerated, given a letter that the process is not continuing.
Sorry, can I interrupt there? The employee was never exonerated. No one ever said you have been found not guilty of any of these charges. At best, what happened was that the process of proceeding with the charges was frustrated through a series of, well, at best, gross inefficiencies, at worst, deliberate sabotage. There was no exoneration.
Let me rephrase. Remember, this is an employee who's sitting with a letter that says we're no longer continuing with the investigation process and whatever.
But sorry, can I take you up? Sorry, can I come in there as well? Because that letter says we're no longer continuing with the investigation process. But in fact, the investigation process had been finished by then. There was the investigation was over. What was now needing to happen was a disciplinary hearing. There's no need for further investigation, just for a hearing to take place.
Yes, he was also told, go back to your substantive post, continue with your work. So firstly, for the employee to apply the position, the understanding is that this DC is not continuing. And at that time, there was no disciplinary hearing that is continuing. As I say, based on my initial testimony, my earlier testimony, and the legal opinion, if it was then done by then, I can't recall. So we could not prejudice the employee in this particular time. Hence, he applied as well, like everybody else.
Sorry, which legal opinion said that you could not proceed in, I think it was October 2023?
As I say, if I recall events, there was a legal opinion, I think we discussed it, that said there are no fraud issues against him. Maybe it's the way I'm putting it. So at this point in time, the mere fact that we continue, there was no disciplinary process that is continuing. Check. Thank you.
You see, whether or not there was a disciplinary process pending is a separate question from whether this applicant is a fit and proper person for this promotion. And I struggle with the notion that someone against whom allegations of that nature have been leveled and have reached the point of proceeding to a hearing only for a charge sheet not to be served is fit and proper to be a deputy head of police. What's your response to that?
I hear the inference on your side. On my side, in terms of the procedure, there was no DC that was happening, and therefore there will be no reason to say we are not shortlisting you because you are not meeting, I mean, there's a pending DC, because clearly there was no pending DC.
There was a directive by IPID that he should be charged. And that directive is binding on the city of Ekurhuleni. So,
I didn't see it that time.
But you say the opinion exonerated him. That opinion is the opinion that said IPID must be disregarded. Which other opinion are you referring to?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, so that's why I'm saying there was a directive by IPID. And that opinion was responding to the directive. So you cannot say there was nothing pending. There was a pending directive by IPID. The fact that Ekurhuleni did not comply with it does not mean there was no pending directive by IPID that Muanazi should be disciplined.
I hear you, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shega, the question still, Mr. Chaskalson's question still stands, that the disciplinary process is not complete, it's not shut down, not by the letter from Chief Mapie, because he speaks, as Mr. Chaskalson says, he speaks of an investigation. You then recommend the candidate, and the question is how in your judgment is it appropriate for you in particular to recommend such a candidate for a promotion to Deputy Chief of Police on such serious charges?
Chair, thank you. I'm still saying that at that point in time, halted or suspended the DC, it would have been a prejudice not to give him an opportunity to complete with other candidates.
The issue is not why did you interview him, because competing with other candidates is at interview stage. I mean, even the worst of, we've got a list, so I need to explain what I'm going to say next. We know from your vetting results, that some people were found to be rapists, but they're in the employ of the city. So even that person who is found to be a rapist, when they apply, you would have looked at, do they meet the requirements for shortlisting, right? And then you would shortlist them. And that's a fair for them to come and justify to the panel why they are suitable for appointment. So we are past that. You've shortlisted. You, head of HR, are aware that there are these unresolved charges, serious charges against this individual. How do you make the judgment that it's appropriate to recommend him for appointment?
My judgment, Chair, was based on procedurally. I thought it's fair to give, if there's a halt or stopped DC, you give a candidate an opportunity like everybody else. If indeed at some point you are found guilty you'll always be dismissed.
No, he was never going to be found guilty because the city manager has given you an instruction. Remember that earlier conversation?
Yes.
So you say the city manager gave an instruction, and that's why that explains your inactivity about further disciplinary steps. So that has ended, but he's never been exonerated of these serious charges. He's never been. Here's the HOD of Human Resources. Basically, what do you call it? The one who gives direction, supposedly, on matters of discipline and how people should behave and what is tolerable behavior. You recommend his promotion. That is a problem. Do you accept that?
I said, Chair, that it is an oversight. We could have done better. I advise on the other side that procedural. In fact, it's just that the reason I don't want even to talk to it because it was not recorded. I said after the shortlisting, because no employee at EMPD met the requirements, it was only these two. I then said, let's not proceed, let's re-advertise. And because we already didn't extend the contract of Mr. Mzolo, the chief pushed that we do interviews. And I think when you go for interviews, you might anticipate a particular outcome if you want to, but interviews will always surprise you. And then once it's recorded and we made this recommendation, it's difficult to go back. If we could have restarted the process, maybe we won't be here. But I'm taking full accountability that I should have stopped the process when I said, let's stop the process.
Yeah. Well, we're at a point where you did not stop the process.
Yes.
You interview, you know the problem about this candidate. You recommend, you do a positive act. You're saying he's suitable for the position. That's what this conversation is about. So
Yes.
It's not oversight at all. It doesn't fall in the category of oversight. It would be oversight if you didn't know that there were these accusations against him or you were mistaken about something, right? Here, you know this is unresolved. There's serious allegations against him. And we do have evidence here where EMPD conducted an investigation, and you would have seen that. You know that, as Commissioner Khumalo says, you know that IPID has directed that he should be disciplined. You have testified that, well, it was frustrated / there were instructions. Now we come to you personally. Why do you recommend such a defective candidate whose defects are known to you, are recorded in a charge sheet? How do you, head of HR,
the process
say, oh, he can be promoted, he's suitable for the position?
The process was halt, and the employee competed with other candidates, and we shortlisted, we interviewed, and he did well on that interview. I agree that in terms of the character, we could have done better. And I'm taking full accountability that we could have done better. But the process is on its own. It's not even a process that is made only by myself. It's a process that is made by the panel. As much as I've advised, and I'm taking full responsibility, I'm not going to say I'm instructed in this one. If there were instructions, they were not given to me. The only thing that we did was to score, and the person we scored him higher, and therefore was recommended.
So is it fair to say that you saw nothing wrong? The short answer, at that time, now with hindsight, maybe you say, well, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Maybe that's what you're saying. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I'm asking, in the moment when you recommend that he's suitable for promotion, you did not see any problem with that? You considered him...
It was a red flag. It was a red flag, and as I say, I think what was left is how you debate it. Remember, at the time, as much as I can recall, there was not even a criminal record against him, but there were pending allegations against him. And unfortunately, we didn't get to test them to the end.
No, you may not have tested them as a panel, and the conversation really, we've had the same conversation with Chief Mapie and raised our concerns about his own conduct with this interview, rather with recommending Commissioner Muanazi. It's exactly the same concern with you, and this is not a panel concern, it's a concern about you individually, you as a person who knows the problems that have been raised about this candidate, who knows that there's either an aborted disciplinary process or suspended disciplinary process, whatever language you choose for it. He's never been exonerated, and you have to accept that. I think you have accepted that yes. He was never exonerated of these serious charges. You sit there and you determine he's fit and proper, notwithstanding he's fit and proper to be promoted to the position. That's a difficulty I have with you about either it's a sign of poor judgment on your part, at least from where I'm sitting, or it's something more serious, that you were prepared, because it's Muanazi, you were prepared to overlook the problems, the red flags, to use your language, about him. You overlooked them because it is Muanazi, or you simply failed in your job to properly assess a candidate.
Chair, I think the inferences sometimes are biased, and because it's based on a particular situation at a given point. My judgment would have been based on that the allegations have not been fully tested. And until you are found guilty, you are innocent. I think where Ekurhuleni we failed, I'm still going to agree, is how poorly we managed the matter of Mr. Muanazi. If it was well managed, again, won't be here. If the DC continued timelessly and charges were served, maybe even he could have been exonerated and won't be here still, or will be here for a different narrative.
Aren't you being unfair to the other people, considering that you explain your inaction to pursue this disciplinary process on the basis that you were given an instruction? And when it suits you, you say it's the fault of the other people. It can't be both. It's you were given an instruction, you have told us, and you've tried to explain it by saying the atmosphere in the room was clear that the city manager doesn't want this disciplinary hearing to proceed, and your position was informed by that. So you acted, you explain your inaction in this aborted disciplinary process by saying there was an instruction from the city manager, and then when it comes to the others, you say, had they done things on time, it would have happened. But if we go with your version, this DC was never going to happen because there was an instruction.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if you follow events, if we acted within the 3 months, we might have a different narrative. Chief of Police submit a tribunal, request for a tribunal to take place in March already, I think around the 23rd of March. HRER division says, I'm applying my mind. IPD says, we can get these people arrested, so I don't want to spend money on attorneys. Come now, while we're waiting, 24th of May is there. This matter is taken again by HR and EMPD, HRER division, to the accounting officer, and the accounting officer says, all of you put this thing to rest. Now, what I'm saying, Chair, is the charges remained not fully tested, it remained allegations because they were not fully tested in the sense that go to the DC and have the outcome. And I thought the principle of law, but if I'm wrong, I'm learning today. You are innocent until you are found guilty. I think I was fearful of the fact that now that we continued, if we don't appoint him, he might take us on. You hide documents, they find them. I'm telling you, if Mr. Muanazi found this document, let's say we withdraw that, we didn't see he's gonna perform in this interview, we say let's withhold and not fill the position, and he get hold of this document. I don't know if we went to courts how it was gonna be. I might have not understand the principles of law, but I've learned a lot from this commission, and I think the person will continuously improve themselves and improve myself wherever I'm going. I've learned a lot. That my judgment, Chair, I'm saying the red flag is there, but when I'm thinking of the rule that says you are innocent until you are proven guilty, I could have done and consolidated those two statements or notions and come with a better judgment.
I want to suggest to you that it's not available to you or open to you to rely on that principle of innocent until proven guilty if you contributed to the disciplinary hearing not happening. It's not open to you. You can't have it both ways. You can't agree with the frustration of a disciplinary process and then later on rely on that it didn't happen and say, well, I couldn't hold it against him. It's a correct principle of law that you are quoting, but it's not available to you.
Chair, if you can clarify when you say I contributed to the disciplinary hearing not taking place, so that I can be able to answer in terms of my role.
On your version, you followed Dr. Mashazi's unreasonable instruction not to discipline Commissioner Muanazi. You followed that instruction, and it's unreasonable because the charges are serious. A charge sheet has been prepared. Things are at a point there may have been delays, but you are aware there's a charge sheet. It was at a point of being issued. It didn't get issued. You've seen the content of it. You know that IPID has directed that there should be a disciplinary, and you know that if you've seen the opinion that you're seeking to rely on, which we say doesn't say what you wanted it to say, if you've seen that opinion, because it does say what IPID has said. So if you read that opinion, you know that IPID has directed disciplinary proceedings, right? So you know all of that. You follow, and notwithstanding, you follow an instruction from the city manager that says, don't discipline. You follow an unreasonable instruction. So when I say you contributed, I'm saying your inaction or your readiness to follow an unreasonable, maybe even unlawful instruction from the city manager, you contributed to the DC not running. And so you can't say, well, now when it's time for interviews, I thought the DC, there was no DC against him when you had a hand in it not happening.
Chair, I get your context, Commissioner, that when I got to find out about this matter in August 2023, the way I think the report is being read, the one of the forensic report, and I don't want, I'm not sure if we must go there. I'll still stand by my conviction that in my report, if it's read in its entirety, I will never agree that I fully complied with the instruction. If the instruction says you stop this DC, you don't continue on anything. And I get the notion and the premise that says, no, you guys were looking at labor cost. But I'm still appealing to the commission that maybe the report is read once more. And as I say, my intention in the reports and some of the allegations in that report should be read the way I intended to have this matter dealt with. I get the situation where we speak about the comma and the full stop. But I'm still saying, when you read allegation 4, where it says disciplinary matter relating to Julius Muanazi was not properly managed by the city, it has a comma. After that comma, it goes and says, then it also resulted to unnecessary legal cost. I'm taking that. While I'm taking the brunt that we shouldn't have been here, but I still appeal to the commission that the notion, you will make your determination, but the notion that says we're trying to protect Muanazi, I don't think it was necessarily the case. We could have done things better. And you are right when you say the instruction could have been done, not observed, and done differently. And I thought my approach to perpetually seek information about this matter and my intuition that says you cannot let this matter rest. And the latest where I've never, well, everybody stopped. My last acting on this matter, it was in October 2025. Nonetheless, decisions are made, by those who are listening and how they hear matters. I hear you, Commissioner, that I contributed for not having the matter to sit. It only said when Dr. Mashaz is gone. I take that. Nonetheless, again, I'm going to say during the time I was dealing with the matter, my notion on the events is Ekurhuleni have not tested the allegations. Therefore, it's difficult to say the employee is not going to compete, and we could have still done better. I'm taking that, but I'm still appealing that hopefully when you look at this matter in its entirety, we will see how the outcomes come out. And also, one can say that this is a process where continuous improvement are going to be taken seriously, and we can do better next time. It's just difficult to agree that you just fully contributed, you had an intention not to discipline. It might look that way, but I want to say it was never my...
To Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
So no Madlanga Commission now, because as you know, on a Friday we have this fireside chat. Well, from now up to 6 o'clock, and we've had some of the most fascinating guests in the last few weeks, including Paddy Lahotla last week. We just had some amazing people, and I think it's going to continue now because my guest up to 6 o'clock is Dr. Louise von Rijn. I mean, her title says Leadership Development Expert in Social Entrepreneur, which I'm going to suggest is powerful but pretty bland because it doesn't say much more of the amazing things that she does. So, Louise, firstly, welcome to the show and glad that you joined me on the Fireside Chat.
Thank you, Ashraf. I'm delighted to be here.
Yeah, I actually bumped into you last week for 5 seconds at the social justice lecture as you were listening to a speech from the balcony, and I was rushing to go and break my Ramadan fast, and that was that. Otherwise, I would have done this interview in person, but 1 week later, things move on. But listen, you've done amazing things, right? And maybe we'll talk about some of them just now. But here's the thing: even up to now, you first came to my attention when you were involved with Partners of Possibility, run by, I think, your organization, Symphonia, which really links, identifies schools in townships that needed help, and then links business people to those school principals and or school heads. And, I mean, that was enormously successful, right? You're not involved in it anymore, but are you involved in education any longer?
So, Ashraf, I think we have seasons in our lives, and that was a particular season. It was absolutely breathtaking, loved every moment of that. But I think there's a point where you have to say, well, what is the next invitation? What is the next thing that I'm going to be doing? I'm exploring many options. I think the real opportunities for us as a nation is to mobilize active citizenship around young people and setting them up for success. You'll remember when I think you and I both contributed to Bruce Whitfield's book, and my contribution is that we need to mobilize 50-plussers, people with knowledge, skills, experience, and connect them with young people and create these opportunities for intergenerational wisdom sharing. So it's not education per se, but it's an opportunity for everybody in this country to be involved in setting up our young people for success.
Yeah, I mean, interesting you say so. You know, this is not a classic interview. It's very much a chat because, I mean, that book from Bruce Whitfield called, I think, the One Thing, and people need to read it. And I've done a wonderful podcast with him about it as well. They need to listen to that too. Yes, I mean, I think in terms of my contribution, in many ways, it overlaps what you're saying, you know, a form of mentorship, but reverse mentorship. And perhaps you and I, our paths have crossed on many occasions. We need to have that chat about how we can solidify that, right? So let's then talk about that, this intergenerational, you know, sharing and learning, right? Clearly, it's critically important in our country right now. Are you then implementing that now?
So not yet. I'm exploring how do we do this in a way that is sustainable, that will have the kind of impact that we want to see. So we haven't launched an initiative yet, but I tell you, just about every single second day, I'm in a conversation with someone who is committed to this idea. So we are becoming a bit of a magnet for people who want to have this conversation. Just this morning, in some ridiculous hour, I was contacted about an international agency who wants to create the ecosystem or wants to be involved in the ecosystem. So there's many conversations, Ashraf. It's not been, this is a conversation that you and I have to have. But I mean, I don't want to mention names because I'm going to put them on the spot, but there are a whole bunch of people in our network who are part of the various groups you and I are part of, who are looking to how can we start to test some aspects of this idea in their world.
Okay, well,
so
I've got my hands raised up, and you know, from a champion South Africa perspective, we will certainly support it and collaborate where we can, right? Okay, let's move on to this here. Of all the things you've done, what has been the defining moment of your fabulous career up to now?
So there's no doubt. You're reminding me of a question that I asked someone else this week, which is a very similar situation where we asked them, what are you most proud of? Or what is the most defining moment? Partners for Possibility was a life-changing experience. I will forever be enormously grateful for the opportunity to be part of that initiative. We partnered 1,900 school principals with 1,900 business leaders, and we mobilized active citizenship around these 1,900 schools and impacted millions of lives. And it was an amazing experience. So the real challenge is to not let that be the last defining moment, but to continue looking for how can we learn from that experience and continue to have impact and create this future that we are all dreaming about, a future that will every child in our country.
And when you say, I mean, that partnership was an amazing experience, to what degree? I mean, ultimately, my understanding is it was set up to provide assistance to the school, you know, headmaster or headmistress, and bring solid business support. So you had some stellar business leaders who did just that. But did it then change the lives of the school and the school learners?
So it changed many lives, and it changed the lives of the school principals who for the first time ever felt treated as if they matter, as if they are leaders rather than just, children of the system who need to make things happen. So there's no doubt that it had impact on the principals, on the teachers, on the parents, on the children. And we've got lots of kind of longitudinal studies that show that. But in many ways, Ashraf, what is very interesting and why this program has been, acknowledged internationally is because of the impact that it had on the business leaders. We have so many business leaders who would say to you, I just had this week, I had Bob Head on you might have read the message that Bob said on LinkedIn. He said, as a result of Partners Possibility was a life-changing experience for me. And I got so much joy out of the opportunity to really make a contribution in an environment where I didn't know that I can contribute. So, so there are, 1,900 business leaders whose lives got changed. We know many business leaders left their corporate offices. They got involved in other things. They've kind of changed the trajectory of their lives as a result of this opportunity to contribute so meaningfully in the schools. So this afternoon, someone was challenging me around, where's the next thing? Where is the next opportunity to have that kind of level of impact? Because if you work with a school principal, you can change the trajectory of thousands of lives. My question is, where's that equivalent? And maybe it won't be exactly the same, but maybe it will be something different.
I mean, look,
So
you and I have chatted, and there's things that I throw about ideas and some things you don't do, but the principle of, and I know you're not involved in partners possibilities, so I won't use that phrase any longer, but accepting to say, to partner for possibility can be applied outside of schooling. It's obvious. We can apply that principle to 100 things, and maybe you'll get involved in one, but I can do the other 5, and others can do the same, all for the betterment of society, isn't it?
Yes, and that's why, Ashraf, you just reminded me, the project that we are working on at the moment is so meaningful for both Tembaletu Seyesi, who you know well, and myself, in that we're writing this book. And the book is a gift from South Africa to the world and to South Africa. It's a reminder of the amazing things that we as South Africans have done in the last 40, 50 years that deserve stories that deserve to be told. So in our book, we've chosen 9 case studies of people who have worked together across boundaries to achieve amazing impact without looking for glory and acknowledgement, but they've just made things happen. One of those stories is the Eskom turnaround, which all of us have had the experience of, benefiting from that. When you listen to the stories around what happened and how it actually happened, that's a story worth getting excited about, and all of us need to learn from that. But the defining story in our book is the story about how apartheid was overthrown and how millions of people around the world felt invited to be part of a different future. And when you talk to people who were young people in London in the 1970s who could not but be involved in the quest to overthrow apartheid. So there are beautiful stories. We look at the Springboks, we look at Business for South Africa. So that's going to be that's this year's big meaningful project.
Okay, and when will that book be? When will the book be launched? Because of course I need to get my hands on it.
Well, we hope that it will be done before One Young World, which I believe you are going to be very actively involved in.
Yeah.
And before Thinkers 50, so this year there's a Leaders 50 happening in London the same week as One Young World. And our hope is to get it done before that, but it might not be possible because it's so interesting. We're having so much fun interviewing all these amazing people.
Okay. I'll talk to you about Thinkers 50 and some of those global awards that you got. We'll do that in a moment. Let me remind you, we're chatting to Dr. Louise van Rijn, right? So, yeah, you can hear social entrepreneur, business leader, really leadership and leadership development. And I call her a champion South African because she really does champion the country and very much top of the game at what she does. Now, as always, time is a huge issue on the show. We don't have much time, but we probably have time for maybe 3 WhatsApp comments or calls. So if you're up for that, do that. 0614 104 107. That's WhatsApp, and they can send a voice note, or to call in live, it's 086 000 2032. You can also tweet out using the hashtag The National Pulse, tag SAfmRadio and myself. And I know Louise is very active on LinkedIn. If you wish to post comments on there, just tag me and Louise. We'll check it out. This is The National Pulse.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Bite after bite, this is Bake That Thing. Every Friday, we fire up the ovens, featuring South Africa's best bakers and most loved patisserie masters. From showstoppers to savory favorites, it all begins in the oven. Get inspired live every Friday, only on Espresso on S3. This is Bake That Thing.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
Hi, my name is Kutlwana Masote, your host of Weekend Sundowner Classics every Saturday and Sunday afternoon between the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. exclusively on SAfm. Now, this is where you get your best classical music jams on any radio platform. Join me every Saturday and Sunday afternoon between 4 and 7 p.m. Weekend Sundowner Classics.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, Fireside chat with Dr. Louise van Rijn. I just say maybe 2-3 messages or calls, but listen, you can be up to anybody. But specifically, if you actually know Louise personally, like let me give you a chance to give her a shout out. How about doing just that, right? So you mentioned One Young World, Louise. Yes, so that's starting November 3, 4, 5, 6. I've been a counsellor with them for the last 2 years, and yes, this year it's in Cape Town in South Africa, and it'll be fabulous, right? That's one thing. And Temba knows a lot about it too, of course, right? And Prof. Tuli, people we all know very well. But you mentioned Thinkers 50 now. Perhaps maybe start with this. When you delivered this magical partners of possibility, and I know we had a chat a while back about it, you had less recognition in South Africa, ironically, but you had global recognition for what you did. Tell me about that.
Well, let me just quickly say, because I was at a session recently where the, at the time, CEO of the Institute of Justice and Reconciliation attended the session. And we were talking about probably one of the most amazing evenings of my life was when Archbishop Tutu handed over the Reconciliation Award to us, to Partners of Possibility. And it was an amazing, we'll talk about international in a minute, but we have to celebrate our own icons. So you'll remember, I mean, he was such a treat, but he told a story. He said, when God looks at South Africa, he cries because he's sad about all the things that are happening. He says, and then but he looks, while he's crying, he finds things like Partners for Possibility. And then he starts to smile because he's so excited about the fact that, you know, many people are doing some amazing things, of which one of them was Partners Possibility. What was interesting about the international recognition for what we did was the fact that the international people could see how special it was, what we were doing. In South Africa, we just think this is just one of those things. We just, we find our ways to make a contribution because we live in a country that creates that opportunity. That's one of the reasons why I was excited about returning to South Africa after living in the UK. When you live in the UK, Ashraf, things by and large, well, it used to 20 years ago when we lived there. It worked. And it was, where do you make a real contribution? Because there wasn't much space. South Africa is open for everybody to make a contribution. That's why I always say it's alive with possibility, because imagine if all these amazing people who are listening to your show, and you are a magnet, you personally are a magnet for possibility. So people are listening to your show because they want to hear what you have to say and who you invite. And all these amazing people have a contribution to make to a better future. And so that's what excites me is so you send me the list of, you know, your questions. And one of the questions is, what's your purpose? My purpose is ignite and invite courageous contribution, because we can all make a contribution to a better future. And that's what I'm committed to.
Okay, well, you certainly do that. And as you talk about it, you know, being a magnet for possibility, I mean, it's a fabulous challenge, not just to you and I, but to everybody listening, right? How is it that in the midst of doom, sometimes you can still be a magnet for possibility and change things? So what is it in your makeup that drives you, besides the purpose you mentioned, meaning there must be something about you and your makeup that allows you to becoming this perpetual magnet, no matter where you are?
Oh, that's a big question. I think I've just been incredibly privileged in that I've had the most amazing people who have blessed me with ideas and knowledge, and they've believed in my ability to do something with that knowledge. And so, yeah, so with great privilege comes great responsibility. So we cannot not pay that forward. When I work with young people, I'm so inspired by how they step up, and they don't wait for anybody to give them permission. They just decide there's a better future to be created, and we're going to make it happen. And that's the joy of these intergenerational wisdom sharing partnerships, is they give us hope for the future. It's their future. And we bring our, accumulated 60 years of experience and knowledge. And together we can create something that none of us can do on our own.
So it's interesting. I mean, I had a chat with the representative from the IEC, Independent Electoral Commission, ahead of, voter registrations for awareness for young people. And I mean, I can't remember the numbers offhand, but it's like 15-20% of eligible young South Africans at varsities are registered to vote. That's only 20% registered, not even actually voting. I mean, it's a damning indictment on where we are, because they are the people very much at the cusp of change every single day. My question, therefore, we have Parliament. You've dabbled a bit in politics yourself, but where do you see the real change and drivers of change taking place? In Parliament, outside of Parliament, where we marry those two?
So this is where, so we're doing amazing things in South Africa, but we have to just have a look at what's happening in the rest of the world. So if anybody's been interested in what's happened in New York recently, and how young people just decided that they have a different future in mind than what was going on with all of the, old white men leading the charge. And when they mobilized to elect Mamdani as the new mayor, and then there was all the negativity and the cynicism and the questioning around, is that the right thing? And he has been a surprise every day of the week. And so that's an invitation for us to take seriously. So what we, I think it's just a decision. It's just a decision for all of us to say, we are going to be part of creating a better future, and we're going to step up and contribute where we are, whether that's in politics or whether it is in the business community or at university. And we really do need, I'm just looking, one of the people who's just sent me a note saying he's listening is Reagan Johnson. He's at Stellenbosch University. Reagan is a student leader at Stellenbosch, and we need these student leaders to mobilize students. We cannot only have 20% of students actively engaged and voting. We need them all.
Well, I take it, if I ask you, are you hopeful for the future for South Africa? I take it you're going to say yes, but if so, you're going to explain why. But I'll give you like about 7 or 8 minutes to think about it, because we've got a range of other things to do now. We've got the news headlines, we've got sport, we've got the markets, and then we'll continue with our fireside chat with Dr. Louise van Rijn right after this. Right now, news heads with Jolani.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines. South Africa needs 28 million doses of foot and mouth disease vaccine this year in order to take a major step in breaking the back of the countrywide outbreak. That's according to Agriculture Minister John Steenhuisen, who is visiting the KwaZulu-Natal Midlands to monitor the rollout of a mass vaccination campaign to fight the disease. There's high police visibility in Atlantis on the Cape West Coast following the murder of a 14-year-old teen at Atlantis High School on Wednesday. And finally, the South African Breast Milk Reserve is calling for more mothers to step forward and donate breast milk to help save the lives of vulnerable newborns. The organization says donated breast milk plays a critical role in protecting babies from infections and supporting healthy growth and development. I will have details on these and other stories at 6 o'clock.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N12 westbound in Southgate queuing towards the M1 Uncle Charlie's on-ramp, the N14 southbound in Krugersdorp queuing towards Pinehaven Crossing, and the N1 northbound in Pretoria slow moving towards Stormfall Road. In KZN, Griffiths Mxenge Highway slow moving through the central Umlazi area, The N2 southbound in Prospection queuing towards Joyner Road due to a crash scene, and the N2 is slow moving at Tongaat Plaza. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound queuing towards Muwe, Voortrekker Road and Elsiestrove is slow moving at Holt Road, and the R44 northbound in Paarl queuing at Klapmuts. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
To me, who's got a football top, should be wearing a Proteas top ahead of their, it's only a game they've already qualified for, but they're playing Zimbabwe. Let's talk about that.
They are playing Zimbabwe, and Proteas captain Aiden Markram says that his side is fully locked into the ICC T20 World Cup mission after another commanding performance in the Super 8. South Africa ended West Indies' unbeaten run with a 9-wicket victory powered by Markram's unbeaten 82 of 46 balls. Having already beaten informed teams New Zealand, India, Markram insists that the Proteas are not taking anything for granted, stressing that every challenge demands focus as they continue their charge towards the knockout stages.
Yeah, it doesn't feel easy, to be honest. The boys are, every game, every meeting we have, they're fully locked in, and we've been on good and bad sides at World Cups, and it's definitely not something this group would take for granted. I don't think it's even worth mentioning to the group. The guys have a lot of pride and are really on a mission to try achieve something, and you sort of don't want to create things where there aren't really anything. So if we need to guard against it based on what our eyes tell us, we'll mention it. But for the time being, the guys have been tracking really well.
Ashraf, we always talk about the pink day, pink ODI.
Yes,
now there's a black day.
In cricket or what?
In cricket.
Explain.
It is the women's version, which is coming up on Sunday. So basically just looking ahead of that final game of the series between South Africa women and Pakistan, which is set to take place on Sunday at Kingsmead Stadium. Proteas woman all-rounder Annerie Dirksen says that their intent is just to tighten things up, especially when it comes to their bowling performance and finishing the series strong. She also touched on the significance of Black Day and what it means to the team.
That we'll probably have to go there and reassess conditions again. It will be new conditions, but I think we'll have a look at the bowling, maybe how we can maybe tighten up in the middle a bit. I think we did well to pull this game through in the end, but probably made it more difficult for ourselves than it should have been. We'll, like I said, probably reassess conditions with the bat. And then Black Day is obviously also every time a really special occasion for us. So we'll definitely be looking to make it even more special with a win. And then obviously, like you said, going 3-0 up in a series, also something that we've spoken about. Sort of letting that last game slip in the T20s hurt a bit. So we'll definitely be looking to go 3-0 up in the series.
So just to give further explanation with regards to Black Day, they will be wearing black jerseys on Sunday as they play against Pakistan, and it's just to stand in solidarity with women across the country and around the world to raise awareness and funds in the fight against gender-based violence. In terms of rugby, Sasha Feinberg Mgomezulu will start for the DHL Stormers when they return to Vodacom URC action against the Lions at Ellis Park on Saturday, which is tomorrow. This time, Feinberg Mgomezulu will not captain the side, with the Stormers Director of Rugby, John Dobson, handing the leadership role to experienced locker JD Schiakeling, and regular captain Ruan Nal is still sidelined as he continues his recovery from a long-term injury. In terms of football, Kaizer Chiefs attacker Kanyiso Mayo was only 6 years old when he experienced his first Soweto derby. His father, Patrick, had just moved from SuperSport United to Amakosi at the time, and tomorrow he's going to get an opportunity to follow in the footsteps of his father and get a taste of this premium South African football fixture. Mayo, who is on loan at Chiefs from Algerian League One side CR Belouizdad, talks about the atmosphere of the fans in the derby, saying that he's definitely looking forward to it and is very excited about the atmosphere tomorrow in terms of the Soweto derby. Meanwhile, Orlando Pirates defender Bandile Shandu has admitted that there is an added layer of ahead of the Soweto derby, given its significance in the title race. And as I'm wrapping up, I think that is the one match I'm going to predict.
Go ahead.
Pirates is going to win.
Okay. And you're wearing a Pirates top, I see. So, okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Ashraf. With that said,
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
As the nation seeks answers, SAfm brings you live, uninterrupted coverage of Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Muanazi. You can also stay up to date with the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into criminality, political interference, and corruption in the criminal justice system. Stay informed, stay connected. Tune in live on SAfM 104 to 107 and follow the coverage across our digital platforms live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAfM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, for the last time for the week, Jimmy Moyaha, what's in your money bag? Jimmy, hi.
Closing.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
There we go. Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I'm happy to say that we are closing out the month in positive territory on all fronts. The rand is about 8% firmer against the US dollar for the month. On the day, it is a little bit weaker, but it is still around the 15 rand 94 cents mark. The all share is up about 1.48% for the day. The top 40 up 1.5%. The resources stocks leading the charge there up 4.2%. The financials were down about 0.25%. But all in all, the JSE Top 40 closing out the month of February more than 8% to the green. So a very strong start to the year. We were in the green in the month of January. This is the second consecutive month if we are looking at this calendar year. But we did have positive months towards the end of last year as well. So it looks as though equity markets are on the up. If we look at international equity markets, US markets are in the red at the moment. The S&P down 0.75%, the Nasdaq down 0.8%, and the Dow down a little over 1%. Where European markets were a bit of a mixed bag, with the FTSE finishing in the green, the CAC 40 and the DAX both finishing in the red. All of the Asian markets, though, had a green day, and the biggest winner there was the Hang Seng in Hong Kong. That was up a little over 8%. If we're looking at those commodity markets that led to the resource stocks being a little firmer, the gold price back above $5,200 a fine ounce. Silver price back above $90 at $92.50 a fine ounce at the moment. Platinum back towards that $2,400 an ounce level at $2,370. Palladium $1,826 a fine ounce, still lagging behind there a little compared to platinum and silver pricing. Brent crude $72.68 a barrel. Going into next week, I want to see what happens on the rand side of things. When we had the budget speech tabled earlier this week, the rand got as good as 15 rand 87. We're back above 15.90 for the moment against the US dollar, but against the other major currencies, the rand is still holding ground. 21 rand 45 against the British pound, 18 rand 82 against the euro, and about 11 rand 36 against the Australian dollar. A Bitcoin, you'd be interested to know, is still above R1,000,000, ever so slightly, 1,052,000. The worst it's gotten so far is 1,010,000, but hasn't yet breached below that R1,000,000 mark, obviously owing to some of the fluctuations in the rand as well. So going into the new month, we will see what continues to unfold. That will be ideally the wrap-up of the first quarter of the year, but by all accounts, it looks as though we're going to be in some really positive territory for the month of March as well. We take the win that is the month of February. We take the fact that the rand is closing below 16 rand for the month as it stands, and we come back next week to a new month and hopefully new market movements. Back to you, Ashraf.
Thanks. In the light of all that good news, you get the weekend off. Okay, we'll talk on Monday. Thank you so much for that. Right. By the way, talking about power, Eskom is upgrading old electricity meters with more modern smart meters, so giving you clarity, control, and confidence. With your new meter, you'll be able to see your usage in real time, giving you the power to manage your electricity with ease. Right now, smart meters are accurate. They help Eskom respond faster to issues. So, big issue here. Installers need to have access to your new meter. You need to authorize it, allow that. For more information, get to the website Eskom, redefining for a better future.
Roderick Jafte here. Join me for a new drama with SABC2. And don't forget, Paradise starts 23 February 2026, Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's get back into talking with my guest on the Fireside Chat, Dr. Louise van Rijn. We've got about 15 minutes or so to go. I did say couple of calls, couple of messages, particularly if you know Louise, that's great. In fact, we do have a call, so I don't know who it is. We'll find out. Hi, welcome to the National Pulse. Oh, we'll get to that in just a second or so. Louise, listen, I asked you the question about what's your hopes for South Africa, the good and the bad, and how do you think we can achieve it? So I know you've said a lot of things earlier which may overlap, but what's your one line answer if you meet somebody at an airport and say, man, I'm just sick of things in South Africa? What do you tell them?
So I still believe, I've been using these words for many years, that South Africa is alive with possibility. And it's for all of us simply a choice. Are we going to choose possibility or defeat? And it's a day-to-day choice around where do we focus our attention? Do we focus our attention on all the things that are not working, or do we focus our attention on the amazing things that are happening? And Ashraf, you with Champion South Africa and your champion spotting and all of the kind of invitations and provocation that come from you and your community, we're on the same page. We have a choice to focus on what's wrong or to focus on what's strong. And there is an enormous amount for us to focus on, which is what we're finding with this book. There are so many stories of amazing things happening. We just need to remind ourselves that these things are happening. And together, we can create a future that is going to be bright and where we're going to be so proud of the fact that we were contributed to that.
So if somebody is not as enthusiastic as you, what then do you tell them? And, for all the reasons that make complete sense, right? They come to you, they're what's that word? Gatvol. So what do you tell them?
Ashraf, if any of us allow ourselves to just be, we have moments of being irritated and defeated and all of that. But then we have to ask ourselves, where is that going to take us? What's the consequence of that choice, the choice to remain defeated? You will lose all joy. And life's too short for us to lose joy. I know I go through my dark moments. In the last few weeks, I've been through a bit of a dark moment. But there's a choice now around, is that where I'm going to stay? And what's the cost of that? What's the consequence of that? Or will I choose a different future? And it is just a day-to-day choice. Now, those people who feel defeated, we're going to continue to love them. And we're going to invite them into a conversation of possibility rather than a conversation of defeat and disillusionment.
Okay, and suddenly I feel a lot more excited. Let's get to some of the callers now. Hi, welcome to the Fireside Chat here on the National Pulse.
Hello, Ashraf. Hello, Louise. This is Temba.
Oh, is that... my goodness, man. And I didn't put you on via WhatsApp. Temba Letu.
No.
The co-author of the book.
Louise,
yeah, go ahead.
You go ahead, Ashraf. This is to say thank you to Louise for being the embodiment and the possibility of what happens when somebody shatters all self-limiting beliefs. Thank you for what you've done in my life, for changing my life for the better. And I hope you get to talk about Flawless Consulting, which is a course that I attended on Louise's account, which really changed my life. So Louise, thank you for championing South Africa. Thank you for your contribution to this country. You are a gift to humanity.
Ah, beautiful. Louise, respond.
Yeah, well, Temba Letu is, when we pitched the book, we said, here we are, white, 60-year-old women, Afrikaans, straight, as die in the will as you can. And I'm partnering with this amazing young man, and he's 27, and he's black and Xhosa speaking and gay and an attorney and going places. And so Themba represent the future for all of us. I want to be part of that future, the one that Themba is building. But what a privilege that we get to partner with them, with One Young World. We're going to partner with these young people whose the future is in their hands, not our hands. We're going to be around for a while longer, but our job is to strengthen their arms. And that's what gives me my life meaning, is working
that's
with people
beautiful,
like
yeah. Well, Themba, thanks for that. And of course, I saw you last week. We'll probably connect sometime soon. Anyway, it sounds like people are just dipping into like a private conversation here, which is really what makes good radio anyway, right? Tell me about Flawless Consulting that Themba spoke about, Louise.
So Peter Block, again, long story, but just after we had this tour for South Africa Live with Possibility in South Africa, I met Peter Block and I invited him to South Africa, and I said to him, come and teach us about your wonderful ideas. And by the way, while you're here, won't you do us a favor and run this course, which has been attended by literally millions of people around the world? And Peter was very generous. He said, no, Louise, I'm not going to do it in South Africa, but what I will do is I will teach you to do this course. I will to facilitate the course. And then you can go and make it happen in South Africa. And so since then, about 7,000 people have, or maybe 8,000 now, have done the course with us. And it's one of the most life-changing experiences. I feel so privileged to do it. Ashraf, when we can get 2 days out of your very busy diary, you should come and experience it. It's on so many levels transformational. Last week I had a CEO at the course, and he said, I'm a CEO of this multinational, the South African arm of this multinational company. I just wish I knew this when I was 30. And my daughter, who's listening in, I think she did it when she was 18, and I have watched them implement the ideas, and it's just, it's beautiful. So when people like Themba,
well, listen, I'm very keen. Let's put it that way, and it's in my interest to, as a person who wants to build a champion nation and building champions, that I even improve myself. So I think the link is obvious. There's another WhatsApp I want to pick up on. Let's get that.
Oh, hi, Ashraf and Louise. I'm highly excited to listen to you again. My name is Fergus. I was part of a program, I think it was in 2012, with Louise on Partners for Possibility. And I'm still friends with Roger John from the Eton Park Primary School here in Johannesburg. It's great to hear Louise on the radio, and she does fantastic work. Thank you very much.
Oh, there we are. You got that, Louise, right? 2012 connection.
Yes. Thank you. That's fantastic. It's wonderful. And this is the beauty about this work, is it creates a sense of intimacy and community and being in it together. So I don't think there's a single person who was involved in Partners for Possibility who is not excited about the future of this country. So maybe that's our work, is just to ignite positivity and possibility into our nation.
Well, it's interesting. I often have these Uber conversations, because I probably use an Uber maybe 4 trips out of 10 on a typical week. And I have them. And last week, an Uber driver told me, you know what? One of the great privileges of being this driver is I tend to pick up a lot of people like yourself, or talk show hosts and DJs, and I drop them off at studios like the SABC. And they all have one thing in common. He said they are all very positive, optimistic human beings, no matter what. And he said, for me to be with you guys, like, what a privilege. And in that moment, it reminded me of our privilege, that actually, yes, we are optimistic, no matter what it is, and others don't get it. So hopefully, as I'm sounding optimistic now, hopefully I'm inspiring others. But by the way, there's a person who messaged, I can't pick up the name now, who said, how can they get hold of you? And they're involved in something in the music space. So they'd love to connect with you, because they just love what you're saying. So how can they connect with you?
So easiest way is on LinkedIn or on X, or Ashraf, I don't know whether you want me to give you my number on the
well, maybe not. You
Airways,
get flooded with that, and maybe a whole lot of fake calls. I think, so, okay, LinkedIn and X, on the X platform. Let me give out the name. So Louise van Ryn is spelled Louise, and then fun with, sort of Afrikaans, Dutch, VAN, and then Ryn is RHYN. right? RHY, and hopefully you got that. But if you're ever stuck, just message me on social media. I'll connect you to Louise, right? Louise, let's go back, to Thinkers 50 and the award you got there. And I think one of the issues that came up is how you can translate good ideas into action, because I think that's central to what we're talking about now as people and as a country. Tell me about that.
So Thinkers 50 has this, what they call the Oscars of management. I'm just telling the story, makes me very proud. And they, a few years ago, gave me the award, the Ideas into Practice Award, which immediately invited me into the Thinkers 50 community. And I could never have imagined the joy of being part of that community. It's a community of people around the world who are thinking and doing and leading change. And this year, we have a few people who've been identified as Leaders 50. So of the 50 best known, most impactful leaders. And we have a few of them. And Adrian Gore is one of our internationally acknowledged Leaders 50. And there are a few other people. So what is so beautiful is to start to see the South African community show up in that community. But that was a very significant opportunity and moment in life.
That's fabulous. I mean, you mentioned Adrian Gore and the work he's done at Discovery, and that leads me on to the next thing. You talk a lot about teamwork in organizations, and too often, whether it's a local municipality, as in #Joburg, or a country or others, right? Organizations fail when the team stops being champion-like in terms of their culture, right? So it's something I know you feel strongly about. How do we tap on that collective wisdom that emanates from within an organization and gets them to drive in the same direction?
Oh, Ashraf, unfortunately, we don't have time to give justice to this question, but let me just give you a few thoughts. So first of all, our organizations are full of the most amazing, creative, insightful, wonderful people. And what we as leaders have to do is to find ways to tap into that collective wisdom. And when we don't, we miss out. So when you hear Mteto Nyati tell the story about going into Eskom and realizing that the people who know most about what needed to be done in Eskom are the people on the front line. And what leaders needed to do in that situation and many other situations, they needed to learn to listen, but listen courageously. And what do I mean by that? It means that you listen with a willingness to change your mind. So if you listen, and we're going to write this in the book, I cannot wait for all of you to read it. In the book, we're going to write about how the board members arrived into Eskom and they had a story. They thought they knew. They had a whole set of assumptions. And then when they started to listen, they realized that their assumptions were wrong. And then they were willing to change their mind. And why do we not have load shedding today? Because we had listening leaders in that organization. And that story just keeps repeating itself whether we talk about the Business for South African community, or we talk about Old Mutual Mass Market, or all of these case studies. Listening leaders who are willing to change their mind based on what they hear from the people around them.
Well, fascinating. Now, if leaders listen, I wonder what they'll tell you. So here's my question. What's your one comment to the president, our president? And I'm hoping he's going to listen.
Yeah, the answers are in this country. There are millions of people with a contribution to make. And your job, Mr. President, is very similar to my purpose. Ignite and invite courageous contribution and create an environment where everybody who wants to can contribute and work together to create the future we want. It's not your job on your own. Your job is to create an enabling environment for people to do that. Which is what he did with the Business for South Africa community, by the way. That is the most amazing story of collaboration across boundaries. We just need to spread it much further than that.
I also use this in the few minutes we have left just for you to give a shout out to a young person. So don't give it to Tembaletu Siesa, only because he's come on, you've already plugged him in the book. So he would ordinarily qualify. But give me another young South African that you just say, wow.
So, Ashraf, I'm a mother. how can I not talk about my two most amazing, beautiful, breathtakingly gorgeous girls? But why they're so breathtaking is because they have used everything that I have taught them over all these years, and they are practicing it daily. And we are seeing the impact, and they are so inspirational. And it's because of them that I'm committed to do everything I can, because of them and their children, that we want to create a future, that they want to stay in this country. I do not want them to go away. And so that's what we need to do. We need to create a country that is attractive for all of our young people to want to stay.
Okay, and your daughters, what are their names?
Helen and Lisa.
Helen and Lisa. That sounds like the Madlanga Commission, like for the record. So got that right. Thank you for that. What about, now not a younger person, anybody that you'd love to take out to lunch?
Oh, the person, and I'm going to now put him on the spot, but one of the leaders who are just blowing my mind at the moment, and I do get to spend some time with him every now and again, is the new Vice Chancellor at Stellenbosch University. And you saw him the other day.
Yes, I did.
Ashraf. I don't know what happened to you in your body as Daresh arrived on that stage. I am so inspired by that man. I'm so proud to be involved in a university that selected a vice chancellor like him. And yeah, I will walk through fire for the opportunity to have lunch with him.
Okay, and hopefully he knows that, because we need to pass this message on to him ASAP, right? What about a book that you suggest we need to be reading?
So there are two books. The one is The Art of Possibility by Ben and Rosanda. I think it's the best leadership book that's ever been written. It's a book that we should all have next to our bedside and dip into every now and again. The second book is The Heart of Business, which, by the way, I found out about this book by listening to a podcast with Adrian Gore. It's written by Hubert Joly, and it's an amazing, just an invitation for thinking differently about leadership in business. And then keep your eyes peeled for We Lead, creating the art of working together for a better future, which will come out in September.
Okay, so all those things, Mike. So we need to save money for the We Lead later on. But otherwise, The Art of Possibility and The Heart of Business, if I heard all of that correctly. We got 30 seconds to go. Oh my goodness. Give me a good quote that you love using, like a good line.
It seems impossible until it's done, which came from our beloved Madiba.
And I think it's a good way to end. It always seems impossible until it's done. But if there's one thing that defines you, it's possible, isn't it? So, Louise, there's always great chatting to you. You want to say something very quickly?
I want to say something about you.
Okay.
Because we believe in appreciation. Ashraf, you have one of the most generous spirits in the country. And because of your spirit of generosity, people like us I got to do this because you are so generous. So please keep being the generous man we have got to know. And please keep championing South Africa. And together we will create a future that we are incredibly proud of.
And you've just inspired me to do a lot more, because I think I understand of all the things I do, that's the number one most important thing. So let me leave it at that, because it's time for the news and I want to keep the news waiting. Louise, great to connect with you on air and, of course, off air as well. What a wonderful fireside chat. We'll have a podcast of that coming up ASAP. The news now at 6. Here's Jolani.
Thanks, Ashraf. Top stories. The Sawa Durban Court rules in favour of KZN Police Commissioner Madlanga Muanazi, and 55 Ghanaians have been killed while fighting in the war in Ukraine. Good evening. The Durban High Court has ruled in favour of KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Madlanga Muanazi after he approached the court to interdict and restrain a Durban businessman from defaming him on social media platforms. The court ordered Calvin Matibedi to retract his statements, which suggested Muanazi was captured by private interests and involved in organised hits. In terms of the order handed down today, Matibedi has been directed to withdraw all such statements and is also required to use the same platform for the retractions. The court has further prohibited Matibedi from repeating the allegations on any platform going